chat. We are live for भाई नॉर्वे चेस नहीं है भाई, ये उज्बेकिस्तान चेस है भाई. With my weird अजीब सा hair, but ठीक है वो सूख जाएगा. But आज कुछ camera issues है from the venue apparently. So chat, there are some camera issues. Hopefully we'll have the cameras back by the time my hair dries. And I still couldn't go and get a haircut because my tablet is not the best. हाँ, बैक. यो चैट, आज कुछ कैमरा इश्यूज है अपेरेंटली वहां पे. पावर नहीं है. सो अगर आप इंडिया में रहते हैं तो यू कैन रिलेट टू दिस. पावर गायब हो चुकी है. एंड पावर इक्वल टू WC² जो भी फॉर्मूला आपने पढ़ा है, एंड W वहां मिसिंग है. दैट इज अ विन. सो ये कौन सा हेयर स्टाइल है भाई? अभी नहा के आया हूं, बाल चिपके हुए हैं एंड अभी हेयर कलर नहीं हुआ है एंड कटे भी नहीं है. सो ये ठीक हो जाएंगे बाल, बट कैमरा ठीक हो जाए भाई. दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट चैट. एंड फिलहाल के लिए वी आर रेडी विद द गेम्स and we'll try to get the cameras as soon as possible. So फिलहाल के लिए chat, I think match is same है and we'll get the cameras soon, but फिलहाल के लिए it's gonna be Param versus Prag. That's an important match. Then we also have Vokidov against Arjun. I personally feel कि यहाँ पे अर्जुन को, अरे कैमरा आ गए, अरे कैमरा आ गए भाई, ये क्या हो गया भाई? निधि भाई, what is this? अरे गुड न्यूज, अमेजिंग न्यूज. मैं अपने घटिया बाल छुपा सकता हूं. मैं हेयर कट आज करना था, तबियत बहुत खराब हो गई यार. हेयर कट जब तक होता नहीं है, माय हेयर विल लुक ऑसम, कह रहा हूं, हॉरिबल. सो लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन. निधि भाई, ऑडियंस को टॉर्चर अवॉइड करते हैं एंड प्लेयर्स की शक्लें दिखाते हैं. नोदिरबेक का हेयर कट मस्त है, मेरा बेकार है. एंड ऑल्सो नॉट टू फॉरगेट, इट इज नोदिरबेक अगेंस्ट अरविंद. दैट्स गोना बी एन इंपॉर्टेंट गेम फॉर नोदिरबेक. वी सॉ हाउ मच ही पुश्ड यस्टरडे एंड आज कितना पुश करेंगे पता लगेगा. मम्मी ने हेयर कट सेट नहीं किए भाई. भाई मेरे 9 साल के में सफेद बाल है. सो इट्स जेनेटिक, कुछ कर नहीं सकते. बट बाल हम ठीक कर देंगे विद टाइम. बट ठीक हो गया है कैमरा. दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट. आई कैन सी अर्जुन देयर विद ग्रीन शूज. सो लेट्स गो टू अर्जुन गेम एज वेल, जहां पे E4 खेला उनके ओपोनेंट ने. लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन. भाई ये श्रीनाथ नारायण कैमरा रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है क्या? आई थॉट दैट वाज श्रीनाथ भाई. सो E4 E5 प्लेड. हाँ, कैमराज आ गए भाई. जस्ट इन टाइम, जस्ट इन टाइम, जस्ट इन टाइम भाई. मम्मी ने हेयर कट किया. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. एंड चैट, सो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू चैट. आज का पहला सवाल आपके कंप्यूटर नहीं, फोन के स्क्रीन पे ये रहा. कितने इंडियंस के पॉइंट्स बनेंगे आज? दैट इज द पोल आई एम गोना सेट अप टुडे. सो प्रग, अर्जुन एंड अरविंद कंबाइंड पॉइंट्स टुडे. कितने पॉइंट बनेंगे चैट? विल इट बी 3/2.5? विल इट बी 2/1.5? नहीं, 2/2 करते हैं. Then we go 1.5. Then we go 1/0.5. So let's see chat, क्या वोट करते हो आप? जीरो का तो ऑप्शन कभी रखते नहीं है. एंड स्पेनिश ऑन द बोर्ड इन वोकिदोव वर्सेस अर्जुन. आई थिंक कैमरास थोड़े से भी सिंक नहीं है. निधि भाई वर्किंग हार्ड बिहाइंड द सीन्स एंड चैट यू आर वर्किंग बिहाइंड हार्ड इन फ्रंट ऑफ द सीन्स. जल्दी स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो भाई. लेट्स गेट 200 लाइक्स. हाँ, प्रग का गेम लगा दिया है. दैट इज Param Maksudlu versus Pragnanda R. Super important game chat. Prag is in the lead. कल बहुत बढ़िया गेम उन्होंने जीती. क्या वो कंटिन्यू कर पाएंगे? ओ प्रग जादू से आ गए. भाई that's crazy. ये क्या हुआ? I want to watch it again. I want to watch it again on the stream. ये अपने जादू से प्रग कैसे आ गए भाई? He was not there. Suddenly he was there. Oh my God. Prag has teleportation chat. Evidence Prag can teleport and that's why he's such a strong player. It's not the chess practice chat जो तुम लोग भी कर रहे हो. It's more about teleportation. He can teleport from one city to the other in a second. The flash. The Prag is the flash chat. Evidence. That was hilarious by the way, Niri bhai and chat. That was hilarious. Prag was not there and suddenly he arrived. Yeah, crazy. निधि भाई जैसी होगा तो प्रग का कैमरा लगा देना. वुड लव टू सी कहां कहां वो ऐसे फ्लैश की तरह भागेंगे और वापस आएंगे. सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग मोमेंट टुडे चैट. हाँ, या फर्स्ट इज नोदिरबेक अगेंस्ट अरविंद. यहां पे D4 G6 खेला है. दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. नेक्स्ट वी हैव वोकिडोव अगेंस्ट अर्जुन, जहां पे एक स्पेनिश ओपनिंग आई है. अभी कैमरा चेंज नहीं हो रहे हैं. एंड नाउ वी गो टू परम अगेंस्ट प्रग वापस. सो सी फिलहाल के लिए प्रग प्लेइंग वेरी क्विकली. वेट, हैंडशेक्स अब हो रहे हैं chat? It's very clear Prag is the flash. So he has run very quickly and he's traveled back in time. It's very, very obvious now. So if anybody's looking for to cast somebody as the next flash, I think Prag is a strong contender. डाई योर हेयर भाई, मैं करता हूँ यार, आई डू ऐड समथिंग टू माई हेयर, बट मेरे को पहले हेयर कट करना है उसके लिए, एंड हेयर कट के लिए मार्केट जाना पड़ेगा, एंड मार्केट के लिए तभी ठीक होनी पड़ेगी. सो इट्स अ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग टाइम लूप चैट. आई डोंट हैव टाइम ट्रैवलिंग abilities like Prag unfortunately, so we're gonna fix it. 2 पॉइंट आएंगे, प्रग एंड अरविंद ड्रॉ, अर्जुन विल विन. आई थिंक अर्जुन के जीतने के चांसेस बहुत हाई हैं आज, बिकॉज ही हैज ब्लैक बट ही इज प्लेइंग द लोएस्ट सीड ऑफ द ओपोनेंट. एंड यू कैन सी प्रग, हाँ प्रग मूव इन स्लो मोशन बिकॉज वो अपना टाइम डायलेशन यूज कर रहे हैं. मीनवाइल अरविंद की गेम पे गए, नो द बिग अगेंस्ट अरविंद. किंग्स इंडियन सेटअप आने वाला है चैट. C4 G6 D4 बिशप G7. क्या आज अरविंद किंग्स इंडियन डिफेंस खेलने वाले हैं भाई? एंड दैट विल बी इंटेंस बिकॉज व्हाइट के लिए बहुत बढ़िया मानी जाती है, बट गिव्स ब्लैक सम अमेजिंग चांसेस टू अटैक. सो यहां पे अरविंद and Nodirbek both going for the win. That means result almost पक्का है भाई. किंग्स इंडियन आजकल देखने को ही नहीं मिलता टॉप लेवल पे, बट आज हमें देखने को मिल रहा है. विल बी क्रेजी चैट, विल बी क्रेजी. एंड ऑल्सो वन लुक एट द अर्जुन गेम. क्या ओपनिंग हुई? स्पेनिश है. अर्जुन प्ले D6, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. एंड यहां पे आई थिंक वो B5 बहुत जल्दी आएगा. एंड यू कैन सी वोकीडोव ऑलरेडी इन प्रेप. एंड चैट एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है कि जब व्हेन यू 2700 प्लेयर, यू हैव अ टीम ऑफ सेकंड्स. योर ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन चेंजेस consistently. But when you are not 2700, you're 2650, you cannot afford to hire seconds. You don't have such a big team working with you. इसका मतलब your opening preparation is not as flexible. You cannot decide कि आज मैं नई ओपनिंग खेलूंगा, कल नई ओपनिंग खेलूंगा, परसों नहीं खेलूंगा. So कहीं ना कहीं पे you have to decide कि हाँ भैया, your openings are more rigid and it's easier to prepare against you. So that's why I think कि यहाँ पे maybe this is something that Arjun has prepared very well against, and Vokidov के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल होगा to get out of Arjun's prep. So we'll see what happens. वहां से सहज ग्रोवर के सेकंड, सॉरी सहज इनके सेकंड चलते हुए वहां से. And we'll come back to the Prag game, which is a star game of today, जहां C5 खेल दिया है उन्होंने, कैमरा चेंज कर दिया नहीं भाई. एंड C5 के बाद परम मकसूदलू इन डीप थॉट. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट गेम है ये. इफ Prag wins, he guarantees at least so lead chat. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट गेम है, मैं कितना स्ट्रेस नहीं कर सकता. We could seal the candidate spot today, in this tournament chat. If Prag wins, he's already leading the FIDE circuit line. I don't know if we can show FIDE's graphic, like FIDE shared one, if that's possible at some point to share. एक बार कैमरा जरूर चेंज कर देना. If it's possible to show the graphic, we'd love to show you that Prag is leading the FIDE circuit right now for 2025 by a huge margin. The only players who can catch up with him, I think, are Arvind, Anish, and a couple of players. And if he wins this event, he really gets a lot of points, and candidates की तरफ बहुत बड़ा कदम बढ़ाएंगे यहाँ पे प्रंगनदार. So let's see क्या करते हैं. See forget परम मकसूदलू in deep thought. Can we have the camera for Prag, please? So I'm going to check again. So I'm going to go to the game of Nodibek against Arvind quickly. ये Prag पे आ गया है for some reason. Now we go to Vokidov against Arjun. It goes to Arjun, but वापस Nodibek चिदम्बरम पे जाऊं. चिदम्बरम की जगह पे वो आ गया है निरी भाई. I think Prag. And Prag की जगह पे चिदम्बरम. ये अक्षय कुमार का मुझे, हाँ प्रग दोनों पे है. आई थिंक चिदम्बरम की जगह प्रग आ गया है बस. हाँ बाय द वे चैट, अगर मुंह पे हाथ रखते तो थोड़ा समय लगता, समय की तरह गलती कर दे यार, दैट विल बी क्रेजी, मजा आ जाएगा भाई. एंड समय बाय द वे पेरिस में घूमते हुए. आप लोग कहां कहां से ज्वाइन कर रहे हो चैट बता दो. वेरी ज्वाइनिंग फ्रॉम टुडे, इंपॉर्टेंट डे है. स्ट्रीम लाइक करो. यो करण भाई व्हाट्सअप. गोवा फाइनल अभी पता नहीं है. आई थिंक we've heard from multiple sources that Goa is 99% confirmed, but we have not seen it published. So FIDE का जो calendar है, if I even have a look right now, I check it like once a week to check कि World Cup announce हुआ कि नहीं. I'm pretty sure it's still not announced. Yeah, I think if I go to November very quickly, it doesn't show just yet, I think. The World Cup, right? It still doesn't show. Yeah, it just still shows to be announced. And जब तक वहां पे नहीं आएगा तब तक you can never be sure यार. I think Goa is the most likely destination. Prag, by the way, calculating, he is in his prep. Param Maksudlu, by the way, playing Prag, and Param is a very strong player. 2760-50 rating रह चुकी है उनकी. He also was a contender to qualify for the candidates जब गुकेश, हाँ जब गुकेश क्वालिफाई किया था. सो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट. एंड ऑल्सो अरविंद गेम में नजर मालो चैट, मारो जुकाम का सीन है ये. नाइट टू E2 प्लेड बाय नोदिर्वेक. अरे बाप रे क्या मूव है. कैन वी हैव द कैमरा नीरी भाई. नाइट टू E2, दैट इज इंटेंस. एंड जस्ट टू पॉइंट आउट चैट, इस पोजीशन में लगभग 9000 गेमें हैं chess.com पे. सिर्फ और सिर्फ 130 गेमों में नाइट E2 खेला गया. नाउ दिस विल ट्रांसपोज, I think, to some other variation, of course, but still to start with knight E2 is a statement. And E5 played. Yeah, I'll check it again. उल्टा है निधि भाई, चिदम्बरम पे प्रग खुल रहा है, प्रग पे चिदम्बरम खुल रहा है. It's the opposite, I think. Some players play five black. Yeah, Varma bhai, the thing is, because there are 9 rounds in a tournament, I think somebody will have to play five black, somebody will play five whites. So what's going to happen is, like, they usually have drawing of lots. It's like a coin toss, yeah? So I think it's pretty fair at the end. And you can't really do much. Somebody will have to play five blacks and somebody white. It's now correct, Nidhi bhai. I think now it's fixed. Yes, it's fixed. I'm going to check Arjun as well once. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Nidhi bhai, working in real time for you, chat. Stream like kar do. Nidhi bhai open the chat. And meanwhile, Arjun not at the board even. G6 खेल दिया उन्होंने. The bishop will go to G7. And of course, center white के पास है. But तब भी state government Arjun form करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. So meanwhile, chat, time पे देखो, Arjun has gained time on the clock in hardcore prep. 91.5 minutes से उनके पास 90 से वो start किए थे. Arjun played very well with black pieces than white pages. Pages, pieces, I think you mean. I agree. I think Arjun has played very well. And in fact, standings, if you can have once on the screen, you will see that Arjun is on +1 and Prag is on +2. So Prag right now is leading the event among the Indians. So I think unki game will be super, super important. Not to forget, Nodibek is leading with Prag and Nodibek plays Arvind with white. So kahin na kahin, Arvind is not only playing for himself, but he's also playing for all the other players in the tournament. And E5 played, I think knight C3 aega, and then we'll see some interesting setup from both the players. Why Prag camera in slow motion? As I mentioned earlier, we have evidence that Prag is the flash. And if you saw the stream in the first 5 minutes, you would have seen कि Prag अचानक से out of nowhere सीट पे आके बैठ गए. Like he did not arrive at the board. वो instantly appear हो गए, teleport हो गए. And I think it's pretty clear Prag is the flash. So meanwhile, chat, going to the game of Prag, flash की game देख लें कि flash कैसे खेल रहे हैं. Moves भी बहुत flash की तरह fast आ रही है उनकी. 2.5 minutes he's gained on the clock. भाई साहब, यहां पे C5 देखा था हमने, बिशप D3 मारा एंड नाउ D5 सेंटर में ब्रेक, टेक्स, नाइट टेक्स. एंड यहां पे चैट, इफ यू नोटिस, व्हाइट हैज एन आइसोलेटेड पॉन. ये वही पॉन है जो एआई को दोस्त बना के बैठा है, बिकॉज दोस्त रियल लाइफ में नहीं है. बेसिकली मैं ही हूं ये, और नेपो भी आ गया. नेपो फ्रेंड बन सकता है बट फिलहाल के लिए मुश्किल है. सो नाइट D5 एंड D4 पॉन अकेला है, तन्हा है. इस पे बॉलीवुड गाना भी बहुत जल्दी बनेगा, बट फिलहाल के लिए आई थिंक पिन भी है, सो ही हैज सम पॉइंट. ही वांट्स टू टेक ऑन C3. सो व्हाइट को बिशप D2 खेलना पड़ेगा. अनपिनिंग is knight, and then black will castle, knight C6, and slowly but surely yahan black will try to exchange pieces, will try to play against this isolated pawn. दुनिया बिल्कुल भाई बेरहम है, एक अकेला आदमी है, उसी पे अटैक करेगी. And of course white will try to use this pawn to create an attack on the king side. So super important game. Param still 10 minutes behind already. Banana on the floor भाई. 10 minute. By the way, पीछे है परम. By the way, yeah, Prag's banana has fallen. भाई, Prag's banana has fallen. Can somebody take care of Prag's banana? भाई, कहां बड़का बनाना गिर गया भाई, कोई उठा लो उसको. भाई कैमरा गायब हो गया है. हाँ, कैमरा इज बैक. ओ, Prag फिर से अराइव्ड. ऑफ कोर्स Prag फिर से अराइव्ड, एज द फ्लैश. And castles played by Prag very quickly. So, and of course, I think white will also castle very, very soon. And Filal, both players looking very serious. Prag staring into the distance as of now into his preparation still. So, chat, when you're prepared na, तो I think होता क्या है कि कई बार ना you're very well prepared, तो you still have to maintain focus. It's very easy to think कि भाई, मेरे को सब पता है, मैं genius हूँ, and then you suddenly you reach a new position and then you have to start thinking. So mind focused रहना चाहिए even though you are in your preparation. So देखते हैं क्या होता है. And castles played by white as well. And of course, I think banana is still on the floor. I think it's intentional chat. वो जानबूझ के Prag ने नीचे रखा है, because nowadays we have noticed, I don't know if you remember the chat, I think Norway chess में rule था या कई tournaments rule था, you cannot keep food on the table. That's a new rule, I think, which wasn't the case earlier. मुझे याद है पानी की बॉटल से लेके खाने तक लोग टेबल पे रखते थे, बट आजकल एक रूल मैंने देखा है टूर्नामेंट्स में कि you cannot keep food and water on the table. So that's why the banana is on the floor. And of course, कार्टून की तरह कोई गिरेगा नहीं, hopefully not, because Prag ही गिर सकता है. We don't want to get hurt, so कोई नहीं गिरेगा भाई, don't worry. चैट कम ऑन, लेट्स गो, फुल फुल मोमेंटम। एक बार चैट प्रग ओपी हो जाए फॉर लीडिंग दिस टूर्नामेंट यार। वी हैव सीन सच अ स्ट्रॉन्ग इवेंट, 3 इंडियन खेल रहे हैं एंड प्रग हैज प्लेड सम फैंटास्टिक चेस सो फार। कैन ही कंटिन्यू लाइक इट? कैन ही गेन मोमेंटम? कैन ही डिस्ट्रॉय another strong player, some Param Maksudlu with the black pieces, rookie 8, cold, stone cold Steve Austin move खेली है. If you take on d5, I'm gonna take with the pawn and my rook's file also opens up. So परम यहाँ पे सोचते हुए क्या करूं, मैं क्या कर सकता हूं कि यहाँ पे प्रग अपनी preparation से बाहर आ जाए. But as of now, no idea for Param Maksudlu. He's already 10 minutes behind. Now chess new on the table. Exactly, I think तब से ही ये रूल मैंने बहुत देखा है. ध्यान से प्रग भाई, गिरना नहीं, गिरना नहीं. हाँ, ही गोस टू द लेफ्ट साइड. वेरी स्मार्ट भाई. चेस प्लेयर स्मार्ट होते हैं यार. हम लोग कैलकुलेट करते हैं कि भाई कैसे प्रोबेबिलिटी अवॉइड करो गिरने की. उसने डिसाइड किया लेफ्ट से उड़ जाता भाई. वेरी स्मार्ट भाई. वाई नॉट अर्जुन ओपी? बिकॉज हम प्रग की गेम देख रहे हैं भाई, तो अर्जुन ओपी करेंगे थोड़ा अजीब लगेगा. तो अर्जुन की गेम में जाएंगे तो अर्जुन ओपी भी करेंगे भाई. आई थिंक अगेन लॉजिक भाई, लॉजिक 101. Meanwhile, as Prag gets up, let's have a look at the Arjun game, who I think is the star favorite to win today with the black pieces. He's playing the lowest seed of the tournament, has already opted for an opening which is not so, well known and not like, ambitious as white. But we know Arjun does this. And chat, कल हमने एक बहुत important चीज notice करी कलर परसों. Arjun slightly better against Nepo takes the draw. याद है? उसने draw agree कर लिया. Then he doesn't even push against Nodirbek. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है, I think this is the conscious strategy by Arjun and his team कि they have earmarked their opponents कि भाई नेपो है, कि भाई नोदिरबेक है, draw is good, draw is against them, draw ले लो, मिल रहा है ले लो, and you don't worry about anything else. ठीक है? एंड देन यू हिट अगेंस्ट द ओपोनेंट्स हु आर वीकर. जैसे शमशीदीन वोकिडोव यहां पे लोएस्ट सीड. आई कैन गारंटी यू इफ दैट्स द स्ट्रेटजी ही विल गो ऑल इन. एंड यू कैन सी ऑलरेडी एक्सचेंजेस इन द सेंटर. ई टेक्स d4, सी टेक्स मारना पड़ेगा. नाइट टेक्स वुड बी अ बैड मूव. आपको पॉन सेंटर की तरफ लेके जाना चाहिए एंड दैट विल बी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड सी टेक्स के बाद आई थिंक चैट देयर इज समथिंग फ्रीकी कमिंग अप बाय आईडी गार्सिया अर्जुन. देखते हैं पहले व्हाइट मारते हैं कि नहीं पॉन से. नाइट से मारना वुड बी अ ह्यूज मिस्टेक हियर आई थिंक. एंड अब भाई अर्जुन ओपी भी हो जाए भाई. नॉट टू फॉरगेट भाई, वो चैट में बंदा दुखी हो जाएगा वरना. अर्जुन ओपी बाय द वे इंडिया नंबर 1 राइट नाउ. एंड नॉट टू फॉरगेट अर्जुन की रेटिंग इज 2780.2 एंड प्रग इज 2779.9. 0.3 का डिफरेंस है. सो दैट मीन्स अगर जो भी आज जीतेगा दोनों में से, he goes to India number 1. So if Arjun wins, he maintains India number 1. If Prag wins, he crosses Arjun and becomes the new India number 1. And chat, हम पहला एक चैलेंज है आपके लिए chat. I'm gonna say 1 2 3 now. सबके सब लाइक करेंगे, ठीक है? जल्दी से 1 2 3 एंड नाउ भाई लाइक करो स्ट्रीम भाई. और लोग बुलाते हैं स्ट्रीम के ऊपर. एरिगेशन का पोस्ट देखो भाई, क्या ऐसे वो मतलब ओहो क्या पोज है भाई. ऐसे लग रहा है कि मतलब चेस सॉल्व करके बैठा है बंदा. मतलब हो गई भाई, चेस खत्म है भाई. कर ली भाई, कल रात को मैंने सॉल्व कर दी. Arjun doesn't eat bananas. I think we don't see. I think many players avoid eating food as well. I think during games, I think that's very well known because कई बार sugar spikes होते हैं. Carlson famously said कि मैं बचपन में orange juice बहुत पीता था. And I would have these sugar rushes. And then उसने पानी को switch कर दिया. पानी पियो guys. पानी is the best. H2O. And night before, let's go. As I expected, I think this is all opening preparation by Arjun. Night before, Indian ki first preference chat. Already exchanging that bishop. And now chat, I think you have to exchange. If you go bishop b3, there is knight d3. आप ये बिशप तो बचा लोगे, पर आप ये वाला खो दोगे. So ये तो वो वाला बैटमैन वाला वो हो गया कि भाई, do you want to save Harvey Dent or do you want to save क्या नाम था उसकी बंदी का, whatever. So the point is knight b4 played and now bishop d7 will have to be played. क्यों चैट को तो सुनाई दे रहा है? क्या बात कर रहे हो? हेलो हेलो चैट, मुझे आवाज आ रही है ना भाई? बता देना मुझे भाई. चैट ने तो कुछ बोला नहीं अब तक. निधि भाई सेइंग कि आवाज नहीं आ रही है. चैट, कैन यू हियर मी? लेट मी नो, वरना मैं अकेले से बात. चैट को आ रही है? आ रही है आवाज आ रही है. सो ऑल गुड. So bishop d7, queen d7, and now of course when you have less space chat, When you have less space, then you dream of becoming Elon Musk and you want to kind of exchange pieces, develop your rooks, and that is a great trade for black. So आवाज आ रही है बढ़िया, and chat stream like करते फिरो, रुकना नहीं भाई, उंगलियां नहीं रुकनी चाहिए, लाइक बटन दबते रहना चाहिए. और मेरे को एनर्जी से लग रहा है तबियत थोड़ी कल से बेटर लग रही है भाई. दैट्स ग्रेट न्यूज एज वेल. मीनवाइल चैट पानी पीते हुए वोकीदोव सॉरी, एंड लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ हमारे अरविंद चिदम्बरम जो नोदरबेग से खेल रहे हैं. एंड ये ओपनिंग में ही बहुत टाइम दे रहे दोनों प्लेयर्स, बिकॉज दे आर ट्रांसपोजिंग इनटू अ किंग्स इंडियन सेटअप. एंड कहीं ना कहीं पे D5 अगर आया 97, एंड चैट एक्सपेक्ट द अनएक्सपेक्टेड. F5 इनकमिंग. बहुत बहुत तगड़ा अटैक लगने वाला है नोदरबेग के ऊपर. एंड चैट इसका मतलब है यहां पे ड्रॉ नहीं होने वाला. अगर D5 ऑन द बोर्ड, विच आई थिंक इज द बेस्ट मूव, यहां पे ड्रॉ नहीं होगा. देयर इज नो ड्रॉ. ठीक है, नोदरबेग को देखो, एनर्जी देखो भाई, मोमेंटम देखो, वो भी बनाना खा के आ रहा है भाई. ही नोज कि भाई एनर्जी चाहिए बिकॉज यहां पे कुछ क्रेजी है. सो आई थिंक दिस गेम विल नॉट एंड इन अ ड्रॉ. आइदर नोदरबेग विंस or Arvind wins, and this will be an important challenge. If Arvind can win today, chat, he's world number 16. If he does win, he will defeat Nodrbek and he will gain 7 points and he will be back in the world top 11. So great news for Arvind. Can he beat Nodrbek here? Important game. Full pressure. Meanwhile, going to the game of Prag now, jahan pe Param has still not played. So Param Maksudu feeling the pressure, feeling the power, bhai. And 99.1 accuracy hai dono players ki, both players playing fascinating chess, but the difference so far has been the clock. ऐसा लग रहा है कि Prag अपनी preparation में है and Param Prag की preparation में. No, there are bananas, really? Was there a banana in Arvind's table? Did I miss the banana? Oh, there is a banana actually. Wow. There is a banana. So maybe there is no, because I thought there's a rule you cannot keep food on the table. But clearly, Arvind ka banana table pe hai and Prag ka floor pe hai. So maybe there is no rule and Prag is just kind of avoiding that situation. But yeah, we can see the banana. And knight h6. Bhai, move to dekho. Bishop e3, knight h6. What? What is knight h6? Look at Nodrbek. He's smiling. He's smiling, right? I think he's smiling. Look at Nodrbek be like, भाई ये क्या खेल दिया भाई? ये तो मैंने नहीं देखा था. भाई साहब, knight h6. That's a freaky move by Arvind. And it has been played, by the way, in this position before. Like, it is the second popular move. Wow. मैं ही noob हूं फिर. So clearly Arvind knows what he's doing. Bhai, that's amazing. That's amazing. So Arvind in his prep. Look at the smile on Nodrbek's face. Yeah, he's like subtly smiling. था ये knight यहाँ भी आता है. अच्छा, मेरे को तो बच्चे ने बताया था नाइट को सेंटर में खेलना चाहिए. एंड चैट क्यों खेला है नाइट h6? बिकॉज यू वांट टू फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आल्सो थ्रेटन नाइट g4. बिशप e3 आया एंड यू वांट टू प्ले नाइट g4, राइट? अब नाइट f6 यहां पे अगर आप खेलते हो तो इट इज ओके, बट यू ब्लॉक द f pawn. नाइट h6 threatens knight g4, but f pawn अभी भी आजाद है. And as we know in India, आजादी बहुत important है. So that's why, so f5 कभी भी आ सकता है. And now white has to be a bit more careful. Of course, the knight is less influential there on h6, but कहीं ना कहीं पे मुझे लग रहा है कि this is a tricky move which might go either way. So Nodrbek right now smiling because he probably does not know as much about this move, and that is a good sign for Arvind. So meanwhile, going to the Prag game, यहाँ पे Nodrbek time जरूर लेंगे. So rook here के बाद no moves by Param. Param के कान मुझे already लाल दिख रहे हैं. भाई कान लाल होते हुए, that's a good sign for our प्रिय प्रगनंदा. नो साउंड एक बंदा कह रहा है. भाई ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? साउंड तो होगी यार, साउंड तो है ही. आई स्पीक एट द स्पीड ऑफ साउंड. भाई मेरी आवाज में जो दम है ना, स्पीड ऑफ साउंड पे बात करता हूं. भाई लोग देख रहे तुम कितना इंपैक्टफुल वॉइस है मेरी. भाई इफ आई लुक्ड एट Param राइट नाउ, आई वुड से ही इज ब्लंडर्ड एटलीस्ट 5 क्वींस. लाइक ही इज सो स्ट्रेस्ड. ऐसा लग रहा है कम से कम 4 या 5 क्वीन तो ब्लंडर करी है परम ने. Why is he so stressed? I don't know. The position is very simple, actually. No bananas on Prag's table. I think he's kept it on the floor. But yeah, I think buffet se, hotel ke buffet se banana uthaye honge. That's what most chess players do. And as of now, Nodrbek dominating hai. He threatens opponents by looking in their eyes. I didn't know that was threatening. I thought that was a bit different. But yeah, I agree with you. I think he does try to intimidate his opponents by staring into their eyes. But आज he was smiling after knight to h6. So बहुत बहुत interesting है. ये पहला पॉज मेरा आवाज में कमेंट्री में. मीनवाइल चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करते चलो. नोदिर बेग ऑफ कोर्स स्लाइटली बेटर, द ओनली गाय हु हैज अ बेटर पोजीशन सो फार, बट ऑफ कोर्स इट्स ऑल प्रिपरेशन एंड ही डज प्ले d5. ही पुशेस दैट पॉन एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल चैट, अगर नाइट g4 खेलते हो, नाइट हैंगिंग है भाई, तो वी आर नॉट इन टाइम. सो पहले नाइट e7 खेलना पड़ेगा एंड देन आई एम गोना सेट नाइट g4. सो व्हाइट यहां पे f3 खेलेगा and black will not wait for anything. He will go f5 instantly. And if you play queen d2 to attack this knight, I could play f4, or I even just could play knight f7, defending my central pawns. And white usually यहाँ पे c5 खेलता है. So defending this d6 e5 structure has a lot of point. I am gonna tell you chat, ये गेम बहुत एक्साइटिंग होने वाली है, बहुत ही ज्यादा एक्साइटिंग होने वाली है. यहां पे ब्लैक अटैक करने वाला है नोदिर बेग के किंग को ऑलरेडी पसीने छूटते हुए. साउंड गुड, अमेजिंग. अदर गेम्स का नेम कोड अपडेट करो. अरे भाई अभी कर देंगे हम भाई, वो सीक्रेट रॉ रॉ मिशन वाले कोड हमने डाले हैं, सो दे माइट नॉट मैच एग्जैक्टली. ही इज द मोस्ट पैशनेट चेस प्लेयर राइट नाउ. अरे थैंक यू भाई. आई थिंक प्लेयर कहना गलत होगा भाई. आई डोंट थिंक आई कैन कॉल माय सेल्फ चेस प्लेयर, दो मेरी कमेंटेटर बोल सकते हो. प्लेयर तो यार ज्यादा हो गया भाई, बट थैंक यू भाई, अप्रिशिएट सेंटिमेंट. साहब अपनी बोल्ड प्रिडिक्शंस कर दो आज की. सो कल मैंने 2 पॉइंट प्रिडिक्ट किए थे, इट वाज करेक्ट. 97 प्लेड. आई एम गोना प्रिडिक्ट, ठीक है, लेट मी डू माय प्रिडिक्शंस. सो प्री प्रिडिक्शंस, ठीक है, नॉट फाइनल प्रिडिक्शंस, प्री प्रिडिक्शंस. First of all, Prag against Maksudlu. I think this is going to be a draw because I think Maksudlu knows what. Although time देखते हुए, now I might have to modify my prediction because 21 मिनट पीछे है. Okay, I am changing a prediction. I think Prag wins. The fact that Maksudlu is thinking for so long, he is a player who prefers aggressive chess. He is a player who will go into complications. And इसका मतलब है, याद है जब अरविंद की गेम थी, he had a perpetual, he still went for gh4 check and played till king. So for such a player, having time on the clock is super important because you need that time to understand the consequences of the complications you're creating. So I think I am going to predict a Prag win today. And if we go to Arjun's game, I'm going to predict a win for Arjun as well. I mean, Arjun is playing the lowest seed of the event. Even the position right now, I think Arjun ki better nahi hai. In fact, white might be slightly better. I'm going to predict that Arjun squeezes out a win slowly but surely. Maybe c5 खेलेंगे यहाँ पे to create imbalances. And he will find a way to win this. Time देखो भाई, 16 मिनट आगे. And in terms of the Arvind game, this is the hardest to predict. Because King's Indian objectively white के लिए अच्छी होती है. ठीक है, so you can see the bar already plus 0.64. okay, not 69 for the first time, but it's usually better for white. But कहीं ना कहीं पे I think one mistake from black and the evaluation can go from plus 0.1 to minus 0.3 in a move. So this is the hardest to predict. So I'm going to hold my prediction on for this game. आज लग रहा है even though तीनों Indians के black है chat, बहुत बढ़िया results आने वाले हैं. We are not late, yeah, we are not late. We are absolutely on point. I think वो Prag ने थोड़ा सा flash की तरफ move करके आपको confuse कर दिया है. But we are on point. And okay, h3 played. That's very interesting, chat. As you can see, h3 is not a good move apparently. So it makes sense you want to play g4, but black can now play f5. And usually, chat, देखो 97 पे, why do we play f3? We play f3 because it's this pawn chain, right? One big pawn chain. It also maintains my chances to go queenside. So this pawn chain kind of takes care of everything. Once you play h3, right, your f pawn is still not committed. So at some point, you might have to move the f pawn anyways. And if you push the f pawn, just showing an example, then your dark squares are quite weak. तो h3 क्यों खेला फिर जब f3 खेलना ही था? And अगर आप नहीं खेलते हो f3 तो f4 आ रहा है, and then the bishop has to drop back, which you don't want to do. So यहाँ f5 के बाद white को कोई important move दिखानी पड़ेगी, and h3 might not be the best move in this setup. In fact, यहाँ पे 100 games खेली गई है chat. 100 games played, 100 में से 91 में f3 was played, और सिर्फ 5 games में h3 was played. So maybe a slight inaccuracy from Nodubek, but I think maybe, of course, like I don't understand the setup enough. I think the setup I used to play personally was a bit different. So maybe he has some insights here, which I'm not aware about, but we'll get to know pretty soon. भाई कितना तेज बोलता हूं मैं। एनीवेज, नेपाल गेम प्लीज। भाई नेपाल भी चेस खेल रहा है क्या? ये मुझे पता नहीं था। बट एनीवेज, फिलहाल के लिए चैट गोइंग टू द गेम ऑफ वोकीडोफ, जहां पे अर्जुन हैज जस्ट प्लेड C5 as we predicted. The idea is if you take on C5, I'm going to take with the pawn and suddenly look at the bar drop in black's favor. अब हमारे पास already यहां पे एक imbalance है. I have 3 against 2 on the queen side and you have this pawn, and if you remember chat, this resembles the game that Nodirbek himself had against Arjun yesterday. वहां पे भी C5 खेला था and then he got that queenside majority and Arjun had to defend like crazy to hold that game yesterday. So C5, excellent move by Arjun, and now white ideally should play A3, kick the knight back and then play a move like D5. But ऐसी move खेलना इतना आसान नहीं है because you feel like यार ये pawn थोड़ा weak है, I want to take and get to this pawn, maybe play E5 at this is the correct moment, but D5 खेलना पड़ेगा. And now black, look at this chat. Question for you. पहला सवाल आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे आज का. What do you think is the best move for black? Come on chat. ब्लैक की बेस्ट मूव क्या है? अनीश गिरी अच्छा अनीश गिरी नेपाल, यू मीन दैट वे? नहीं यार, अनीश तो चेन्नई जीएम खेल देगा अगला. कम ऑन चैट, व्हाट इज द बेस्ट मूव फॉर व्हाइट? काफी इंटरेस्टिंग चाल है एक्चुअली यहां पे, इफ यू लुक एट इट केयरफुली. बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग चाल है. एंड द बेस्ट मूव हियर is the very, I would say not controversial, but I would say a beautiful sacrifice, that is knight to D4. And I think this Arjun has already seen at home. So let's try to understand what is this pawn sacrifice. So knight takes D4, pawn takes D4, and queen takes D4. And now black just plays rook f8. And the threat is knight takes E4. So if you play a random move, yeah, A4, let's say, I'm going to take with the knight, the rook defends the knight, and bishop to queen play attack. So you cannot do this. You have to move the queen somewhere. Let's say आप खेलते हो queen to B4. यहाँ pressure. And now queen to B5 apparently is a great move. Takes, and apparently because black is not developed, B4 is incoming, and so is knight E4. And so is knight D5. So you play F3, I just take on D5 because this pawn is pinned and black gets the pawn back. So Arjun ki preparation, and by the way, A3 has been played by white. So great move, but after knight C6, will he find D5 or will he make a mistake? चैट में कई लोगों ने नाइट D4 निकाला, ग्रेट, बट आई थिंक बाकी चीजें, नाइट D4 इज अ डिफिकल्ट मूव दो. इट्स अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट मूव टू प्ले इफ यू आर नॉट प्रिपेयर्ड, इफ यू हैव नॉट सीन दिस विद द हेल्प ऑफ एन इंजन. किसी के लिए भी नाइट D4 खेलना इज एक्सट्रीमली डिफिकल्ट. या यू माइट गो नाइट D7, नाइट D8, नाइट A5, नाइट E5, बट ऑल ऑफ दोज मूव्स आर नॉट ग्रेट. सो अर्जुन मीनवाइल जैसे वो बोर्ड की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, हम प्रग की गेम पे जाएंगे. भाई रुक E1 played by Param Maqsoodlu after like a 20-minute thing. That is extremely weird for me. I mean, rook E1 is the most logical move, and Prag knight C6 playing as expected, putting pressure on the D4 pawn. And now white will have to probably play bishop D2 to at least kind of do something here. Maybe A3 also makes sense. I think इन दोनों चालों में से कोई मूव आएगी, because bishop doesn't really have any good squares. या E3 पे मार दूंगा, F4 पे मार दूंगा, G5 पे मार दूंगा, H6 पे मार दूंगा, तो भाई कोई स्क्वायर है नहीं, तो बिशप D2 खेल देते हैं. लेट्स ब्रिंग द रूक टू C1 एंड डेवलप आवर पीसेस वेरी क्विकली. आई डोंट थिंक मकसूदलू शुड टेक मोर देन अ मिनट हियर, बिकॉज पिछली मूव पे उन्होंने 20 मिनट सोचा है. अर्जुन प्लेड क्या भाई, अर्जुन क्या बंदा है यार. एंड D5 प्लेड. Bhai, kudos to white, by the way. Kudos to, Vokhidov there giving like a typical, Instagram post there for a photo, like playing the best moves and challenging Arjun here. Like I expected maybe he will make a mistake, but no. हम कई बार भूल जाते हैं कि 26 से 50 प्ले कितना स्ट्रांग होता है इन फ्रंट ऑफ प्लेयर्स लाइक अर्जुन, प्रग, गुकेश. लाइक वी फॉरगेट दिस, बट सामने 26 से 50 बैठा है भाई. ही इज वन ऑफ द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट प्लेयर्स इन द वर्ल्ड. I think I should play knight A5. Yeah, knight A5 is okay. It can be played. But I still feel आपका plan क्या है? See, knight B3 is not possible. Knight C4 आपका plan हो सकता है. Let's say I play bishop D2, you play knight C4. I put the bishop to C3. And next, I'm going to kick your knight back. So knight को दोबारा जाना पड़ेगा. You can't go to E5 because I'm going to take and then I'll have a pass. For example, let's say you play B5, I play B3. अगर आप E5 पे जाओगे तो I'm just going to take this. Knight takes, pawn takes, and protected pass pawn. White is clearly better. So आपको knight B6 जाना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे, which is again कितना डांस कराओगे नाइट से यार, आई नो एनीबडी कैन डांस, हमने सुना है, बट इतना भी नहीं, इतना भी मत करो कि भाई मैल न्यूट्रिशन हो जाए. सो आई थिंक इतना खाना घोड़े को मिल नहीं रहा है. ओ ही प्लेड नाइट ए5. Oh wow! So maybe I am mistaken. And Anisha नहीं क्या कौन था? Anushka opened the chat यार 9A5. Right guess. So clearly, I think my guess is Arjun has seen both options. जब उसने घर पे एनालाइज किया होगा ना, he clearly must have seen knight d4, the first preference of the engine, and he also must have seen knight a5. एंड उसके टीम के डिसीजन होगा कि व्हाट, इफ वाइट प्लेस दिस कॉन्फिडेंटली, and that means he has seen knight d4, then we'll go for knight a5 and try to maintain winning chances. If it takes a lot of time, then we might play knight d4. So it's a practical decision. Knight a5, not the best move, but the second best move in the position. Crazy, by the way, crazy suggestion there. But knight a5 is objectively worse, chat, because bishop d2 पे knight attack there. You don't want to play b6 because ये भी थोड़ा सा अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, and the knight is still stuck. Knight b7 जाओगे क्या? So knight, I think c4 आएगा, bishop c3, b5, b3 and knight b6. So this is the structure he's aiming towards, and maybe he considers कि भाई this is giving him more winning chances. But as of now, a4 के बाद it's a very very double-edged structure यहाँ पे, because chat यहाँ पे knight d2 आने वाला है. And if white can cement the c4 square, then this will be bad for black. So for example, let's say मैंने खेला यहाँ पे knight to d2, ठीक है? You play rook e8, I play rook c1, and you can see, okay, यहाँ पे e4 pawn मर रहा है अभी के लिए, but the point is कि if this square is controlled, then this can be a problem. So it all depends on c4 square now. How does Arjun challenge it? हाँ मजे ले लो चैट, मेरे ही मजे ले लो भाई तुम. हाँ बस टिकू के मजे लेने फैशन में है. नाइस. मीनवाइल चैट देखते हैं क्या खेलेंगे वोकीडोव. वन लुक एट द गेम ऑफ अरविंद. बाय द वे F5 खेल दिया है अरविंद ने, द बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजीशन. एंड यहां पे अब तक कुल मिला के 5 गेमें हुई हैं, एंड पांचों गेम्स में G3 खेला गया है, एंड दैट्स व्हाट नोदरबेक प्लेस. यहां से व्हाइट ब्लैक ने 2 चालों में गेम में नाइट F7 खेला है 3 में, एंड कुछ चालों में यहां पे कैसल्स भी खेला है. बट आई थिंक दोनों मूव्स आएंगी एट सम पॉइंट, बिकॉज क्वीन D2 आने वाला है, सो द नाइट विल हैव टू मूव एनीवेज. तो देखते हैं क्या होगा यहां पे. एंड फिलहाल के लिए दोनों प्लेयर्स का टाइम बिल्कुल बराबर. सो दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे इट्स लाइक they are out of prep. They are not in hardcore prep right now. And meanwhile, chat going to the game of, where is it? Yeah, Prag against Maksudlu. After his move, I think a3 was played as expected, and now bishop drops back to f8. Rook e8 का point ही ये था कि bishop को मैं दोबारा move ना करना पड़े. I can put it on f8, and now of course अगला piece black का जो problem piece है, that's the bishop on d7. कहाँ जाएगा वो piece? By the way, move Maksudlu की है, and Maksudlu is not at the board. Snacks on the table. कौन से टेबल पे snacks है भाई? Do you mean this one? अच्छा. Yeah, I think that's a big banana, by the way. I don't know. I think उज्बेकिस्तान के बनाना थोड़े से वो I think वो होता ना ऐसे they add something and maybe like, that's a huge banana actually. मैंने तो इतना बड़ा कभी देखा नहीं है इंडिया में at least. So yeah, that's a huge one. And फिलहाल के लिए chat bishop f8 played. But I'm back at the seat. I don't think he can waste a lot of time. As we know already, 21 minutes behind the clock. We know यहाँ पे time pressure बहुत जल्दी आता है. It creeps behind you before you can know it. So what will he play now? He can take on d5. I think knight d5, black will probably take with the pawn, and then it's kind of symmetrical. But that also removes the only problem, I think that black also had ski. तो कहीं ना कहीं पे ये equalizing setup होगा. If white is, okay with the draw, he might take on d5 maybe. But attack करना है, but attack करने के लिए ना usually chat the knight is on f3. When you want to attack on the king side, first of all the bishop is already here, so black is ready for g6, bishop g7. So attack करने के chances already कम हो गए. Next, the knight is not on f3, so there is no knight e5, knight g5 ideas. So attack करना उतना आसान white के लिए यहाँ पे नहीं होगा. कोई कह रहा है huge banana. Of course भाई बड़ा है ना size में. I've never seen something like it. Anyways. Arvind currently fifth in India. Fifth in India? How is that possible? अच्छा हाँ विशी सर भी है. विशी सर भी है. You're right. Chat, by the way, Param still think Prag walking, Arjun walking, all Indian players. आई थिंक हमने एक पैटर्न नोटिस किया है कि सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स अपनी मूव नहीं होती तो वॉक करते हैं. दैट्स अ गुड साइन चैट. मान लो तुम काम कर रहे हो कहीं पे भी, कुछ वेलापंथी चल रही है, गो एंड वॉक. कंप्लीट योर 10,000 स्टेप्स अ डे. वाइज स्टे हेल्दी. Arvind is much lower to compared to Nodrbek. Plus, he's playing black against him. On what basis you're saying, Arvind? क्यों ऐसा क्यों? अच्छा. अच्छा. ओके, तो वापस आएंगे क्या? हाँ, शायद कुछ निधि भाई हैज जस्ट ट्रैवल टू द फ्यूचर एंड ही इज टोल्ड अस कि 10 मिनट में थोड़ी देर के लिए कैमरास जाएंगे. सो निधि भाई, फ्लैश, रिवर्स फ्लैश है निधि भाई. फ्रग इज फ्लैश एंड निधि भाई इज द रिवर्स फ्लैश क्लियरली. नाइस टू नो. या फ्लैश फ्रॉम अर्थ टू. निधि भाई, वुड यू प्रेफर टू बी द रिवर्स फ्लैश और फ्लैश फ्रॉम अर्थ टू? निधि भाई जवाब नहीं दे रहे, लगता है निधि भाई की चॉइस नहीं है. सो मीनवाइल चैट फिलहाल के लिए ये पोजीशन है. एंड para मकसूदलू स्टिल थिंकिंग. सो एक काम करते हैं, जाते हैं वहां पे अर्जुन की गेम पे, जहां पे आई थिंक वी माइट सी मूव्स क्विकर, बट नो यार, वाइट इज स्टिल थिंकिंग. सो अर्जुन इज वॉकिंग क्लियरली, ही इज नॉट एट द बोर्ड. Prag is walking clearly, he's not at the board. So who's at the board? Arvind bhai, आप बोर्ड पे हो ना? Yes, चलो भाई अरविंद ये देखते हैं. By the way, जीती बात, Arvind still calculating. I think as we saw castles, let's say queen d2, knight f7 will be the next two moves in some move order. अब क्या ऑर्डर रहेगा वो हमें देखना है. एंड कोई कह रहा है कि वाई डू थिंक अरविंद विल विन. इनफैक्ट आई डिड नॉट से अरविंद विल विन. इनफैक्ट व्हाट आई सेड वाज कि रिजल्ट आएगा यहां पे. दिस बोर्ड आई एम नॉट श्योर अबाउट हु विंस एक्चुअली, बिकॉज as you mentioned, Nodrbek is the stronger player objectively. I mean, it's hard to decide, but yeah, by ratings at least, he also has white, and we know how ambitious he is. कल ब्लैक से कितना पुश किया अर्जुन के साथ. So on paper, I think it would be 55-45 in favor of Nodrbek. But what I'm saying is, we are likely to have a result here because I think positioning kings in setup बहुत complicated होता है, and it's usually very hard to get a drawn position. You will always have the maximum number of imbalances in such a structure. So draw के chances very, very, very high, chat. All Indians will win. Let's hope for that. Let's hope for that. And yes, you are right. Absolutely correct, bhai. You will never know my name. You very likely white might even castle queenside here. That is a possibility, no doubt about it. But kingside be possible still. Like it is still possible. So both sides a possibility. Meanwhile, क्या प्रग की गेम में मूव हुई है नहीं हुई, क्या अर्जुन की गेम में मूव हुई है नहीं हुई. सो सारे बोझ अभी ऐसे ही चल रहे हैं. बाय द वे, लुक एट द क्लॉक भाई, 26 मिनट पीछे है परहम मकसूलू. व्हाट्स हैपनिंग? दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ गेम जहां पे oh, he has taken on d5. I think I see the knight on d5. I don't see it on the board yet. He has 1 hour and 3 minutes on the clock, I think. I think 1.5 minute extra hai. Yeah, still no moves. I'm going to play this for now. Yeah, this is the current position, chat. And that means Param has kind of simplified the structure. Now, if Prag wants to maintain more dynamism, he can take with the queen. But यहाँ पे risk भी है because bishop e3 आएगा. Next I might play knight c3 or knight f4, kicking the queen back. So रानी को बड़े धक्के खाने पड़ेंगे. Maybe black has e5 though. Knight c3, queen d8. Okay, d5. Okay, this is very interesting actually. Because ये थोड़ा सा different structure हो गया. Not sure if either side is ready for it. I think the logical plan would be to take with the pawn, open up my bishop, and both sides will have an isolated pawn now. अगर दोनों प्रग और अर्जुन जीत गए तो इंडियन नंबर वन कौन होगा, मतलब रेटिंग के हिसाब से? आई थिंक प्रग इज प्लेइंग मकसूलू एंड अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग वोकिदोव. सो इफ बोथ विन, आई थिंक प्रग बिकम्स इंडियन नंबर वन एनीवेज. एंड या, टेकन विद द पॉन, वेरी वेरी लॉजिकल मूव बाय प्रग. Not really making any mistakes, trying to play the best moves, and if there's a chance to win, he will grab that. But Param, of course, keep an eye on your clock. गेम स्टार्ट कब हुआ यार? अभी स्टार्ट हुआ यार. इट्स बिन लाइक 40 minutes or so. 45 minutes. चैट, कैन वी डू अ चैलेंज? 160 लाइक है, 700 लोग देख रहे हैं. लेट्स डू अ चैलेंज, ठीक है? आई एम गोना से 1 2 3 नाउ. इफ वी हिट 500 लाइक्स तो एक बंदे को 3 महीने की मेंबरशिप स्ट्रेट. अभी 430 है, 435 तक इफ वी हिट 500 लाइक्स तो एक बंदे को 3 महीने की मेंबरशिप इंस्टेड ऑफ वन. सो 1 2 3 एंड नाउ हिट द लाइक बटन चैट. लेट्स गो. क्या मस्त लालच देता है मेंबरशिप. मेंबरशिप भाई भाई, लेकिन क्रेजी है. मेंबरशिप मिलना इतना आसान नहीं होता भाई. द ऑड्स ऑफ यू विनिंग मेंबरशिप आर एक्सट्रीमली लो, बट इफ यू विन इट दैट मींस आपका लकी डे है. मीनवाइल, नॉर्दर्न की गेम में फाइनली कैसल्स बाय अरविंद चिदम्बरम, एंड यहां पे क्वीन D2 आई थिंक वुड बी द लॉजिकल मूव, और बिशप G2 फॉर दैट मैटर, डिपेंडिंग ऑन हाउ व्हाइट वांट्स टू कैसल. राइट, अगर मेरा प्लान क्वीन साइड का है, मे बी आई कैन गो क्वीन D2. For the king side, then bishop G2 makes more sense. And it's an important choice for white because queen D2, for example, let's say knight F7, knight bachaya, and I castle on the queen side, you can say black is already ready for A6 and B5. So does white want to take that risk? Because B5 aega, so I'm ready to sack a pawn even. You might play king B1, B5, takes, you take a pawn, but my A file is now open. And that can be dangerous. Even though white is better, it can go either way. So I think Nodilbek, even though he's very ambitious, he also has to be practical. So he might choose to castle on the king side in that case. Very interesting moment here for Nodilbek. एक्चुअली वो अरविंद का बनाना और सीट का हैंडल ना, वो ऐसे लग रहा है जुड़े हुए हैं. तो इट लुक्स लाइक ऐसे बनाना ऑन अ स्टिक, ऐसा कुछ लग रहा है वो. इट्स अ वियर्ड सेटअप. Anyways, meanwhile, chat, going to the game of Arjun, where we have seen a bunch of moves. So knight A5 हमने देखा था. Bishop D2, best move played by Vokidov. He's challenging Arjun very well so far. Knight C4, Bishop दे दे मुझे, नहीं दूंगा Bishop. And now B5, ताकि at least जब लात पड़े तो I can go back to B6. B3 आया, Knight B6, and now Queen to D2 played. And apparently Queen D2, even though it's a logical move, I don't think it's the best one. I think Vokidov already missed a trick. Chat, this is a typical Benoni structure. ये पता है कौन सा प्लेयर था chat? There's a famous attacking player from 50 or so years back who really loved this Benoni structure. कौन बताएगा उस प्लेयर का नाम? Come on chat, who's that player? So the player who loved this structure was actually the attacking genius Tal, and it was one of his favorite setups. बहुत बढ़िया attacking games खेलते थे. And I think maybe यहाँ पे kind of forcing A4 and getting to C4 was a higher priority somehow. But white ने queen D2 खेला, which does nothing to control the C4 square, and maybe this gives black more chances. Still a very logical move. Yeah, it cannot be a bad move, but maybe not the best move in the position. Yep, Tal indeed. He loved this structure. Yeah, because counter-attacking structure tha. White gets E5, but I get my own C4, B4, A5. कैसा ब्लैंका कोई प्लेयर नहीं है भाई. कैपा ब्लैंका, कैसा ब्लैंका कोई और था आई थिंक. ये क्या है भाई? माल नहीं ताल. ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? भाई आईडी अनबैन का कहां से अनबैन करानी है भाई? चेसकॉम से तो अगर बैन हुई है तो भाई बैन हुई है भाई. दैट आई थिंक अगर आपने कुछ हैंकी पैंकी किया होगा तो बैन कर दिया होगा उन्होंने. Meanwhile, chat, Arjun now thinking maybe queen D2 is the first move which is not in his prep. Very likely because queen D2 engine की first 3 preferences में नहीं है. So very likely he has not seen this move before. But he knows कि ये engine की top 3 preferences में नहीं है. इसका मतलब कि he knows it's not the best move. That's a good sign for Arjun. As he thinks, let's have a look at the Arvind game जहाँ पे क्या... Oh! भाई मैंने क्या बोला था chat? मैंने क्या बोला था कि नोदलबेग अटैक करने वाला है एंड यहां पर रिजल्ट आएगा. कैसल्स क्वीन D2 अटैकिंग द नाइट. नाइट मूव्स टू F7 एंड बल्ले बल्ले क्वीन साइड कैसल्स. भाई हो गई भाई, बल्ले बल्ले हो गई भाई. यहां पे तगड़ा अटैक आने वाला है भाई दोनों साइड से. एंड आई थिंक चैट, दिस इज माय फर्स्ट प्रिडिक्शन. आई थिंक ब्लैक इज प्रैक्टिकली बेटर. आई थिंक ब्लैक इज प्रैक्टिकली बेटर फॉर नाउ, बिकॉज ब्लैक का प्लान सिंपल है. A6 एंड B5. ये कोई 1200 भी खेल देगा. Of course, Arvind will go deeper. Maybe this, he finds a different plan. Maybe he goes with, but A6 B5 समझने के लिए आपका लेवल हाई होना नहीं चाहिए. So if I want to be either side, I want to be black here. And यहाँ पे बहुत interesting है. So let's say black does play A6, the best move. ठीक है. And now white plays king B1, right? अब हमें देखा B5, which I said was okay for black, but maybe we don't need to sack the pawn because basically है कि queen का रास्ता नहीं है, and it also controls the first. Maybe we don't need to sack a pawn. Black can even play rook B8 first to now play B5 without sacking the pawn at zero risk. At zero risk. So that means B5 incoming, and look at the bar 0.00. Arvind is in the driver's seat. And chat for two important details. Path one for white is, let's say he attacks on the king side. How do you attack? You might play G4, but F4 traps your bishop. You might play F4, but yahan pe at some point I'm going to take, and the bishop opens up towards your king side. So you better not do that. You might play F3, but how is F3 attacking? And if F3, which is the second best move in the position, I'm going to play B5. And who is attacking more? You might play G4, but F4, closing the king side completely, and now I can open on the queen side. This is amazing position for Arvind chat. Amazing position. In fact, it's so, I would say, practically bad for white. I'm going to show you what the engine recommends for white. Okay? And you'll be shocked. Okay? Yaha best variation, if both players play the best moves, is A6, logical move, king B1, rook B8 threatening B5, and the best move for white is bishop A7. What? Rook 8 and bishop back. So basically, white का best plan है to force a draw by not allowing B5. That is ridiculous. Because I'll tell you why. Because there is no way Northern does it. Does it? Like, of course, he can do it. But the point is, the fact that he castled queenside means he's there for an attack. He wants to launch an attack, right? That's the plan. If that's the plan, how does he go from saying, I'm going to mate your king, to saying कि भाई I'm going to draw in two moves? Yeah, that's not happening. So queenside castles के बाद, even though bar is 0.00, आपको समझना है कि players के पास bar नहीं है, players के पास engine नहीं है, players के पास, they don't have 800 people watching to kind of, gather all the information from 800 players. It's just 1 versus 1. And in that situation, black के moves are quite simple. Let me flip the board. यहाँ पे क्या खेलोगे आप? Showing zero knowledge. You will play A6, B5. That's the plan. But what will you play as white? It's not clear to me what would you play as white here. It's not clear, chat. And इसका मतलब कि Arvind has the better chances. Can we have the full board, Nidhi bhai? I think कुछ यहाँ hanky panky होने वाला है. And today we might potentially see an upset here by Arvind, and he might defeat one of the strongest players in the world. भाई मजा आने वाला है chat. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. ये game as of now is the sharpest game. बनाना गैम्बिट भाई ये. हाँ ठीक है. अच्छा क्या मैं जाने वाला है क्या? ओके कूल. सो फिर तो बढ़िया है भाई, बोर्ड ले आए हम लोग. सो वेरी लाइकली, हाँ समझ गया. तो अच्छी बात है, बोल लिया नहीं भाई, लाइक मतलब एटलीस्ट करना ही पड़ता वैसे भी. सो अच्छी बात है कि लाइक दिस इज हैपनिंग, एंड दैट मींस कि भाई बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई. Arvind Chidambaram right now is in the driver's seat. At least that's what I feel, and it's going to be exciting. But of course, he has to play A6. He cannot go slow now. I think, for example, King H8, yeah, something normal like that will not do. He should go for A6 and kind of open the queen side and start attacking on the queen side. Very important. By the way, if white plays H4, good move. So let's say white wants to play H4. Black will go B5. You might go h5, but I am even going to not only play b4, for example, to attack your knight, and e4 is hanging, I can even consider g5. If you take, I take, you take, h6, queen goes back, and now you lost your good bishop. कल कोई पूछ रहा था, what is the good bishop? White के सारे pawns light square पे है. And the bishop that can complement those central pawns is the dark square bishop. That has vanished. And I have sacked the pawn. Now I take on c4, get the pawn back. Rook b8, bishop d7, queen game mein aayegi at some point. Queen e8, queen somewhere here somehow. And this might be extremely dangerous. So I think practically Arvind की position better lag rahi hai mujhe. But he needs confidence. Like he needs to have the confidence कि हाँ by what I'm thinking is better and he should have good chances here. How's your health? कल से हल्का सा बेटर है भाई. कल तो लगी हुई थी भाई. But yeah, it's still not perfect. So देखते क्या होता है. Kasparov versus Passive Casablanca. Nice. So maybe they will have Dragon Ball Z fusion, but yeah, maybe it's too late for that. Meanwhile, Prag की game पे जाएंगे. After knight d5, ed5, bishop e3, decent move, developing the last minor piece. I think black can go bishop g4 यहाँ पे, pin that knight on e2, and then maybe even reroute this bishop all the way to g6 to exchange it for the strong bishop on d3, or he can play bishop e6. I mean, that's also very logical. Or actually 97 and bishop f5. So many options possible, and all of them are equal. So Prag is under no pressure whatsoever. I think should be a comfortable draw at least for Prag. Arjun game में moves आई हैं. After queen d2, Arjun plays the first preference of the engine, a5. भाई, this is a technically a pawn मर रहा है भाई. Chat. White ने खेला queen d2 to stop this pawn. Arjun says, कुछ खेला था क्या भाई? कुछ खेला था आपने? कुछ you were saying something. Like you wanted to take this pawn. You want to take this pawn, you can take this pawn. So clearly Arjun doesn't mind risking stuff. So what's the idea, chat? If you don't take this pawn, I will have a4 idea. So let's say I play knight g3 here. I think a4 is a very strong move because b4 अगर खेलते हो, then the knight comes to c4 and knight बहुत बढ़िया active हो चुका है. And if you, for example, take this pawn, ये bishop का diagonal खुल चुका है. यहाँ Arjun will take on e4 now. Rook takes e4, bishop takes a1, bishop takes b6, rook takes a3, and it's a complete mess on the board. If you look at, if white has one rook, black has two. White के पास bishop, knight, black के पास खाली bishop. So it's basically a rook and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. A rook and one pawn for two knights. That's the imbalance, and it can go either way. Usually दो piece better होते हैं. But two knights are a bit clumsy. Bishop and knight, yeah, two bishops is usually powerful against the rook. But two knights sometimes can be a bit clumsy. Also, black ka king बहुत safe है. And also there are back rank issues. And also if this pawn falls, then black can have two connected passed pawns. So यहाँ पे it's an imbalance. And imbalance is stronger player जीतता है. So I think, वो बोलते हैं ना US के politics में, I fully approve this message by. I think great play by Arjun. सो कैमरा लकीली अब तक गया नहीं है. अब मेरे बोलते ही जाएगा. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर यूजुअली ऐसा ही होता है. अर्जुन अर्जुन के लिए डर लग रहा है भाई. डरने का नहीं भाई, डर के आगे जीत है भाई. अक्षय कुमार ने बोला है डर के आगे जीत है. सो डू नॉट वरी. आई थिंक एवरीथिंग विल बी ऑसम. सॉरी, अक्षय कुमार ने तो कुछ और बोला था. हाँ, आदित्य कृष्ण बोला. सॉरी माय बैड यार. अक्षय कुमार ने तो कुछ और बोला था यार ना. वो क्या, खतरों के खिलाड़ी वट एवर, आई डोंट नो. सो वो की दो मस्त पोज बना रहे हैं बाय द वे, ऐसे वो टिपिकल वो मस्त पोज बना रहे हैं. बट पोजीशन भी बढ़िया होनी पड़ेगी. एंड ही इज अ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर. सो विल फॉलो दिस गेम. मीनवाइल चैट, हम जाएंगे नोदरबेक अगेंस्ट अरविंद में, जहां पे अरविंद इज स्टिल थिंकिंग. He's still thinking. So very, very interesting as of now, chat. Arvind, about to play. He's about to play. Can he play 6? Come on, A6. Arvind, please, A6. A6, please. Oh, no, he plays C5. Oh, you know what? That's a very good move if white doesn't take. अगर व्हाइट ने कुछ खेला किंग B1, दिस इज अ बेटर वर्जन नाउ. A6 B5 इज इवन स्ट्रॉन्गर बिकॉज क्वीन का रास्ता खुल चुका है. सो आई लाइक दिस मूव. अगर व्हाइट ये ना मार दे, ये ना मार दे, अगर अगर व्हाइट ने ये मार दिया, देन मे बी देर इज C5 हियर which is gonna trade queens, then I am not sure. Yeah, then maybe white is slightly better, maybe in the end game. But maybe it's practical play from Arvind, who's realized कि भाई मेरा opponent attack करने के mood में है. He wants to reach my king and he will not trade queens. Maybe that's what Arvind is thinking. If that's the case, it's great practical play because as I mentioned in chat, chess खाली objective best moves का खेल नहीं है, psychology का भी खेल है. And opponent की body language sense करके कहाँ वो फंस सकता है आपको समझना बहुत जरूरी है. So if Nodebek doesn't trade queens, I think Arvind ka C5 might be an even better move than A6 because now the queen's path is opened. हमें देखा जब A6 आया था queen नहीं घुसी थी अंदर. For example, A6, King B1, Rook B8, H4, B5, मारा मारा, क्वीन का रास्ता नहीं है यहाँ पे. हमें क्वीन E8 खेलना पड़ रहा था, फिर B4, फिर क्वीन A4, लंबा रास्ता है. And now the queen has a one move entry into the position, queen to A5, and queen के बिना checkmate नहीं होगी. So practical play by Arvind, I think. He's forcing Nodebek to make the choice right now. Before he has even played A6, he's saying, अगर तुझे क्वीन एक्सचेंज करनी है तो अभी कर ले, इसके बाद मौका नहीं दूंगा मैं. So practically, I like that decision. But of course, अगर यहाँ पे Nodebek अपनी strategy switch कर ले, not easy. But if he switches the strategy, then maybe Arvind, I don't think can. Although unless he plays D5. भाई कुछ भी पॉसिबल है भाई. I eat my words again. So, but still, I think this one will be close to equality and maybe Arvind will not get a chance to attack. So C5, very interesting move and बहुत मजा आने वाला है chat इस game में. We're gonna track this game closely. So far, the most exciting game for today. Going to the Prag game, जहां पे after bishop E3, G6 was played and इसका logic बहुत simple है. The bishop wants to come to G7 and ये D4 pawn पे pressure डालना है. And chat लोग बात करते हैं pressure डालना मतलब प्रेशर डालना क्या होता है भाई. प्रेशर तो मेरी टॉक्सिक एक्स कुछ पे डालती थी. प्रेशर का मतलब भाई यू स्लोली स्टार्ट अटैकिंग अ पीस वन बाय वन. इवन दो वो पीस, लेट्स से रूक C1 बिशप G7, इवन दो अभी हैंगिंग नहीं है, इट्स नॉट रियली हैंगिंग, यू टाइड डाउन द ब्लैक व्हाइट पीसेस नाउ. ये बिशप नहीं हिल सकता क्योंकि मर जाएगा, ये नाइट नहीं हिल सकता बिकॉज ये पॉन मर जाएगा. सो आई एम रियली रिस्ट्रिक्टिंग माई ओपोनेंट टू डिफेंड दिस पॉन. समझ रहे हो, रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर दिया आपने भाई, आजादी पे पाबंदी लगा दी उसके. समझ रहे हो, इसे एंट मैन के लगा दी थी उन्होंने मूवी में, एवेंजर्स में. गाइस अगर अरविंद हार रहा होगा तो नोदुबेक, क्या भाई मतलब व्हाट इज दिस भाई, ये क्या है. ओके एनीवे, सो प्रग राइट नाउ स्टिल fully focused, and the only thing that worries me for Bara Maksudlu here is the clock. They have played what 13 moves. So even the position is simple, so maybe it's okay because of that. Like he still has to keep an eye on that. Clock can be a problem. Going to the game of Arjun, जहां A5 के बाद Vokidov has still not made a choice. यहां पे भी टाइम कम है, बट यहां पे 19 मूव हो चुकी है. बट यहां पे गेम ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड भी है. सो मे बी आई थिंक Vokidov could be under time pressure, and यहां पे उनको ये पॉन मारना पड़ेगा अब. इफ यू नो A फॉर A, B फॉर बॉल करना पड़ेगा. A फॉर A कर दिया तो B फॉर बॉल मारना बहुत जरूरी है अब. If you shy away from taking this pawn now, then black, like what was the point of playing queen D2? It's like वो मूवी में कहते हैं ना, अगर तूने एक कदम आगे बढ़ाया तो मैं उड़ा दूंगा, वो 4 कदम आगे लेते कहते हो भाई मेरे से नहीं होगा. So you kind of really like just give up your main strength there. So मारना पड़ेगा, and then you will have to step into some extreme tactics, and Vokidov is going through that calculation right now. Yeah, plus vision looks like freestyle chess. By the way, we might have announcement for the players freestyle chess pretty soon. मैंने सुना है, I think शायद कल होने वाला है. So we'll get to know the players very very quickly. Arjun of course is playing that event. Magnus is playing that event. But वो I think US में है, so it will be midnight hours में होगा. From 12 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. to like 7:30 a.m. So I don't know if we'll stream that, but at least हम cover तो करेंगे वो through short form, long form, wide form, patla form, whatever it is. I like Ukesh more. He wins a lot, and when he gets even a slight advantage, he beast mode activates. I think it's very subjective, right? Ratings सबकी बराबर है at the end. You look at Arjun 2780, Prag 2779, Ukesh 2776, and the rating is a very good metric because it really calculates everything for you overall. So what's the end result? How many games are you winning? So I would say कि they're all roughly equal in strength. Gukesh has won the most when he's under the most pressure, chahe candidates, Olympiad. Oh, I told you, chat. I told you. Bhai, Legacy Arjun ka gamble has worked. That's not the best move. And now b4 will happen. That's a strong move. A takes b4, A takes b4, bishop b2, and now ye c4 idea kabhi na kabhi aayega. Or you can also play a4, b4, and knight c4. So Arjun already has two options now. Legacy Arjun भाई कैसे कर लेता है बंदा यार, कैसे? And just to point out, accuracy wise, 98.3 accuracy from Arjun and 96.9 from White. And also Arjun की ऐसी कम इसलिए है because he played that move knight a5, which he knew was not the best move. He wanted to trick his opponent. So उसकी accuracy 99.5 actually, या 100 ही है. अनुष्का यार, wait, you again predicted knight g3. मुझे लग रहा है अनुष्का ना, अनुष्का यार, are you also a time traveler then? कुछ तो सीन है भाई यहाँ पे. A4 happening here. A4 is possible, and so is B4. Actually, you have other options as well. Like you can do other options, but I think two of these options are very, very strong. And meanwhile, chat, Arjun in the driver's seat, looking great, in control. Aaj time pe bhi 20 minute aage hai. He's playing the lowest speed of the event. I expect a win from the madman, as he's called. And meanwhile, chat, Prag ki game mein knight f4 played by Param Maksudlu. But this is a weird move for me because after bishop g7, you have to now defend this pawn, right? So I think his plan is to play bishop e2 and then put the bishop on f3. But I don't know, like for example, if I just play queen d6, bishop f3, I can actually still take this. Because bishop takes, there is queen f4. रुक e1 मारेंगे, उसके बाद लेंगे. But कहीं ना कहीं पे ये knight on f4 can be a bit dubious, right? Because ये bishop d4 and queen takes d6 का tactic रहेगा. The bishop is doing two jobs and cannot defend both at the same time. It's overloaded by. So interesting move there. Not the best one from Param. So let's see if Prag can utilize that. I think bishop g7 will come in a second. Prag right now calculating, about to play. We can see हाथ है उन्होंने. And he is in good hands. By the way, chat, Arvind, Noderbek still thinking. Chat, question for you, ठीक है? What would you prefer? Would you prefer Noderbek and passing here, pawn takes and exchanging queens and going into an endgame जहां पे it's, let's say it's a draw, ठीक है? A draw result likely. Or would you prefer that Noderbek attacks and Arvind also gets a6 and then one side wins and we don't know who wins? So what would you prefer? A confirmed draw or a completely crazy position with loss and win possible? No draws. Which one would you prefer? Draw or either side win? Wait. Nidhi, can you check Raj Chandra's comment? Are they streaming without delay? That is ridiculous. Can you please check that? Because somebody said that in the chat. So I hope that's not the case because fair play reasons की वजह से they have to stream with delay. जहाँ तक मुझे याद है. I hope they fix that soon. Meanwhile, chat, वर्ल्ड कप में लखनऊ में हो सकता है यार. लखनऊ would not be, बहुत एयर क्वालिटी खराब होगी यार. अटैक. I also want to see an attack यार. क्योंकि ड्रॉ तो दो से कर ही लेंगे भाई. बाद में मौका मिल ही जाएगा भाई. तभी अनुष्का टाइम ट्रैवल कर रही है यार. अनुष्का, तुम्हारा टाइम ट्रैवल का सीक्रेट पता लग गया मुझे. Meanwhile, chat, still no draw. I agree. I am in for the fire by. So let's hope so कि Noderbek यहाँ पे exchange नहीं करेंगे. So meanwhile, chat, going to the game of our madman Legacy Arjun, जहाँ पे he is slowly squeezing out a better position. Let's go Arjun, play b4 or a4, get the advantage to queen side in typical Tal style. Let's see what happens. Why accuracy in best move stats not showing today? We'll add them. We'll add them for you, chat. Do add निधि भाई जब भी possible हो. But वो communicate जरूर कर देना यूजर चेस वाला कि भाई डिले क्यों नहीं है. That is a bit weird. फिर अगर मैं first pick, I basically just check if user chess is streaming without delay. Uh, हाँ चैट में किसी ने लिखा है. So can you check that because that's weird, right? That should not happen. Fair play reasons की वजह से. Yes, exactly. While I'm a huge time traveling fan, but real life में नहीं भाई movies में अच्छा लगता है. भाई फिर do check that, just check the stream and let me know. Meanwhile chat फिर सर्किट में फर्स्ट पे कौन है? प्रग है भाई, अपना लौंडा प्रग है भाई फर्स्ट पे. ये आप चैट कंफर्म करिए, नो डिले एंड दे विल फिक्स दैट चैट. दे कैन नॉट डू दैट आई थिंक. मीनवाइल चैट फिलहाल के लिए लुकिंग एट द गेम ऑफ Prag by the way playing bishop g7 very quickly. Bhai, if you ask me na, if you ask me, I think आज तीनों विन आ सकते हैं. आज तीनों विन आ सकते हैं. It's very very likely we might get 3 wins today. बिकॉज ये पोजीशन ऐसी है ना जहां पे D5 पे उतना प्रेशर नहीं है. लाइक इट टेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम, इनकन्वीनियंस. एंड D4 पे ऑलरेडी बढ़िया प्रेशर है. इट्स ऑलरेडी अ थ्रेट. हाँ रैपो गेम लगाता हूं मैं, रुको. रैपो 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 ये रहा भाई. 55 मिनट्स एंड 69 मिनट्स है. हाँ तो प्लीज हाँ तो कम्युनिकेट कर दो यार. दैट्स नॉट ओनली नॉट फेयर, दैट्स ऑल्सो लाइक रिस्की राइट, बिकॉज फेयर प्ले मेजर उनको करना है. दैट्स रिस्की बिकॉज या भाई एक भाई वो कल को फिर डे बोलेगा हम इसको नहीं काउंट करेंगे भाई क्योंकि आपने डिले पे नहीं स्ट्रीम किया भाई, तो हमारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स का नुकसान हो जाना है बाद में. ही जस्ट प्लेड बिशप B5. वेट, इज ही गोना सैक्रिफाइस द बिशप फॉर द नाइट? दैट्स एक्सट्रीमली रिस्की अगेन. आई एम नॉट कंप्लीटली श्योर ही शुड डू सो. I don't think he should do so, yeah, because let's say I play, I don't know, what should black play first of all? By the way, there's an interesting move here. That is rook to E4. By basically saying, ये पॉन पे मेरी नजर है, मैंने जिंदगी कभी ना नहीं सुना है, and मैं लेके रहूंगा भाई. So that's a potential move here. And bishop D3, rook E8 could also be a draw if they want it. So यहाँ पे काफी possibilities. And also rook E4, bishop D3 के बाद they might be rook D4 as well as an exchange sack. Okay, that's a bit too much though, I think. It's a bit too much ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. हाँ, that's too much I think. Maybe not enough compensation, yeah. विद अगला पैनल पे यार, विद भाई यार, आई थिंक ही, आई डोंट नो एक्चुअली ये इवेंट हमारा लास्ट मोमेंट प्लान था यार. लाइक वी वर नॉट इवन श्योर इफ वील हैव द कैम्स, इफ वी कैन स्ट्रीम. लिटरली जिस दिन टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट हुआ उस दिन मॉर्निंग में हमारा कंफर्म हुआ है, लिटरली 1 घंटा पहले. इफ यू हैव सीन, हमने स्ट्रीम भी शेड्यूल नहीं करी थी. सो गेटिंग समबडी एल्स, दैट्स व्हाई वी कुडंट इवन गेट Sahaj, right? Because Sahaj was playing his own event. So by the chat, I think Prag has just written down the move. I hope he had seen bishop B5, right? I think he did not miss it. And now rook E4 is possible. Bishop F5, by the way, most logical move in the position possible. And if you take, I kind of like black. I know this pawn is weak, but I can easily defend it. Queen B6, putting more pressure here, defending this. I love this position for Prag. And there's almost 20 more minutes. I think this is amazing. सस्ती राय पेस क्या होती है? अच्छा, सस्ती राय पेस, नाइस. I like that. Sasti Rilo face. Nice. Love that. Meanwhile, chat, going to the game of our madman. Any guys see Arjun? What has he played? Has he played A4, B4? No moves yet. So Arjun still calculating. Important decision, by the way. This move can decide the game. Even though lag nahi raha hai, this move is one of the critical moments of the game. Chat, कई लोगों ने कहा है, मैग्नस ने बोला था जो रोहन के पॉडकास्ट पे, I don't even need to know the best moves. If I know critical moment कौन सा है, and if I just somebody tells me कि हाँ ये critical moment है, I will find the best move and win the game. And A4, by the way, excellent move. That was my choice as well. Idea is या तो आप मारोगे, I will take with the rook, and this is exactly what Nodirbek had against Arjun yesterday. And we know how close Arjun was to losing. Or he has to play b4, but then I can of course play c4, get a passed pawn. But I think even knight c4 just looks so strong, attacking the queen, putting pressure here, and this is just a dream position. Of course, white has his own play. Yeah, it's not over yet, but I love this position from Arjun's perspective because यहाँ पे counter play बहुत तगड़ा है. Counter play से पहले आ रहा है. Play आया नहीं, counter play पहले आ गया. So that's amazing. I love a4, by the way. I know Indian keh raha hai best move nahi hai. B4 was the best, but this is what I would have played, and I love this move. Meanwhile, going to the Arvind game, have we seen a decision by Nodirbek? Not yet. You see, he's also understanding कि भाई मेरा अटैक इतना आसान नहीं है भाई. क्या मुझे एक एन परसेंट करके क्वीन ट्रेड कर लेना चाहिए? इतना आसान नहीं दिख रहा उनको भी रास्ता यहाँ पे. He is also realizing the gravity of the situation. That is 9.81 meter per second square. So let's see what he does. कोई डिसीजन ये एंड टाइम पे पीछे जा चुके हैं. 53 मिनट्स राइट नाउ फॉर नोदरबेक. भाई वो बोर्ड आई थिंक गलत दिखा रहा है. आई थिंक इट्स शोइंग द रॉन्ग टाइम. व्हाट आई सी ऑन, अच्छा वेट वेट व्हाट, आई सी 55 मिनट्स ऑन माई क्लॉक, बट मुझे स्ट्रीम पे 1.5-3 मिनट्स दिख रहा है. दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग. दैट्स अ फर्स्ट एक्चुअली. ओके, इंटरेस्टिंग. Anyways, so going to the game of. Acha, got it. ठीक है. So meanwhile, chat, going to the game of Arjun. Can we see some moves from his opponent now, who is under pressure? Okay, Arjun board पे नहीं है, so maybe I'm gonna switch again. So किस board पे जाए chat? किस board पे रहे? Maybe it's time to stick to the Nodirbek game because I think वहाँ पे critical moment है, and this move again can decide the game. Banana is missing, by the way. Good point. Banana is missing. I think Arvind is probably eating it while he's walking around. So why does the bar show slightly better white in the starting of the game? Because white gets the first move, Mayur. And if let's say you're going for a boxing match, and you get the first punch, you would have a slight advantage, right? What if you knock out your opponent in the first punch itself? उसको मौका ही नहीं मिला भाई तुम्हें मारने का. So that's why white has a slight edge. भाई कैमरा बड़ा कर दो. कैमरा बड़ा करना है या बोर्ड बड़ा करना है चैट? कम ऑन, कैमरा या बोर्ड स्पैम कर दो. टिक्कू जी, यू आर स्ट्रीमिंग 30 मिनट डिले. क्या बात कर रहे हो? दैट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. वी स्टार्टेड द स्ट्रीम एट 3:45. सो हाउ इज दैट पॉसिबल चैट? दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. कैसे? Eh? So can you check this? Like that's not possible, nah? Because they would have to start 15 minutes earlier. That's impossible. We started at 3:45, right? नहीं नहीं, वो नहीं होगा. अच्छा, ओके, गॉट इट, ठीक है. तो बाय द वे चैट, बोर्ड कह रही है तो बोर्ड ही रखेंगे भाई. देखो, एक बंदे को कैमरा चाहिए. जिस बंदे को सिर्फ कैमरा चाहिए उस बंदे को बोलो थोड़ा सा जूम इन करने का. बाय द वे, नो दिल बेक रियलाइजिंग द पावर ऑफ अरविंद अटैक देयर एंड ही टेक्स ऑन C6. तो समझ में आ गया कि अरविंद का अटैक ज्यादा डेंजरस था एंड ही इज काइंड ऑफ इक्वलाइजिंग स्टफ हियर. सो अ प्रैक्टिकल डिसीजन. And huge kudos to Nodebek, yeah, for realizing that because momentum tha, he wanted to launch an attack, but ठीक है, कहीं ना कहीं पे it's okay. 2020 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कमेंट्री कहाँ करोगे? यही करेंगे भाई, और कहाँ करेंगे भाई? सेम चैनल, सेम प्लेस, सेम नॉट सेम टाइम दो, अभी टाइम विल बी डिफरेंट. कहाँ होगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप पता नहीं. बाय द वे, इफ 2 इंडियंस क्वालिफाई फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, फिर इंडिया में ही होगा ना वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप फिर तो. By the C5 played, great move by Novak, only move in that position. And now either Arvind can take and trade queens, or he can even play D5. That's quite interesting. E takes, knight takes, C takes, queen takes, rook takes, सब कुछ exchange कर दिया भाई. अक्षय कुमार का मीम भी इतनी बार नहीं किया था भाई. And now bishop E6. Rook has to come back and bishop takes A2. I win the pawn back and maybe white is slightly better, but because the king yahan pe hai and white is not developed yet, maybe it is still equal. By the way, nahi, but he just... Oh, D5 it happened. Arvind did play D5. So we're going to see this on the board. Wow. We are going to see this on the board. Let's go. प्रग की गेम देखनी है, प्रग गेम चलते हैं. सो अरविंद राइट नाउ इक्वलाइजिंग. सो गोइंग टू द प्रग गेम. बाय द वे, क्वीन D6 हैज बीन प्लेड. So best move, one of the best who's played, and there is a threat sometimes of bishop takes D4 because the knight can be hanging. Of course, you have to be careful, yeah. Do you want to sacrifice the strong bishop for the weak knight? वो एक अलग decision है. But there are threats in the position now. Knight D4, bishop D4. Tactics are in the air. Super important moment, chat. What will happen? Chat, let's go to find likes. भाई लोग जल्दी 500 लाइक कर दो यार. गर्मा गर्म 500 लाइक. भाई 300 लाइक के लिए स्ट्रीम नहीं किया भाई. 500 लाइक होने चाहिए. Let's go, chat. And meanwhile, chat, full pressure. Paramaksulu seems like he's feeling a bit of pressure. Of course, 51 minutes, 13 minutes behind. Samay is playing against Prag. Yes, bhai. I think, Samay, Saga bhai ने challenge दिया था कि 2000 रेटिंग करनी है. तब मैंने कहा 2000 क्या होती है भाई? 2000 क्या होता है? हम 2700 करेंगे. Param is awesome, by the way. He's hilarious as well. मुझे याद है कुछ interviews परम के, like he's hilarious. So a very nice gentleman. But फिलहाल के लिए, of course, we want Prag to win. Yeah, I think we can support Prag. Put our hands with Prag. And accuracy wise, भी अगर accuracy देखो 98.8 by Prag and 98.5 by Param. So Prag also playing, let's say, slightly better chess. Magnus Fischer, who's better? I think Magnus clearly. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, Magnus is the best player in the world ever. So meanwhile, heading off to the other games, Arvind game में, by the way, knight d5 के बाद Arvind is still thinking. So maybe he's having one thought कि queen से मारना है क्या knight से मारना है. Both are possible and both lead to the same at the end. But maybe queen takes d5 is a bit more forcing. Yeah, like okay, knight d5 is also forcing, so it doesn't change much. And also bishop b7 is possible actually. Maybe that's also a move. Because if we take on e7, I can take on e7, and my bishop is very strong. So you might have to play bishop g2. And then maybe I avoid the queen trade actually. Rook b8. Knight e7, queen e7, bishop b7, queen b7. Wait, maybe Arvind is thinking about this. And this still maintains some attacking chances. Wait. Hello. So maybe a draw is not forced here. Chat, look at this. So basically knight d5, bishop b7 is a move. And his position mein apparently bishop g2 is the only move for white to maintain equality. And now rook b8. And if you play the best move knight e7, queen e7, best move bishop b7, queen b7, somehow I prefer black. So pawns count karte hain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So white is a pawn up. बट वो पॉन यहां पे, किंग यहां पे. सो व्हाइट का अटैक तो है ही नहीं. ब्लैक इज द वन अटैकिंग. सो इफ अरविंद वांट्स टू विन दिस, he still has the chance to launch an attack. And that's why he stopped. He's calculating this very line right now. Wow. So Arvind Chidambaram still has the option to put the bishop on b7 and say, no de beg bhai, king संभालना जरा. So interesting position there and time barabar. Meanwhile, going to the Prag game. Oh, by the way, look at this chat. Queen d6 के बाद bishop c6 मार दिया है. Bishop दे दिया अपना strong bishop. Knight d3 played, controlling these dark squares. But chat, I think the position is roughly equal. And if anybody is better, I think it's still black cannot be worse here. Bishop f5 निकालो, activating that bishop. Knight c5 आएगा, for example. I mean, no issues whatsoever. I don't know, rook b8 खेलना चाहिए पहले कि a5 खेलना चाहिए, s6 खेलना चाहिए. Bunch of options available. White is basically playing for a blockade on the dark squares, but हमारे पास bishop pair है यार. Bishop pair के बाद हम worse तो नहीं हो सकते. So पराग पानी पीते हुए and the position still roughly balanced. Time पे आ गया है, तो that's awesome. And also going to the game of Arjun now. Oh, by the way, we have a bunch of moves. B4 हमने sorry, A4 देखा था हमने last. B4 played knight C4, attacking the queen as we discussed. Queen comes to D3. And now rook F8. Apparently rook F8 is not the best move. Like CB4 was the best. But I don't like CB4 actually. Because इसके बाद ना matter simplify हो गया. And I have stopped your 2 pawns with my 1 pawn. Even though the knight is active, I can exchange this later with knight D2 or whatever. And somehow I like white here more. Okay, I'm not sure if I like white, but at least like white has some trumps. I also kind of like this tension, right? So, which gives white the chance to, let's say, for example, take on C5, take on C5. And this is a huge imbalance. This could be completely lost for Arjun or completely winning for Arjun in like 5 moves, yeah? 5 move के अंदर chat या तो completely winning या completely lost. In fact, for example, E5 खेलना चाहोगे, but right now the D5 pawn is hanging. And if you can't play E5, at some point I am going to play B4 and then you are lost. Of course, right now it's not possible. Knight hanging here and B4 anyways, you can't support it with something, but at some point that might happen. We are seeing a move. Oh, 92 blunder. That's a big blunder by his opponent. It's not a tactical blunder, chat, but it's a positional mistake, a huge mistake by his opponent. What? That's the power of psychological play. He sees the knight is so strong. मैंने अभी बोला I can exchange the knight at some point, but some point was crucial there. That was crucial bit of information. Not right now. 92 is a big mistake by Vokidov, and Arjun is on path to win today now with the black pieces. How is it winning? Let's have a look, chat. The point is, हम यहाँ पे CB4 या C4 नहीं खेल पा रहे थे. Black नहीं खेल पा रहा था because खुद का knight रास्ते में था. White ने complimentary buffet दे दिया है 92 के बाद. I can take and play C4, और जैसे बिशप से मारा C4, pass pawn, or even better, I can attack your queen. And once you move the queen somewhere, I don't know where you move, I can now play C4. I can now play C takes B4, bishop takes, and rook a C8. And I have control over the C file. Or even I can just play rook a C8 anyway. So, chahe wo... And played! Arjun plays the best move. Why? He is the madman in action. 95 played. And of course, you don't want to give this bishop for the knight. मैं पहले डायरेक्ट मारूंगा भी नहीं. मैं पहले C4 खेलूंगा. Queen हिलेगी. And फिर मैं ये मार दूंगा. Arjun का gamble has worked, chat. And he is much better now. Shiva bhai, I'm telling you, it went from plus 0.5 to minus 0.8 in one move. That's a blunder. It's not a blunder per se कि आपने कुछ material खो दिया या something, but that's a big, it's not a small inaccuracy. Look, let's go back here. This was the position, right? Queen d3 plus 0.3 hai, plus 0.31, and it goes from plus 0.3 to minus point what 7 now. So that means it's minus 1 का फर्क पड़ गया है एक move से. That's a lot at the top level. So crazy. Bhai, Arjun is now not winning, but he has a excellent strategic position now. It's going to be difficult for white to handle this. Of course, he still has to play some amazing chess, but I think Arjun is on path to win today, Chad. And if he wins, he is going to be very, very close to Fabiano's spot. In fact, I would love to calculate कि आज कितने point मिलेंगे अर्जुन को जीत के यार. Will he cross Caruana today? I'm going to check that quickly because his rating is 2780. His opponent's rating is 2639 and K and win and K will be 10. How many points does he get? He gets 3 points. Okay, he will not cross Caruana today, but he'll be 1 point behind them. Very close. Very, very close. But of course, if Prag wins, he crosses both of them. So that's also interesting. भाई क्या dynamic है यार. Indian players लड़ रहे हैं भाई Indian number 1 के लिए. India number 1 के लिए लड़ रहे हैं भाई players. That's crazy भाई. So can we go full board नहीं भाई? I think chat demands the board. Chat को जो demand मिलेगी वो मिलेगा भाई. Chat को जो चाहिए वो मिलेगा भाई. Chat मेरे लिए भी $1 million wish कर लो भाई. So meanwhile, going to the game of Prag, has something happened there? Bishop f5 played, best move, knight c5, and now you can continue on your merry path. In fact, for example, a crazy move है यहाँ पे, if you really want to go crazy, and that's g5. You can't really take this because there is rook takes e1, queen takes e1, and bishop takes d4, and you're lost now because double bishop आ चुका है, pass pawn आ चुका है. And if you don't take, let's say you play queen d2, I can continue g4, and that's it. Okay, this is a bit weird, so maybe Prag will not play this, but even the normal move is okay. Yeah, like queen f6 खेल दिया, a5 खेल दिया, maybe rook b8 खेल दिया, like काफी सारी moves possible है. Rook e7 खेल दिया, preventing rook knight b7. So lot of options. So meanwhile, looking at the Arvind game, what has he played? He's still not played, chat. He's thinking about bishop b7. I want to see bishop b7 on the board, chat. I want to see bishop b7 because knight d5, queen d5, queen d5, rook d5, bishop e6, rook d2, bishop a2 is equal. And if anybody is better, it's white. Like white is basically playing for the win here because he has a passed pawn. So it's like a position jahan pe 90% draw, 8% white wins and 2% black wins. But if he plays bishop b7, I practically prefer Arvind actually. I actually prefer Arvind here in this position. This is amazing for Arvind. So because he's the one attacking, even though he's a pawn down, he has the initiative towards Arvind's game. Arvind has not played bishop e6 yet. I don't see a chat. And bishop e6 here is probably not the... Okay, knight c3 I think is the move now. So it's not the best. I think white gets a better position if bishop e6 is on the board. He has to find bishop e7 or just take. Yeah, he won't play g5. Very unlikely g5 on the board. Chat, stream like karte chalo bhai. Let's go to find likes. Meanwhile, Arvind's thinking right now in a crucial position. Erigasi Arjun is the one who's better by 95 khela unhone, and white is now struggling in on the board, on the clock, in his mind. He's basically thinking, why did I play knight d2? Why did I underestimate knight d5? I had a better position in my hand. You see Prag troll shot by chess. Do you mean that one jahan pe Prag is like about to play and then his opponent gets up? Yaar, same shot humne bhi banaya yaar actually. If you check Chess.com India, humne bhi banaya the same shot actually. But I think it was titled a bit different. By the way, camera atak chuka nahi bhai. Can we go full screen on the board? I think camera is stuck. We can go chat kitne logo ko pata chala ki camera is stuck? It took me some time to realize the camera is stuck. Nidhi bhai? Nidhi bhai? Nidhi bhai? We need the full board. I think that's also possible, Simon, but we need the pawn on a2 there. So bishop e6 is the better move there. Look, I'll tag Nidhi bhai. मैंने मैसेज कर दिया है, so we'll get the full अभी चीज. Meanwhile, भाई वोकिदोव को अटका दिया यार. वोकिदोव भाई कब तक एक पोज में अटके रहेंगे? वोकिदोव भाई अटक चुके हैं. निधि भाई उसे स्टक. ए निधि भाई निधि भाई कभी स्टक नहीं होते भाई, ठीक है ना? निधि भाई इज ओपी. निधि भाई के खिलाफ मैं 4 शब्द नहीं सुनूंगा भाई, सिर्फ एक सुन सकता हूं मैक्सिमम. मीनवाइल चैट, अर्जुन के ओपोनेंट धीरे धीरे स्लिप होते रहे. लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. If I had watched, I would prefer to watch native. They have been channel comment in English, but भाई हम लोग English में करते हैं भाई. As you know, एक normal Indian, maybe there are some parts of India which will play, speak only in English. Some will, some सिर्फ हिंदी में बात करते हैं. But in general, in my life at least, what I've noticed is Indians usually speak in both. Like literally mid sentence हम लोग language change कर देते हैं, and that's why it's English. यार, तो I think there's a reason behind it. बहुत deep dive करके हमने decision लिया है. So it's not based on कि ऐसी randomly. Plus we play B2 against Param like USA played against. ये क्या बोल रहे हो भाई? क्या बोल रहे हो भाई तुम? भाई अभी भी रुका है. हाँ अभी भी रुका है भाई, वो रुका ही है, वो तो रुका ही है. Meanwhile chat, we're gonna check out the game of what happened in Arvind. Has he made a decision? नो मूव्स जस्ट येट. कैसे खेलेगा मूव्स? अटका हुआ है अरविंद. कैसे खेलेगा मूव्स? बेचारा अटका हुआ है. स्टक इन टाइम राइट नाउ. Uh, Jack's by saying, how many free throw points Prag gets if he finishes first? If he finishes first, he gets like 23.6 points. I think something like that, which is huge, by the way. If he can win this, he gets 23.6 points. That's an insane number of points, and he can really cement that candidate spot. So, hoping he does that, full, pressure also on Prag, right? Because he knows the stakes. I have to win this tournament. I can kind of qualify for the candidates. There is no Magnus playing. Gukesh, मैं बराबर का player है. I can beat him there. So बहुत important moment है. Let's see what happens. Can he finish first here? And chat फिलहाल के लिए 95, and we are going to switch to the Arjun game again. जहां पे Bishop takes e5. What? Why? I am personally shocked. This is what happens when you get stuck in time. Like, why Bishop दे दिया knight के बदले? I'm genuinely shocked by that move actually. Because now I can just play c4, free tempo on your queen. Queen हिलनी पड़ेगी. Now I take this. And guess what happens when I move my knight and this bishop's diagonal opens up? Why? This is dangerous. Let's say rook a d1, rook. I can even go back. I can even double up rooks actually. Why? This is difficult. This is really bad. Like, I have a protected pass pawn. I have completely blocked your e5 break. I mean, you can play f4, but honestly, you're not playing e5 anytime soon. I have bishop h6 ideas as well. Why? This is extremely hard for white, I think. You might have to reroute the knight to c3 or knight to f3 d4 and then hope कि यहां बैठ के मैं कुछ कर पाऊंगा इस c6 पे. But honestly, I love Arjun's position here, and bishop e5 just makes it simpler, I think. वही टाइम में स्टक है तो मूव कैसे चल रहा है? I think, as we oh, by the way, cameras are back. That's how he moved. Yeah, cameras are back. You can see now. So Arjun setting up his seat. Bring some Telugu commentator as well. भाई ऐसे रीजनल लैंग्वेज का कमेंटेटर कैसे करेंगे? तेलुगु, मराठी, पंजाबी, कश्मीरी, ये सब फिर तो थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जाएगा भाई. चेस कम पंजाबी. ओ सामने ने ब्लंडर कर दिया. क्या हो गया? चला इट गेट्स डिफिकल्ट भाई थोड़ा सा कई बार. तो फिलहाल के लिए चैट हम देखेंगे. अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स विल टेक विद द रुक. या द ओनली क्वेश्चन इज, डज ही प्ले c4 फर्स्ट or does he directly take? Both options looking great for him. And meanwhile chat, Arvind game में कोई डिसीजन हुआ है क्या? Arvind is still thinking. He's still thinking. I think he senses the gravity of the situation. कि यहाँ पे I have an equal position in hand. I can go home with a draw, but do I want to attack the dangerous Nodirbek? I think he should. If he draws, I mean, he will forget about the game pretty soon. We will forget about the game pretty soon. But if he beats Nodirbek, that's a game to remember for the entire year. कैमरा दिखाओ, मुंह हटाओ भाई. इस आंदोलन में मैं आपके साथ हूं. अरे यार, गलती कर दी थी यार भाई. बिशप e6 भाई. दैट्स अ मिस्टेक फ्रॉम अरविंद चिदम्बरम. बिकॉज नाइट c3 आ रहा है, एंड आई थिंक व्हाइट इज नाउ अ बिट बेटर. He had the right idea, like bishop develop करना है to attack the knight, but bishop b7 से करना था यार. जस्टिस ऑफ भोजपुरी. यार भोजपुरी आती नहीं है, बाकी सब लैंग्वेज में आई एम क्वाइट प्रोफिशिएंट एज यू हैव सीन ऑलरेडी. This is gonna hurt, bhai. And now Nodebek is in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, chat going to the game of Prag, जहां पे h6 was played. Okay, now Prag is saying basically, यार game equal है. I'm gonna just improve my pieces bit by bit. Maybe g5 खेलूंगा, rook to b8 at some point, rook e7, a5. Like he'll just develop his pieces gradually. दोनों players हल्की फुल्की improvement करेंगे. But I think the advantage is कि any sort of end game, these bishops can be more powerful. सो वाइट को ये वीकनेस और ये c5 स्क्वायर पे प्रेशर रखना है. एंड दैट्स अ लॉन्ग टर्म जॉब. मैं सिर्फ बैठे बैठे भी, इट्स लाइक सम गाय हैज अ बैड मेटाबॉलिज्म एंड यू हैव टू वर्क आउट 10,000 स्टेप्स जिमिंग. एक बंदे का मेटाबॉलिज्म मस्त है, जैसे मेरे सारे भाइयों का है, मेरा नहीं है. दे कैन जस्ट ईट एंड ईट एंड ईट एंड नॉट गेन वेट, एंड दैट्स व्हाट प्रग पोजीशन इज राइट नाउ, बिकॉज ही कैन जस्ट सिट देयर एंड हैव अ बेटर पोजीशन 10 moves फ्रॉम नाउ. कुछ भी नहीं करेगा ना, तब भी वाइट प्लेस स्लाइटली इनएक्यूरेटली, ही कैन गेट अ बेटर पोजीशन बिकॉज बिशप पेयर है. So that's what I like about Prag's position here. And C6 तक पहुंचना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन है. So meanwhile, Prag looking great. I would say we check out the game of Arvind. कुछ हुआ है क्या? No moves yet. And now we go to the game of Erigesi Arjun, जहां पे Arjun is right now thinking. Arjun deep सोच में, I think he can also, by the way, just take. And if the only, देखो C4 वैसे भी आ ही रहा है. The only option is, will White prefer to take this? Maybe he will, because now f4 e5 is a bit stronger because white also has his passed pawns now. So knowing this, maybe I want a one way advantage जहां मेरे opponent के पास कोई chance ही नहीं है. Then c4 makes sense. Like here I can play c4 and I avoid this option. And अगर यहां पे मारते हो, usually this would work, but problem is queen is again attacked. So you cannot really sacrifice this, and Arjun will get a better position. Arvind's position isn't that bad after knight trade, and then e4, it's only minus 0.7. Minus 0.7 is a lot here actually. So let's say you play knight c3, and now what do you want to play? Knight trade. Yeah, you want to play knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e4. This is definitely worse than what he could have had in the other variation. वहां पे already rook b8 पे था, already queen b7 पे थी, and white का knight e2 पे था. It's a matter of tempi, right? So it's a matter of कितना develop हो चुका है black already. So this gives white more time to stabilize. For example, यहाँ पे knight e5 खेल. Okay, first of all, it's oh, by the way, knight e3 played. Let's say it's white to play. White plays bishop e2, knight e5. Okay, king b1 maybe, rook b8. But I agree, maybe black still has some chances. Yeah, it's not like he's lost. So, but yeah, he missed an alternative there, which was better. There's no doubt about it. Knight e3 played, but the good news is Arvind is trying to attack. He is not trying to exchange queens. That's a good, let's say, thought process and a good attitude to have. So, फिलहाल के लिए chat, we are going to go to the stream of Vokidov against Arjun. Jahan pe, oh, c4 is not yet played. So, critical moment for Arjun. He has 18 more minutes on the clock. So, all the time in the world to kind of make this decision. And he's using it again, not even looking at the board. भाई बोर्ड पे भी देख लो अर्जुन भाई, थोड़ा लगे तो कि भाई आप भी इंसान हो भाई, कब तक. So फिलहाल के लिए चैट सब बढ़िया चल रहा है. I want Chess24 to do English commentary and focus Indian games like India. But the thing is, Harif, there's a difference between Chess24 India and Chess-based India, right? The difference is कि we have a global channel also. So जिसको 100% English चाहिए ना, he has an alternative. They don't have it, so that's why I think एक Hindi audience भी है who wants to watch the commentary, right? They want to see and support Indian players, and उनके लिए एक alternate रहता है. That's why I think you see the difference. And मेरे हिसाब से I think it's always going to be English, like 75, 60, 75% Hindi and then rest is English. तुम स्क्रीन से हट जाओ, पहले सिर्फ गेम दिखाओ. लो भाई, सिर्फ गेम दिखा रहे भाई. जो भारत भाई बोलेंगे वो हम सुनेंगे. भारत की कोई कोई मना कर पाया क्या आज तक भाई? नेपो बाय द वे कैजुअल साइट सीइंग करते हुए गेम्स की, वहां से कैमरा के सामने से जाते हुए. चैट बाय द वे, लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स. जल्दी से लाइक कर दो, पहली एम्बुश आपके लिए तैयार है. अर्जुन स्टिल थिंकिंग. आई एम अ बिट सरप्राइज्ड बाय हाउ मच टाइम ही इज टेकिंग, बट yeah, I think he has a pleasant position. So I don't think it's a problem yet because time पे आगे ही है, 16 मिनट आगे है. But I think it's a kind of move जहाँ पे he should have widely taken the decision by now. Maybe he's trying to go very deep into the variations, trying to understand जहाँ पे calculations, जहाँ पे options मेरे वो रहेंगे जीतने के ज़्यादा. Come on, come on, come on. I think he's about to play now. Come on, Arjun, let's go. Meanwhile, chat Prag की गेम पे नजर मारे. So no moves in the Prag game. Maqsood Loot has 37 minutes. He's really taking it down to the deep end. आई थिंक ही हैज टू प्ले नाउ, इतना टाइम लेना नहीं चाहिए, पोजीशन इतनी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है नहीं. एंड मीन वाइल चैट अरविंद की गेम में अरविंद इज स्टिल थिंकिंग. आई थिंक ही हैज टू कंटिन्यू विद दिस प्लान ऑफ नाइट डी फाइव एंड ई फोर, ओपनिंग अप दिस स्ट्रॉन्ग बिशप, नेक्स्ट रुक बी एट, क्वीन को गेम में लाओ एट सम पॉइंट and try to attack on the king side. That's what he has to do. He's a pawn down, but he could have the initiative. आई नो हरीश भाई, बट वही है ना, लाइक यूजुअली देयर अ प्रॉब्लम, राइट? सो अगर हम भी कंप्लीट इंग्लिश करेंगे तो हिंदी वालों के लिए कोई भी नहीं है. सो दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम देयर. आई गेट योर पॉइंट एज वेल, एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी काइंड ऑफ बैलेंस बोथ, वरना हम पूरा हिंदी करते. दैट्स व्हाई इट्स लाइक 75-25, 60-40, बिकॉज वी अंडरस्टैंड कि कई लोगों को इंग्लिश ही सुनना है. इट्स अ बैलेंस देयर, and most Indians I know like understand both. There are some people who don't in pockets, but usually most people understand both. So that's why I think there's a balance there. But फिलहाल के लिए chat, Arvind in an important moment. This, can he come up with the best idea? So going to the Arjun game, Arjun bhai, and he's played c4. Arjun finds the best move, finds that intermediate move. Bishop hanging hai, baad nahi maar sakte hain. And of course, chat, yahan pe if you try to sack your queen, it's not enough. It's only two pieces, so it's not really enough, and black will win this. So आपको queen हिलानी ही पड़ेगी. And it doesn't matter queen कहाँ चलो, queen c3 भी आओगे तब भी मैं रुक से मारूंगा. In fact, now the queen is opposite the bishop, and that's a tactical nightmare. So I think queen को c2 या e2 type position पे आना चाहिए. Queen c2 I think is the best, because you also keep the pawn defended, you are not in front of the rook, and you also kind of stop the pawn. So queen c2 I think should be the best move. Anything else is clearly worse. Arvind Vijay is still, if you unless, yeah, I agree. I think Arvind Vijay is not over. Yeah, he's not lost or anything. I think if Nodve plays the best moves, Arvind will be worse. But I think practically Arvind की position में अभी भी दम है, अभी भी दम है. अर्जुन एंड फिरोजा इन बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप, बिल्कुल अर्जुन खेल रहा है. एंड वी ऑल्सो हैव निहाल, डू नॉट फॉरगेट द बुलेट जीनियस. सो निहाल भी खेलेगा, एंड दैट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम डे आफ्टर टुमारो चैट्स. डू नॉट फॉरगेट, not only will be streaming this one, like we will be streaming this one, like which is Uzbekistan Chess Championship Cup. Sorry, we also will have the Bullet Chess Championship, so that will be another event. और उसमें आई थिंक बड़ा मजा आएगा. वी डोंट हैव अ कार्लसन और हिकारू प्लेइंग. ओके, एक सेकंड के लिए मेरा नेट उठ गया था. आई थिंक आई एम बैक. निधि भाई, एम आई बैक? Let me know if I am back. I think I should be back right about now. Yeah, I think I should be back now, chat. Let me know. एक सेकंड के लिए मेरा लाइट जाती है तो आई डोंट नो, इट डिस्कनेक्ट्स फॉर लाइक 5 seconds or something. अर्जुन मस्त पानी पी रहा है भाई, चिल कर रहा है अर्जुन यार. क्वीन d4, या क्वीन d4 अगेन, लाइक आई थिंक आई टेक विद द रुक. एंड द प्रॉब्लम इज, जब भी मैं ये नाइट हिलूंगा ना कहीं पे भी, मान लो ऐसे रुक ए d1, लेट्स कंटिन्यू, या रुक e7, नाउ यू प्ले दैट्स जस्ट ट्राइंग टू शो यू अ पॉइंट, किंग h2, ऑलरेडी यहां पे नाइट g4 चेक, एंड यू लूज द क्वीन. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक क्वीन को बिशप के ऑपोजिट रखना इज अ टैक्टिकल नाइटमेयर. तो क्वीन बिलोंग्स ऑन अ लाइट स्क्वायर जहां ब्लैक बिशप उसको हरास नहीं कर सकता. निहाल को स्पीड मॉन्स्टर 20 बोलते हैं. ही हैज बीन अंडरफॉर्मिंग. यार द थिंग इज, आई डोंट थिंक सो. आई थिंक लास्ट टाइम ही लॉस्ट इन द बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप, इट वाज हिकारू whom he lost to. So Hikaru is still, I think, stronger than Nihal. So मुझे लग रहा है कि यार, like I think this time he could potentially win. So meanwhile, chat jumping to the Arvind game, chat के लिए कुछ हुआ है वहां पे? Oh, no moves still yet, till yet. Yeah, Arjun. Oh, by the way, 35 minutes for Arvind. I hope he's keeping an eye on the clock, because the last thing you need is no time in the final few moves in this complicated position. Because already सिर्फ 15 moves खेले अरविंद ने, एंड उसके लिए 55 मिनट यूज कर दिए, और अब 25 मूव के लिए सिर्फ 35 मिनट है. सो ही शुड प्ले राइट अबाउट नाउ. इट्स नॉट इजी. Come on, come on, come on. भाई मुझे तो उठ के चला गया भाई. Come on, Arvind, you have to play. भाई टाइम कम हो रहा है यार. Just take the knight on d5 and play e4. Come on. So Arvind right now in some trouble there on the clock. Arjun की position बढ़िया लगती हुई. Queen c2 has been played, and of course he will now pick up the bishop in a second. And chat, pawn से भी मार सकते हो, but I think usually you don't give your opponent a pass pawn, and also this blocks the bishop. So rook takes should be an automatic move for Erigesi Arjun. Sally, you use the words apparently and might have a lot. Maybe that's true actually. Yeah. I do that actually a lot. वोकिडोफ ब्लंडर भाई वो तो कब कब ब्लंडर कर चुका है यार. ये डिलेड क्यों आ रहा है रिस्पॉन्स. सीवाई एलिगेशन करता है यार. आई हैव नो क्लू एक्चुअली. मे बी दे हैव सम वर्क देयर, बट कई बार काम भी हो सकता है ना कई बार यार. एंड फिलहाल के लिए चैट रुक टेक c5. कम ऑन अर्जुन, लेट्स गो. लेट्स टेक दैट बिशप एंड गेट अ क्लोज टू विनिंग पोजीशन. भाई जो वो की दफा पोज देखो भाई, कोई कहेगा मतलब +11 चल रही है वैल्यूएशन अभी. पोज तो मस्त है भाई, कॉन्फिडेंट. And he's taken with the rook. That's an amazing move. And now, chat, the idea is at some point this bishop's diagonal will open up, and look at the mayhem it can cause. And chat, बहुत important detail देखो. मान लो सारे पीस एक्सचेंज हो गए. Rook a d1 played by the way. In the end game, जब knight against bishop आएगा, the bishop has bishop b2, bishop a3, bishop b4. So any sort of endgame with the bishop, it's completely lost for white. You see how this can be really dangerous for white if it doesn't create any chances. Arjun bhi khelega, Sanket bhai. Yes, Arjun is playing, Nihal is playing. We'll have two Indian players in the Bullet Chess Championship, and it's going to be fascinating to watch that match. बहुत मजा आएगा. It'll be amazing. Meanwhile, chat, full pressure on Erigesi Arjun. Can he find the best moves? Rook a e8, for example. Put more pressure on the e4 pawn. Not give white a single second to relax. That's very important, because the more time you give white to relax, the more problem white can cause. Yeah, for example, knight f3, knight d4, putting pressure here. The knight can come to c6 then and attack the rook on e5. That's a problem. Why is Mukesh opening so weak of late? Novices, they were atrocious. Yeah, that's an important question. And in fact, we recently asked Vishy sir that question as well. Like, he got some worse positions, and that video will come out soon. I think in the next week it will come out, so you can check it out. Check what Vishy sir said. But I think my take is that maybe he was playing some risky ideas because he wanted to complicate the position. He just maybe underestimated how bad the opening was. Like, I remember that game against Arjun, right? Jahan pe he played, I think, knight f3 or something, which was that's just bad, and he got a -1 position out of the opening. So maybe he just underestimated those openings. He was not familiar with those openings, and he really thought he had a better position than he actually did. So it's all about just, at the end, practicality, and he will learn from those games. And that's a good sign, right? Even with those slight flaws, he's the world champion. What happens when he removes them? I think he will become stronger. So there is enough room for improvement for Mukesh, and that means he can even improve his rating further. So बाकी elements में कितना strong है वो कि he can compensate for such opening disasters sometimes. And he won those games, by the way. He won many of those games and kind of complicated the game and won those. So that means his chess skills are great, and his openings can even go further and improve, and that will improve his rating further. So that's amazing. Meanwhile, chat, one look at the Arvind game. Has he played something? He has played it. Knight d6, knight d5 मार दिया है. Knight d5, now e4. Brilliant move by Arvind, opening up the bishop towards Nodibek's king. And even though the bar is screaming that, you know what, white is clearly better, almost +1, at the end, जो feeling मुझे आ रही है ना, this is still similar to a King's Indian structure. It's not really the same structure, but the evaluation wise, black can create a very strong initiative. And the white king will be stuck on the queen side. He cannot go back now. It's too little, too late. And he will have to stay on the king side and face insane pressure from the black pieces who are going to really assault the white king. And the c5 pawn, the extra pawn, it does defend the king a bit, but it's basically the only asset that white has. So agar ye pawn mar gaya, then it's completely lost. So I think, question for you, chat. If you could choose the white or the black pieces, which one would you choose? Yahan pe. White is better objectively, but black has an attacking position. So which one would you choose? White or black, chat? Come on. Because it's very calm, by the way. That's proven under evidence, Vikram bhai, also. If you remember, there was a जो freestyle chess का tournament हुआ था, वहां पे उन्होंने heart rate monitor लगाया हुआ था. Fabiano Caruana, world number 2 for the past 10-15 years, heart rate उनकी 110 थी, and Gukesh was 60. Like the commentators were shocked कि भाई इतना कम heart rate कैसा है इसका. So that tells you how good Gukesh is, how strong Gukesh is, and how calm he is. Even more important, that's the main point. He's incredibly calm, and that tells me कि भाई Gukesh is definitely a deserving world champion. कई लोग कह रहे हैं white, maximum लोग by the way white कह रहे हैं, but I would say कि it really depends on your style as well. If you prefer attacking, you might prefer black. But if you prefer like an extra pawn, right? You are materialistic in life. मतलब मेरे को एक yacht में मतलब एक Ferrari गाड़ी चाहिए मुझे. The monk who did not sold his Ferrari. आप उस किताब के fan है, then maybe you prefer the pawn. I also belong to the category by the way. I would prefer the extra pawn, but I think King's Indian के against था जो मेरा experience रहा है, it's very difficult to play against. And the structure, although is not exactly the same, जब मैं देखता हूं ना रुक b8 आता हुआ, नाइट e5 आता हुआ, भाई थोड़ा डर लगता है भाई, थोड़ा डर लगता है मुझे भाई. जैसे रुक b8, बाप रे, already threatening rook takes b2. That's scary. And if you have to play b3, then a5, a4 भी आएगा कभी ना कभी. So basically the position is, if white plays perfect chess, he wins. But अगर एक गलती white ने कर दी, एक गलती white ने कर दी, the game could be lost. So Noderbek you will see, I think, now you will see him taking more time than, Arvind gradually, because at least for the next 5 moves, he will take a lot more time and try to calculate, because he knows ki kitna important hai. Where does the pawn on b2 belong? How is he defending against rook takes b2? Because knight vapas, for example, let me show you the problem. Yeah, let's say king b1, rook b8. You can't bring the knight back. Just bishop takes c3. It's over. Queen takes, loses the rook. And if you take on d8, rook takes b2 check first. Why? King c1, and now I take this and you are lost. So you can see how ek move mein game harna possible. You can't bring the knight back. You can't defend this. If bishop d4 khela, to queen d5. Bishop g7, queen a2. Khatam. Resigns. So that means the only move in the position is actually b3. So white has only one move. Ikloti chal has b3. And if he has the only move, that means you are really treading on thin ice. बोलते हैं ना जब वो लेक फ्रीज जाती है, आप जाते हो वहां पे स्केटिंग करने, बट आपको पता है कहीं ना कहीं अगर ये आइस पिघल गई तो आई एम गॉन. ये वही सीन है. सो यू नो इट शुड बी ओके, बट कहीं ना कहीं डीप डाउन डर लगा रहता है भाई. So मत करो ऐसे काम. So meanwhile chat, e4 on the board. So Arvind still having some chances, even though he's behind on the clock and behind the evaluation. Prag की game पे जाएंगे. By the way, he has played my move a5. I've been waiting for this for a long while, preventing b4. And now chat, very important. Okay, we also had a couple of other moves. So if I knight c5, h6 we saw, queen f3 aaya, and now a5. And if white now plays b4, that's a bad move, I think, because takes, and the b4 pawn is now a weakness. I can even play moves like rook takes a1, and queen to b8, attacking this pawn. And if anybody is better, it's white. If anybody is better, it's white. And that's why I think, black. So that means Prag with the bishop pair, as I mentioned, has a decent position here. And I think Maqsoodlu has to be the one who has to be careful here. And time pe bhi, he's way behind, 21 moves to play in 32 minutes. So if something does go wrong, he won't have as much time to defend this all. So we'll focus on this game as well. Very important moment here. Meanwhile, Arjun ki game nazar maarte hain, jahan pe no moves from Arjun. So we saw knight rook e5, of course. C4 खेला था Arjun ने, आया queen c2, rook e5, rook d1. And since then, Arjun has played no moves. That's very interesting. So according to my understanding here, at least, Arjun is really going way deep now. I think this is where his calculation ended before. He understood with his intuition कि black is better, and now he's trying to decide कि भाई ये रुक कहाँ जाएगा. Do I want to heavily attack e4 and block e5? Do I want to create chances with the c pawn somehow? How strong is knight f3, knight d4, or knight b1, knight c3? How do I use this bishop? Is white threatening f4? So lot of, and where does white put this knight? Do I want to play h5, h4 to attack this knight and put pressure here? So lot of things to ponder for Arige Arjun. That's why you see him calculating here. But at the end, once he plays his next move, I would expect the remaining moves to come up very, very quickly. I will choose Arvind's position a little bit. Ajay bhai, I will also actually. I like that attack. But of course, objectively, white is still better. If Fabi crosses Hikaru in the FIDE ratings, and as he's also qualified for candidates, will Hikaru will go into hands? Yes, because Fabi has already qualified. And jahan se aap pehle qualify karte ho, that is the one that counts. So Fabi has already qualified via the FIDE circuit. And iska matlab ho gaya ki uski rating spot matter nahi karta. Even if he crosses Hikaru, Hikaru still gets the rating spot. There's not tournament from yes, Bullet Chess Championship hoga Satvik bhai. That starts on 25th. We have the qualifiers today and tomorrow, jisme you'll have all the players in the world playing. But the main tournament starts from 25th day of tomorrow, and usme we'll have, of course, Arjun, we'll have Nihal playing along with Firuzja. And of course, you might have some players qualify as well because qualifiers aaj aur kal hai. Who knows who might qualify? Maybe Arvind qualifies. Maybe, a Prag plays and qualifies. Maybe Vidit qualifies. We don't know. By the way, has Arjun played Rook E8? No, not yet. Yeah? He's not played it yet. Arun bhai, he's not played that Rook yet, but I expect. And which Rook, by the way? That's an important decision as well. Do you put this Rook back? Do you put the A Rook? I think A Rook probably is stronger because Rook E8, maybe I think I have time now for Knight B1. I really want to play this maneuver. Knights are great blockading pieces. But it's not a bad move, of course. I think both rooks can be played to E8 though. Depends on your strategy. I think where do you want to put pressure on? What happened to Arjun? Why is he looking at the board? I've never seen him like this in this other events. Actually, I think he has this habit, 5-star, of not looking at the board. And that's, I think, his preference. And it's a great thing because he doesn't need the board to calculate. Like, if I remove the board somehow, you would think there's a guy daydreaming right now. But he's not. He's fully focused. He's calculating. And I can tell you, this is great for his calculation. As we discussed, visualizing the board is super important for your calculation. And he's doing that exactly in real time. That shows you how strong he is. Arun bhai, no spoilers. Arjun bhai, no spoilers, bhai. Please. Arun bhai. And meanwhile, chat, we are looking at the game of Arvind as well. Jahan pe Nodirbek still thinking, as we predicted, he's realizing the game is not so easy. And he is gonna think for a while until he plays the next move. And it's very, very complicated. Super important, chat. Look at the black bishops pointed in the right direction near the black king on c1. That's so important here. The rook coming to b8 next, also pointed at the black king. Knight coming to e5, also coming to d3. Queen could be coming to a5 or, even b7. So black धीरे धीरे करके यहाँ पे, white की king की जिंदगी में आने वाला है. So white has to find ways to simplify the position. चाहे queen trade हो, चाहे bishop trade हो, कुछ ना कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा ताकि the attack is not as strong. So full pressure, and Prag ki game pe meanwhile, bishop f4 played, nice move, attacking the queen, and the queen drops back to d8. And now I think probably looking at ki time situation kya hai, maybe it's best if Param just exchanges rooks. And then he just puts the bishop back, maybe rook d1 or bishop e3. I think that's the best because you exchange a few pieces, you move closer to a draw. And I don't think white is really playing for a win here. The only weakness you have, जो मैं आराम से bishop d7 से defend कर सकता हूं, and you have a huge weakness on d4. And if you lose c6, the game is still not completely lost. But if you lose d4, the game is over. So I think losing this pawn is much more dangerous than losing this pawn. So that's why I think Param has to be a bit careful, and that's why he's holding his head. Yeah, he knows he's playing for two results. टाइम डिफरेंस गेटिंग इवन एग्जैक्टली आई टोल्ड यू आई थिंक नोदरबेग का काम इतना आसान नहीं है यहाँ पे यू कैन ऑलरेडी सी ही इज ड्रॉपिंग टू द 39 मिनट मार्क एंड टाइम बराबर होते हुए आई थिंक one thing is interesting. So Arvind is not at the board right now. Now, how I would look at this is either Arvind has seen everything. Otherwise, I personally would be calculating like hell right now. Like I would be like, let me use every second of Noderbek and try to, kind of equalize the time instantly. But I think Arvind is doing this while he's walking. Yeah, they're on a completely different level. They don't need to even sit at the board to calculate. So that's exactly what he's doing. I can guarantee you he's not wasting this time. Position इतनी complicated है कि you want to save every second you can on the clock. Super important. भाई कुछ अपडेट दे रहा हूं मैं. In the chat, Prag should play B2. Wait, Prag should play B2. What is B2? So you want to attack B2. Now that's a good plan actually. सुन नहीं रहे यार. कई लोग सुनते नहीं है. पता कई लोग नहीं सुनते चैट. ऐसा नहीं हो कि आपकी जिंदगी में आया है जो कभी आपकी बात सुनता ही नहीं है. जितना भी उनको उनके भले के लिए बोल दो बट कोई सुनता ही नहीं है भाई. क्या करें. बट एनीवेज परम भाई सिंह मेरी क्यों नहीं कोई सुनता है भाई. ब्लंडर नहीं कर रहा है कोई मेरे खिलाफ. एंड बाय द वे व्हाई इज परम सो स्ट्रेस दो. Like he looks like incredibly stressed. His ears are pink. His face is pink. Like ऐसे queen मर रही है. ऐसे queen like it's as if he has played queen e4. Like mouse slip हो गया queen e4. ऐसी ऐसी feeling आ रही है मुझे. So hopefully Param gets back on track. I think he has a decent position. And also, wait, one look at the game of Arjun. If something has happened. Not yet, yeah. No moves, I think, still. So Arjun still calculating and time yahan bhi barabar ho chuka hai. So as we see chat, there's one interesting, thing I've noticed in this tournament. All players who are ahead on the clock, right? They are utilizing the time instantly. They're not trying to maintain that time difference. So उस time का पूरा इस्तेमाल करके चाहे वो नोदरबेक उस गेम में हो against Arvind and Arjun in this game, they are trying to use that time to get a better position. That's very very nice. I like that. जो strategy time advantage maintain करने की होती है ना कि 20 मिनट की, sometimes that can backfire and then you just it's just very weird. So Arjun thinking, meanwhile, chat, going to the game off. Parham against. By the way, he has taken on e8 as expected. I think that was logical. Let's exchange pieces. And now he puts the queen back to d1. And okay, the queen on f3, I'm not even sure why the queen was there. So I really don't know. कि queen वहां कर क्या रही थी. So queen d1 very logical, defending the pawn. And black can now play queen e7. Maybe threaten rook e8 next. And then queen e2. अगर मेरा rook 7th rank पे आ जाए, let's play h3, rook e8, let's play rook c1, queen e2. You can already see how Prag is almost winning. This is already close to winning for Prag. So मेरे हिसाब से black का plan simple है. I want to get to the 7th rank and because I have the bishop pair, you are worse. So Parham का plan क्या है? I think Parham's plan is defensive. It's so hard to get to this pawn first of all. Let's say I play bishop e3. I completely avoid your plan. Like I can just play rook b8 still, maybe attack b2, फिर b2 defend करो. Then I can start to somehow find ways to attack this. But still most likely a draw I feel, and also black can expand on the king side. That is still a possibility. There is no risk from black expanding with g5 and then g4, h5, h4, h3 and creating some sort of weakness on the king side. Totally possible. Chat, weakness of two principles. The principle of two weaknesses, sorry भाई, ये A का B, B का D कर दिया मैंने. Principle two weaknesses, basically you have one weakness, एक और create करनी है to win the game. Ajay is not there for Rapid and Blitz in Croatia. Yeah, I think he didn't get the GCT invite, so he is not playing that one. We'll have, I think, Gukesh, Prag, and Magnus, if I'm not mistaken. सो इट विल बी अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग इवेंट एज वेल. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा भाई वो स्ट्रीम करने में. And meanwhile, chat, going to the game of Arjun. Are there any moves? No moves just yet. Arjun still thinking. Okay, I can sense he's about to play right about now. Come on, Arjun. Come on, Arjun. Which rook to e8? Chat, come on. A rook या e rook? कौन सा रुक जाएगा e8 के ऊपर? कोई ना कोई तो जाएगा मुझे लग रहा है. Because this is kind of a threat, right? This is kind of irritating. So which rook will go to e8? Come on, chat. कौन सा रुक? A की e? B2, अबे यार. Can we focus on the chess भाई? You know, I know chat तुम politics के दीवाने हो and political experts हो. अर्नब के बाद इंडिया में तुम ही expert हो politics के, मुझे पता है. But maybe we can focus on the chess भाई. मैं expert नहीं हूँ, problem ये है भाई. I don't want to say some things के बारे में मुझे knowledge नहीं है. So let's just focus on the chess भाई. CHE S. S? Okay, that was weird. But anyways. Start full pressure. 30. Oh, Arjun का time नीचे. And he plays rook a8. That is the best move in the position. So A वाला rook. R2 भाई, you're absolutely correct. And Tanish भाई, you're correct. A वाला rook खेला and E4 pawn पे full pressure. If you play F4 chat, यहाँ पे आएगी Queen to A7. दर्दनाक check. King H2. And now chat, there is a beautiful move in this position. हाँ, तुम स्पॉइलर दे रहे हो ना, अब दो स्पॉइलर जरा. अब देखता हूं क्या स्पॉइलर देते हैं. अब तक स्पॉइलर है, मुझे पता है कौन सा रुक जाएगा, मैं स्मार्ट हूं. अब बताओ क्या ब्लैक की मूव है. अब बताओ, अब पता चलेगा स्पॉइलर कौन सा है. सो व्हाट इज द ब्लैक्स बेस्ट मूव हियर? व्हाट डू यू थिंक? सो मान लो F4 खेला, दैट्स अ लॉजिकल मूव, राइट? यू वांट टू अटैक द रुक. क्वीन A7, किंग H2. व्हाट इज ब्लैक्स बेस्ट मूव इन दिस पोजिशन? Come on, chat. What is black's best move? Knight takes e4. भाई ये फ्री का रुक, फ्री का knight. Yeah, I know charity, is begins, it's great, but it begins at home भाई. तो पहले अपना ख्याल रखो. No knight e4. Knight check. Knight g4 check. उससे क्या होगा? मार दिया pawn फ्री का knight. No. हाँ, अब एक बंदा नहीं लिख पा रहा. अब क्या हुआ स्पॉइलर्स का मेरे भाई लोग? अब क्या हुआ? Yes, Sauradeep bhai, you are absolutely correct. The best move here is rook h5. Just what? And now the threat is knight g4 check. And that's dangerous because let's say you pass the move. Let's say आपने खेला knight b1, knight g4 check, king h1, and now knight f2 check आ रहा है या queen f2 भी आ रहा है. मारा तो मारा, ये मारा तो भाई ये मार दिया, या पहले रुक h4 खेल दिया, whatever, and you are winning. So this is dangerous. लेकिन भाई अगर मैंने ये मार दिया तो then knight h5, अब f4 pawn हैंगिंग है, bishop h6, bishop f4 आ रहा है, and there is no way to defend. And chat, if you play g3 to defend this pawn, what is black's best move भाई? ये तो बता दोगे तुम. ये लोग तो इतने स्मार्ट तो हो यार, इतना क्रेडिट तुम लोगों को देना पड़ेगा भाई. इसके लिए स्पॉइलर्स की जरूरत नहीं है. इफ आई से यू नो व्हाट, ज्यादा अटैक्ड है, आई एम गोना डिफेंड माय पॉन. व्हाट इज द बेस्ट मूव फॉर ब्लैक चैट? कम ऑन, ब्लैक टू प्ले. दो चालों में तहलका मचाना है, कैसे मचाओगे? रुक h5 इज क्रेजी भाई. इफ अर्जुन फाइंड्स रुक h5, आई थिंक अर्जुन ओपी कम से कम 2 मिनट तक स्पैम होना चाहिए. यस साहिल भाई साहिल नाम में कुछ जादू है, हमेशा लाइफ में फर्स्ट होते हैं भाई, आफ्टर 10 पीपल. सो क्वीन f2 चेक इज द मूव, किंग h1 एंड नाइट g3 इज चेकमेट. सो भाई क्या भाई, खत्म हो जाएगी गेम. सो रुक h5 इज अ डेंजरस मूव. I really want white to now play f4, like f4, queen a7 check, king h2, which is forced, and now rook h5. Bhai, this will be epic. This will be epic. But difficult again. But ये बहुत difficult rook h5. Like this is not easy to see, right? Because you are already doing well. Feels like I can just go back, and he can go back actually. That's also better. So मेरे हिसाब से it's not necessary. And sometimes practically rook e7 might be the better move, but it's just pretty. It's just beautiful यार. कई चीज ना यार पता है अपनी हो नहीं सकती, but देखने में लगता है बड़ी सुंदर है. ऐसे कश्मीर की वादियां क्या सुंदर है, मगर जा नहीं सकते आजकल, मैं तो नहीं जा सकता। तो आई थिंक वही चीज है। सो देखने में बड़ा सुंदर है भाई। Yep, you're all correct, chat. सबके सब करेक्ट है। क्वीन एफ टू चेक वुड बी द गेम एंड। सो फुल प्रेशर ऑन अर्जुन ओपोनेंट। अर्जुन सीट पे भी नहीं है, देखते हैं क्या खेलते हैं यहाँ पे। F4 वुड बी एंड F4 इज द इंजन्स फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस। सो इट इज द गुड मूव, इट्स जस्ट की ब्लैक की पोजीशन ही इतनी बढ़िया है। तो देखते हैं क्या खेलेंगे यहाँ पे। व्हाइट फुल प्रेशर ऑन व्हाइट हियर। नोदर बे की गेम में नो मूव स्टिल, ही इज गॉन बिलो अरविंद ऑन द क्लॉक। भाई इतना तो मैंने भी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था। मैंने कहा था नोदर बे टाइम लेगा, बट इतना टाइम लेगा मैंने सोचा ही नहीं था यार। इतना टाइम तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं था लेगा वो। वाओ। सो सुपर इंटरेस्टिंग चैट। एंड नोदिरबेग फीलिंग द प्रेशर of the bishop pair, pouncing, ready to pounce on his king on c1. Wow. Let's go. Let's go, bhai. Arvind, I think Arvind is back in the game. He's definitely back in the game. और एक गलती यहां पे अगर white ने कर दी, I think it could be game over. And you can see Notebek is not able to find the correct solution here. He is struggling. He is struggling. देखो पैर उठा के हाथ में रख लिया। Like he's fidgeting around a bit. He's looking a bit nervous. कल याद है अर्जुन के साथ खेला था तब, भाई कम से कम 400 किलो के तो स्टेयर ही दे दिया उसने भाई अर्जुन को। कल ही was confident. Today he is not confident. You can see it on his face. Bhai, this is important. This is really important. Can Arvind create an upset? Take a big step towards moving into the world top 10 again? And can he also knock out, like Nodrbek, by the way, Nodrbek, if he loses to Arvind, drops to world number 9, from literally having a chance to reach world number 4. They say if you think of more 20 minutes, you don't play. Exactly. You are kind of recalculating the same stuff, right? Like overthinking. तो लोग कहते हैं कोई भी चीज करने से पहले प्लान करना चाहिए। प्लानिंग इज ग्रेट, बट व्हाट्स रियली बैड इज ओवर प्लानिंग। कि व्हाट इफ हम कैंपिंग करने जा रहे हैं, कोई चींटी आ गई टेंट के अंदर, तो कोई छोटी मोटी चीजों पे मच्छर आ गए, तो ये चीजें बाद में सॉल्व कर सकते हैं भाई। कि रास्ता देखो भाई, गूगल से कैसे जाना है, कौन सी फ्लाइट पकड़नी है, कौन सी ट्रेन पकड़नी है, गाड़ी पकड़नी है, क्या कितने कॉस्ट का टेंट है, बाद में देख लेंगे बाकी से भाई। चींटी और देख लेंगे, चलता है। Are you an expert with world language? Bhai, I have played chess for many years. So there are some similarities in how you kind of behave when you're under pressure and when you are feeling nice about your position. And also, Nodirbek is a extremely aggressive player. When he's feeling the vibe, he's staring at his opponent. He's like aggressively sitting down, banging the clock a little bit. Like Carlson को भी stare देता था भाई वो, ऐसा लेवल का बंदा है। Carlson को कोई stare नहीं देता. So and now Queen C2. That is not the best move. That is a slight error already in the position. And now Rook B8 is the best move. I think it should be an automatic move from Arvind there. Zar time lena hi nahi chahiye. You want to put the rook on B2 square and kind of force B3 from white ताकि आपका plan simple हो. So Rook B8, threatening Rook takes B2. B3 आना पड़ेगा. And now because the queen is not here, why can't I play Queen A5? Wait, that's why Queen C2 makes less sense to me, because you gave black the A5 square. Wait, what? This is a mistake. This is definitely a mistake, chat. Because pehle, it was hard for black to develop the queen. Either you had to play Queen C8, but there is knight E7 forking the king and queen. And if you play Queen E8, then knight C7 forking queen and bishop. But there was no easy way for black to develop the queen. And after you play Queen C2, like Queen D2 pehle thi, Queen C2 khel diya, you don't control the A5 square. And after Queen C2, Rook B8, B3 forced, by the way, no other move possible. There is one move, by the way, which is... Okay, chat, एक fun question, ठीक है? इसलिए I say sometimes the engines are ridiculous. What is the second best preference, the second best move for white? What is the second best move for white in this position? कौन निकालेगा भाई? जो निकालेगा उस बंदे को मेरी तरफ से सल्यूट, बिकॉज आप थोड़े लेजेंड है, आप थोड़े हटके हैं, आप थोड़े अलग है, आप जो कर सकते हैं वो कार्लसन भी नहीं कर सकता. What is the second best move for white? He's betting on c pawn, I agree, but the thing is, the c pawn will never go to c8. जब तक वो बिशप जिंदा है, it will never ever go to c8. So you will still have to face an attack. Not knight b6. No. Yes, Rohan bhai, it is b4. अगर नोदर बेग ने ये खेला, आई थिंक उसको अर्जुन अवार्ड दे देना चाहिए भाई. मतलब b4 इज रिडिकुलस. व्हाट. लग रहा है बिशप d5 मार दिया, फ्री का राइट. नाउ बिशप c4. लुक एट दिस वेरिएशन बाय द वे. क्वीन f6, रुक d5, क्वीन a1 चेक, क्वीन b1, किंग b2 आओगे तो बाय द वे क्वीन h1 रुक गया. सो क्वीन b1, क्वीन c3, क्वीन c2, क्वीन a1 एंड इट्स अ ड्रॉ. इसलिए कई बार ना इंजन थोड़े से ज्यादा ही हाई होते हैं. तो b4 नॉट गोना हैपन इन अ मिलियन ईयर्स, आई थिंक. दैट्स नॉट अ ह्यूमन मूव. So I think b3 after rook b8 is the logical move there. So rook b8, b3, and now Arvind has a great square for the queen. Queen coming to a5, and white यहाँ bishop c4 खेलेगा. So he puts another piece between his king and any rook that wants to come to c8. And yeah, I think 95 now, bringing the knight, attacking the bishop. Maybe 97 check, king f7, bishop takes check, king e7, and ये position बहुत, king e7 आ चुका है भाई. literally it's very very complicated. rook d6 आ सकता है अब भाई. I think यहां पे time is going to play a huge factor, and the player who loses will be the last one to blunder on the clock. So यहां पे position नहीं, क्लॉक डिसाइड करेगी कौन जीतेगा. एंड ड्रॉ यहां पे होने के चांसेस बहुत कम. सो एज ऑफ नाउ अरविंद शुड प्ले रुक b8 क्विकली. उसको क्लॉक पे टाइम मेंटेन रखना चाहिए, बिकॉज आई थिंक दैट विल बी वेरी वेरी यूजफुल लेटर ऑन. सो अरविंद थिंकिंग, मीनवाइल वन लुक एट द Prag गेम. बाय द वे, जो मैंने कहा था g5 हैज हैपेंड ऑन द बोर्ड, and I think still the game is just equal. Yeah, not much has changed. And g5 का आइडिया बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है. So the idea is he's asking the bishop the question कि आपको यहां जाना है कि यहां जाना है. And that's crucial. Why? अगर bishop यहां आता है trying to stop rook b8, then your d4 pawn cannot be defended by the bishop anymore. इसका मतलब queen से डिफेंड करना पड़ेगा. अगर bishop यहां आता है तो d4 तो डिफेंड हो गया, but now rook b8 is possible. So g5 basically forces white's hand into deciding कि what is more important for me. It's like choosing between normal and commerce. वापस नहीं जा सकते. You cannot go back. So very important decision for Param here, and he chooses bishop to g3, and now d4 is a problem pawn for white. लुकिंग अर्जुन गेम पे जाते हैं. बिल्कुल थोड़ा टाइम देखी नहीं है. लेट्स हैव अ लुक व्हाट अर्जुन इज डूइंग. रुक e8 के बाद रुक e2. व्हाट? ओके, आई थिंक दैट्स अ नॉर्मल मूव, नथिंग फैंसी, बट yeah, it feels like I think he's on the defensive, right? White is on the defensive now. Black is the one attacking. Rook e2 automatically दिख रहा है. Idea क्या है? To double up rooks, maybe defend the e4 pawn, and of course long term he wants to play e5, but the d5 pawn hanging है knight or queen से, you can never really play e5. So e5 is far away. Okay, ये नहीं खेला उसने. He also has c3 in the air. Tactical ideas. Forget the, let's say knight यहाँ पे नहीं है. I can always play c3, and if you take with the queen, some rook discover attack can also happen. So tactics also in the air, and e4 pawn पे बहुत pressure आने वाला है. In fact, knight h5 is the strongest move. Knight h5, rook takes h5, bishop opens up, and this is scary. And chat plan है हमारा simple, f5 now, and we break open the e file. हमारे rooks game में आएंगे, and then this c pawn will be the star of the game. So Arjun in a great position right now. Time पे भी बराबर है. He has absolutely no flaws in this game. And also कई लोग कह रहे हैं knight d5 apparently is possible. It is because you can't take right now. I will take on e2 and that is winning for black. But knight d5 पे there is knight c4. bc4, ed5 and now the queen defends the rook and knowing कि हमारा protected pass pawn c4 पे है, I don't think we should do this. I think this is also better, no doubt. Arjun could do this, but this kind of removes our strength on c4. I think इस pawn, ये pawn ना white के रात में nightmares में आएगा 4 दिन तक. So we don't want to exchange this pawn for this pawn, I feel. I think knight h5 is a stronger move, or even just rook e7, also getting out of f4 prophylaxis, depending on how he wants to play. That knight h5, to me, feels like the best move here. By the way, he plays e7. Okay, he goes for this plan. Also very logical, I think. Getting out of f4 ideas. And now knight d5 ideas are again in the air. Meanwhile, chat, I think Arvind has played. Oh, rook b8 played. Great move by Arvind. Played quickly as well. And now b3, of course. I mean, it's a brilliancy, but it's the only move. The idea is that knight यहाँ पे hanging है. But if you do take this, I have bishop c4 and I get the knight back. So I think यहाँ पे let's say bishop d5, bishop c4, queen f6. Again, bishop d5, some checks. But king d2 यहाँ पे logical है. Because, yeah, the bishop stops any checks on the d file. So queen भी हमारी hanging है. And this will not work. So meanwhile, queen a5 played. So great move by Arvind. Amazing move by Arvind. And very important, played very quickly. That's so, as I mentioned, time यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा factor है. And why Nodir Begbi instantly plays bishop to c4. And now 95 is the best move. Because chat, अगर आप यहाँ pass करते हो h6, 97 is winning on the spot. Check लगी, king h7 and I pick up the bishop. You resign. So कुछ ना कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे. You have to get out of this check. अब king h8 खेलते हो तो there could be bishop d4 exchanging the bishops and कहीं ना कहीं हमारा attack कमजोर हो गया. So we don't want to do that. That's why 95 is very important, but it's also very difficult because 97 पे आपको king f7 आना पड़ेगा, which is not easy. Which is not easy. Mistake incoming. Let's hope so, bhai. B3 is the best move, Abhishek bhai. That is the best move. So I think as of now, Nodirbek playing amazing chess. And time neck to neck चल रहा है भाई. ऐसे दिल्ली के मेट्रो की याद आ गई यार. कई साल हो गए ट्रैवल करे हुए, बट ऐसे बिल्कुल नेक टू नेक लोग खड़े होते थे. वैसी फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे यहाँ पे अभी. बिल्कुल ऐसे टाइम ऐसे 26 मिनट चल रहे हैं. And meanwhile, chat, as Arvind thinks, one look at the Prag game. Yeah, no moves here. And rook d e1 played. And now look at this chat. Queen to b7. That's an interesting move. So if you now play king h2, for example, he has basically vacated the d7 square for his knight. Knight d7. And if king g1, knight e5. And this knight is coming to d3. Agar ye knight d3 pe aa gaya, as you can see, the position is already lost. It's lost. Khatam. So, queen b7, excellent move by Arjun, preparing knight d7 and knight e5 and knight d3. एक famous game थी Karpov Kasparov की, जहां Kasparov अपना knight d3 पे रखते हैं and then he destroys Karpov. एक world championship game थी, बहुत famous यार. Octopus knight इसको बोलते थे, I think. Octopus, by the way, other लोग कहते हैं aliens है, तो it is an alien level move by knight to d3. Crazy by Octopus. So going to the Prag game, Prag has played h5. Oh, wait. By the way, bishop g3, h5 played. Why? Prag is trying. Prag is still trying to break through on the king side. Very interesting. I thought it was going to be like a very dull draw, but Prag is trying to push still. Wow. So we have some stuff going on, chat, which can still spice up even this game. The game we thought is going to end in a draw. Even this game is turning out to be spicy. So king side पे attack चल रहा है. एक बहुत slow attack है. It's not like he's trying to mate white. He's just trying to poke. ऐसे poke कर रहे हैं. हल्का फुल्का weaknesses create कर रहे हैं. And trying to see if white makes a mistake. So h5, g5, h4 या g4 both will come next. And let's see how Prag plays this. Time पे 4 minute आ गया है. That's going to be an important 4 minutes for Pragnanda there. So meanwhile, Arvind ये में कुछ हुआ है क्या? No moves by Arvind still. Arvind is 3 minutes behind. As you can see, 95 is a crucial game here. यहाँ पे blue arrow, blue eyes hypnotize करती हैं, तो blue arrow आपको मजबूर करता है खेलने के लिए. खेलना ही पड़ेगा 95 उनको. Arvind is chat player. भाई सारे इंडियंस chat player है भाई. क्या क्या चेस खेलते हैं भाई. ब्यूटीफुल ब्यूटीफुल. So we are looking at the games between uh, right now Nodirbek and Arvind, and 23 minutes for Arvind as he still has to play 21 moves. Damn. That's difficult, right? 21 moves in 23 minutes in this position. Nodirbek also, by the way, doesn't have an easy task. 20 moves in 27 minutes for him as well. So both players are going to feel the pressure right about now. Nodirbek तो पानी भी दूसरे के टाइम पे पी रहे हैं भाई, कि अपने टाइम पे पानी पी के टाइम वेस्ट ना हो 4 सेकंड. So Arvind thinking right now, meanwhile going to the Arjun game, the only game, oh, by the way, knight f3 played, knight d7 now. But how do you, okay, he stopped 95 for now, because if you play 95 next, I'm just going to take as white. But even that feels strong. Let's say you play king h2, I play 95. Even then, I mean, black is just better. Yeah, the bishop is so much better against knight. h5, h4 aane wala hai, and you again will have to move the king. So I think as of now, black still absolutely cruising. Wishes are playing in Leon Masters on July 4th. Really? I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Leon Masters. We did stream it last time, but we had cams. Niribhai, can you check who's playing in Leon Masters tab tak? Like, is it worth? Because हमारा Zagreb already hai, but maybe we can stream both if that's a possibility. Do check the players list for Leon Masters. Meanwhile, chat 97 played, and Arjun kept his hands folded, gets up from his chair. He knows the game is in his pocket right now. So let's see what happens. So meanwhile, one look at the Prag game. Okay, bishop e5. Oh, h4 played and bishop e5, and that's not a good move apparently. That's not a great move. Wow. So जो king side advance है, now you can play f6, bishop h2, and now I can play bishop f8. I can bring the bishop down via this path if I want to. And my bishop is actually complementing the pawns pretty well. You know, pawns on dark squares, bishop on light square. Of course, ये bit है यहाँ पे, but it's a double-edged sword. But yeah, as of now, interesting. So if you play king h1, random move, I can even consider, okay, maybe I want to do this, maybe not. That'll be a draw though. Okay, depends on how Prag wants to play this actually. Frostino, Liam Lay, Jem Santos, and Vishy Sir. Okay, then it's not really strong opposition, right? Yeah, maybe then we stick to Zagreb. But okay, we can figure it out. Meanwhile, chat, bishop e5 ke baad, still going to the Nodirbek game. Has Arvind played? No moves yet. Come on. Arvind bhai, you cannot take that much time. 95 has to be played. What about knight d6? Wait, what? Free knight? भाई pawn है c5 पे भाई बड़े ध्यान से. You cannot blunder pieces like that. Knight e5 is the only move. Rook f8 is also okay. You kind of defend the bishop, but the best move is knight e5. You want to develop a piece. Bring more pieces into the attack. Yeah, Leon always crashes in G3. I think Leon last time Arjun was playing, so I think it made sense. Now, if it's already clashing with like a Magnus versus Gokesh match and Prag match, then maybe it makes less sense to stream that. But I'll still check if we have cams though. Arjun is so weird that he always crashes loaded player. Yeah, that's the point, right? He has those imbalances. He will create complications constantly. And I think अपनी strength का display कर पाता है वो. He's able to show the rating difference, right? Because he creates so many complications. तो अच्छी बात है ना भाई, that's great. You want to see that in the game. Mistake incoming. Arush, I don't know if it's spoilers or if it's expectations. I hope it's both. Come on, come on, come on. अच्छा, Arvind की mistake नहीं, Arvind की mistake नहीं चाहिए भाई. We don't need a mistake from Arvind. We need a mistake from Nodirbek. Yo, Anish Nag, bhai, what's up? दुनिया के खलनायकों का, अंत करने वाले अनीश नायक हमारी चैट में 95, 97, you can just play king f7 or king h8 chat. Even king h8, by the way, you pick up this. I give this check. And if king b1, there's queen c7 apparently, which is, don't ask me why it's so strong. Knight d5 pe, there is queen e5. Wow. That is so beautiful. Wow. Look at this chat. After this 95, 97 check, I thought king s7 was forced. But you can play king h8 because bishop e6, knight check, king b1, queen c7 attacking the knight, knight back and queen e5. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. But Arvind does not play knight e5. He plays rook f8. And chat, that's the second best move in the position. So it's not the best one, but it still maintains his chances. Next chal, वो 95 खेलेगा. So white has to now find either bishop d4 or king b1. One of these two moves to maintain an advantage. If he doesn't, I think अरविंद कंप्लीटली इक्वलाइजेस. सो मीनवाइल अर्जुन की गेम में चलते हैं, देखते हैं क्या चल रहा है वहां पे. ही हैज प्लेड रुक e3. ओके, I mean rook e3 is a nothing move. It's like saying okay, I defend my rook with the pawn now, and if you play knight e5, I take, I have rook f3 in some, but okay, I don't know the point of it. Looks a bit weird. Queen b6 played, and now rook 3 e2. Why now he's playing nothing moves. He's repeating moves. Uski literally दो moves थी, rook e3 and rook e2. He is repeating moves and offering a draw. If you wanna draw, I'm ready to draw basically. But of course you don't draw. Here you play knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5, and then you start pushing the h or the f pawns. You create somehow, you open the e file somehow, and at the end you're going to have a protected pass pawn supported by the dark square bishop, जो ये pawn कभी भी उड़ा सकता है, and you're completely winning. So of course Arjun will not take a draw. And h5 played. It's not the best move in the position, chat, but it's still an excellent move. You want to kick this knight back and then attack the e4 pawn. Excellent move by Arjun. It's not in that chat. I think it's the best move was knight e5, but you also want to ideally play knight e5 when the knight is not on f3. So you're trying to improve your position, and agar white sirf repeat hi karne wala hai, so you might as well repeat your position to the max, right? White is not doing anything. You will just play rook e3, rook e2. So let's play h5. Great move by Arjun, I think. And Arvind की game में कुछ हुआ है क्या? No moves by Odebek still. Both players under huge time pressure. 20 move pending है, and एक player के पास 25 मिनट है, एक के पास 20. Going to the Prag game now. Have we seen a move from Prag? No moves from Prag still. He's still trying to contemplate if he wants to play f6 or not. I think he should. If you take on, here d5, you can't play f6 anymore. The knight will sit on d4, and there is pressure on the g5 pawn. So this would be clearly better for Paramaksulu. So let's just play f6 here. Meanwhile, Arjun की गेम वापस जाते हैं. Let's see what his opponent plays. He's back at the board. Arjun copied Prag. Yeah, to some extent. But I think the h5 move is very logical. Actually, जब भी knight g3 पे होता है तो h5, and जब भी knight b3 पे होता है तो a5. ये बहुत logical चालें हैं. Like I think बहुत strategic idea होता है to kick the knights back at zero risk. Women's World Cup stream करोगे? यार, I want to. So I want to stream it, but I don't think we have the cameras. So without cameras, I think it would not make sense. I know कि Divya is playing. I know Hampi, Harika, Vaishali are playing. There are a bunch of other women players as well. जो मैंने देखा था. I think Nandita, Priyanka, Marian, a lot of players playing actually. Padmini, I think as well. But I think we don't know we don't have the cameras for that event. So that's why we can't stream it, I think. If we get the cameras last minute, maybe, but as of now, I don't think so. And it also clashes with a couple of events, yeah. So वो एक अलग drama उसमें. But anyway, chat फिलहाल के लिए Arjun, has played h5 and his opponent is feeling the pressure. सीट में पूरा पीछे ऐसे चिपक के बैठे हैं कुर्सी से अपनी, because yeah, मेरे बोलते ही आगे आगे भाई, of course. Bad move. By the way, he has played knight f1. That's a decent move. आपने preempt कर लिया that h4 move. Also, by the way, chat करिए, अरविंद की गेम में move आ चुकी है. King b1, nice move by Noderbek. And now, of course, knight e5 has to be played. And then bishop d4 will be played by Noderbek. So as of now, chat, unfortunately, Noderbek seems to have the better position. He's consolidated a bit. एंड कहीं ना कहीं पे अटैक मुझे नहीं दिख रहा है अभी के लिए. सो मे बी अरविंद कुड गो डाउन इन दिस गेम, बट देर इज वन सिल्वर लाइनिंग चैट. जब भी टाइम प्रेशर आता है, द गाय विद द वीकर किंग स्ट्रगल्स. इट्स जस्ट वेरी वेल नोन, बिकॉज आपका टैक्टिक्स मिस करने के चांसेस बहुत हाई होते हैं. इफ दैट्स द केस, it all depends on whose king is weaker. Right now, I think it's equally weak, to be honest. Black has also played f5, so the king is also weak. That's why bishop d4 is such an important move. After bishop d4, it's kind of a debate whose king is weaker. So Arvind has to come up with ways to keep the white king under threat. How can I make sure that white king is under threat? For example, एक move है which is ridiculous, yeah? Queen to a4. Why? Like, that's a ridiculous move. Queen to a4. And if, let's say, I play bishop d4 now I play bishop d5. Bishop d5 and bishop d4, because the queen now attacks the bishop. So you see how weird moves you have to play to prevent bishop d4 from white. That's how strong this bishop d4 move is. That's the star piece for black. The good bishop complementary to his pawns. So you want to exchange that bishop with bishop d4, and that's why queen a4 maybe is a move. But queen a4 is incredibly difficult. I think knight e5 is the logical move, and that's the move we're going to see played by Arvind. Vantika nominated by president for what? Acha, Vantika is also playing the World Cup. Kya? Is she playing the World Cup? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Vantika is playing the World Cup. Let me know if she's also playing. But as of now, I think all the top women players are playing. So it'll be fun to see who qualifies. Which events will come in? Bullet, Zagreb, Las Vegas, Swiss, Esports, Women's World Cup. Bapre. So we'll be covering the Bullet Chess Championship, Zagreb, Esports. I don't know actually. We still don't know if we'll be covering that. Swiss कौन सा है भाई यहाँ पे? Grand Swiss, yes. Women's World Cup, likely not. Las Vegas, likely not. So उस लिस्ट में से Women's World Cup and Las Vegas we might not be covering. बाकी सब likely we'll be covering. Esports का मुझे पता नहीं है तो. And chat फिलहाल के लिए 95 played and bishop d4 played by Noderbek. He is equalizing the attack, neutralizing the attack on his king. And now we need some fancy moves by Arvind to maintain that onslaught on his king. We're going to world number 1 soon. That's impossible, Gaurav bhai. I think Carlson tak baitha hai. It's going to be very difficult. But in the meanwhile, I think we're going to go to the game of Prag once. Kuch hua kya? No moves by Prag still. I'm a bit surprised, yeah. Still, he's thinking about f6. And meanwhile, Arjun game agar hum jaye, to knight f1, rook c8. Wait, that's quite weird, right? Like he's suddenly switching plans from attacking the e pawn to pushing the c pawn. Knight e3 now. I think Arjun is kind of trying to confuse white a bit here, and time pressure definitely playing a role, but I think he has to play knight e5 at some moment. He cannot avoid it forever. Come on, come on. Arjun bhai jeetna hai yaar. We have to win this game. Come on, chat. Arjun OP ek baar laga do yaar chat mein yaar. We need that win from Arjun. If he wins chat, he will join the leaders. Prag and Noderbek both at the top of the standings. Of course, if Noderbek or Prag win, that can be a problem. By the way, Prag has made a huge mistake. What? Wait, what? Why did he take on e5? We just saw that was a mistake. Ooh, this could really change things. Now I wish my pawns were back on g7 and h6. Bishop takes, d takes, And now he plays queen to e7. Chat, he is double attacking. And if you play knight d3, I'm gonna take, and Prag is winning. But the problem is, as I mentioned, the knight belongs on d4. I'm gonna play knight b3, and if you could take this, amazing, but you can't take this because there is queen g5 check. I think Prag has blundered. He has blundered spectacularly here. He's really overestimated his position quite a bit. And if this happens, I think he's basically lost. You cannot allow white to grab on g5. So going back, if knight b3 happens, what is Prag's plan? What is Prag's plan? It's not clear to me. Is it c5? Is it c5? Because queen d5, there is rook d8, queen c5, knight c5, and rook d2. But is it enough for a draw? I'm not sure. b4. This feels very scary. Why go into this? Why? You can only lose this. Okay, I am completely shocked by this. Prag right now has made a huge mistake. I think he has an idea in mind, which we will see soon. But as of now, objectively, it seems to be a mistake by Prag. So we'll come back to this. Prag struggling chat. Let's hope so he comes back. Do hit the like button. Let's get to find likes. Meanwhile, Arvind game में क्या हुआ है? No moves by Arvind. 13 minutes for Arvind now to play 19 moves. I mean, you need an hour and 12 minutes to play the best moves here. This is looking extremely difficult. And not to forget, Arvind is on 1.5 points. If he loses somehow, he will have basically no chance to win the event. And Prag leading. If he loses his lead. Will Arjun be the sole winner today? Or will Prag and Arvind fight back? Come on, come on. Arvind, we need some trick. For example, Chad, यहाँ पे one of the best ways to play is to give up the knight on bishop on e6. Bishop check and king h8. So basically what you're saying is I'm going to give you the bishop pair. I'm going to remove your strong knight. I'm going to put the king on h8 and that's safe. The king on h8 is quite safe. And now if you, let's say, play a random move like h4, I'm going to maybe start playing rook d8 and attack the bishop. If bishop c4 now, I'm going to have even rook d4 ideas. I'm going to have queen b4 ideas with knight c4 threat. And my attack goes on. And that's pretty fair. That's a decent idea. The problem is after bishop takes d5, bishop takes king h8, it's white's move. And I can play bishop c4 first. And if you play rook d8 now, I can put the bishop back on e2. And now I don't see the attack. For the queen b4 अगर आपने खेला to attack this, I can simply put the bishop back on b2 again. And whenever you move the knight, your king also becomes weak. For example, bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, king takes. I can just pick up this pawn. Rook takes, queen takes. And whose king is weaker? White is a pawn up. I have two pawns in front of my king. And your king basically has none. Like queen d7 check aa raha hai in this actual position. And you might settle on h6 for now. But check again. King g7. And now rook c1. And to be honest, I think black's king is weaker, not white's. So if everything goes, according to this variation, I think Nodabek is just winning the game. So Arvind needs to come up with some sort of variance there, confuse Nodabek somehow. But as of now, it looks like Nodabek is in control. Let's see what happens. Thank you, Kakashi. Thanks all for the compliments. Filal ke liye, hoping Arvind can, by the way, get up some good results. He needs an important move. 10 minutes for Arvind now. He shook his head slightly. He's looked at the clock. He's feeling the pressure. 9 minutes for Arvind now to play 19 moves. That is insane. That's 2 minutes a move. More than 2 minutes a move. Oh my God. जैनिस की तरह भाई स्क्रीम करने का मन कर रहा है. So let's have a look at the Arjun game for a second. Meanwhile, chat, as Arvind plays. By the way, 93 is where we left it. 95. Finally, Arjun deciding, "Okay, bhai, I'm going to exchange the pair of knights. Bishop takes e5, and knight f1 is a slight error from white again. I don't know what the plan is. I think maybe he's worried about the e4 pawn, so he wants to, let's say, defend some dark squares, then maybe play knight d2, knight f3 next, and something like that. But as of now, black is doing really well. Black can even play queen d4, chat. The idea is, let's say you play, I don't know, knight g3, but knight ही मर रहा है. Let's say I play knight, let's say rook d1, attacking the queen. Simply queen c3. And the idea is, once you trade queens, I always have the threat of bishop b2 and winning that pawn. So आपका rook हमेशा यही रहना पड़ेगा to defend this. हमेशा. Till the end of the game. So whenever I play f5 and try to exchange rooks, you cannot exchange rooks and you will at some point crumble. So great move there. Knight f1 is a big, big mistake. By the way, chat kariye, Arvind, big blunder. What? King, look at Noderbek's face. He cannot believe that move. He's like, what? King f7. Okay, I am quite shocked because it's pretty obvious the king needs to go to h8 and, be as safe as possible. See, he's shocked by that move. He cannot believe king s7 was played. You see the expression on his face, like, by kya? King f7. Okay, see, Arvind is, of course, a world top 15 player right now, so he has an idea. So what is his idea? Let's try to understand. Let's say white plays a random move h4. I think his idea is to take on c4. I think that has to be the idea. Otherwise, you're basically doing nothing. Oh, by the way, he just takes on e5. Noderbek plays the best move in the position. He's not kidding around. Bishop takes, and now knight f4 or knight e3 seems to be exchanging all the pieces. And I think Arvind is going to struggle here. Yeah, Noderbek again plays the best move. Bro, he is not backing down. भाई गलती एक तो कर दे भाई, थोड़ा तो गलती कर दे भाई, कुछ तो उम्मीद दे. And now, chat, the problem is, if you take queen takes, rook d7 check आ रहा है. अरे बाप रे. This is lost. This is lost, I think, chat. This is lost now. I think Arvind is losing. I don't think he'll survive this now. Beautiful game by Noderbek today. Just beautiful. And accuracy-wise, chat, 96 for Noderbek in such a complicated position. Kudos to him. And 89 for Arvind, 89.6. That's just not been a fair competition. I think Noderbek has played a flawless game today. So meanwhile, Arjun game में जाते हैं. वहां पे क्या चल रहा है? Knight f1. Arjun is still thinking. He has 21 minutes. And by the way, only 6 more moves to the time control. So no time pressure for Arjun here. आराम से कर सकते हैं वो, यहाँ पे जीत सकते हैं गेम. And at least एक win तो यहाँ से आएगी. Now the only question is, can Prag defend? Because Prag ने फालतू में complications करी यहाँ पे. And wait, white plays queen d4. Even he doesn't find the best move. Maybe उम्मीद कायम है, chat. Maybe we still have hope. Yup, Noderbek likely to go into sole lead. And we'll have, I think, Arjun in second place, half a point behind. So, bada interesting होने वाला है tournament, chat, because Noderbek, if he wins, he could also set up, chances for himself. So, बहुत interesting होगा भाई. बड़ा मजा आने वाला है भाई इस tournament में. Spicy होता जा रहा है. Sometime, yeah, it didn't look positive, Mehta, then. It didn't look positive. At that point, if Arvind had found the best moves, Noderbek would be struggling, practically. But Arvind didn't find the best moves. And now if you look at his body language, he'll be very confident. You see how he just kind of was shocked, right, by Arvind's move. Now he knows he's winning. So Prag now battling some, that slightly irritating worst position. Yeah, knight on c5, queen, pawn, all on dark squares, kind of cementing their claim over the dark squares. And Prag will have to play on the light squares here. Meanwhile, Chad going to the game of Arjun. Wait, what? Arjun just pushed the pawn. And apparently that's not the best move. Maybe that's a bit too early, I feel. Like, I feel maybe queen d4, queen c3, exchanging queens, then trying to play f5 and exchanging rooks just to go into that winning bishop against knight end game might have been an easier conversion. Maybe I'm wrong here, but he plays c3 directly, so of course he's calculated this pretty well, and his plan could be, next to kind of play rook c4 as well if allowed to, and he's really tying down the queen to the c2 square. And for example, if you play queen d3 trying to play rook c2, I think now queen d4 is even stronger. So he has a plan in mind, and the best move for white is now knight to e3. So knight just came to f1, by the way, and c3 ke baad knight e3 back is the best move. So not easy for white, we have to admit. This win will lead to Noderbek world number 5. By the way, Noderbek will get like 4.5 points out of this. And yes, you're right. Noderbek will cross Gukesh after this win. And he will, I think, be behind Prag. No, he'll be world number 6, I think. If Prag draws this, then yes, I think he crosses Prag as well. So he will be world number 5, maybe. Wow. That's crazy. Noderbek catching up in the rankings there. सारे यंगस्टर्स टॉप 5 के लिए झगड़ रहे हैं एंड गुकेश ना खेलता हुआ भी इधर उधर डोल रहा है आई नो आई थिंक गुकेश इज द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन राइट सो ही हैज अचीव्ड the main triumph, the main goal for every chess player in his life. So he can afford to kind of relax a bit. ठीक है भाई वर्ल्ड नंबर 6 भी हो जाएंगे तो क्या हो जाएगा आई विल हैव अपॉर्चुनिटीज टू प्ले लेटर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हो भाई बट बाकी सब प्लेयर्स के लिए हु आर ट्राइंग टू क्वालिफाई टू द कैंडिडेट्स द रेटिंग द रैंकिंग्स द टूर्नामेंट विंस डू मैटर. And Doduzbek is one of them. He wants to challenge Jukesh for the world championship. So meanwhile, Chad going to the game of Prag. Oh, hello. By the way, f6 khela and e6 played. So this is also becoming quite complicated now. If you have a look now, Chad, king g7 is the only move. So what if okay, he plays it. What if I played something like bishop g7? Apparently just f4 is very strong. And you break through. Wow. It's just winning. So king g7 played, and if f4 now, I can just take apparently, and it's equal. And now, chat, the thing is, this e6 pawn decides the game. If this pawn is strong, white wins. If this pawn is weak, and I capture this pawn, somehow black wins. But I think this pawn is more strong than weak because at the end, इसको मारने के लिए आपको knight को हटाना पड़ेगा, and there is no way you can ever remove the knight. By the way, king g6 only move. Bhai, this is not easy for Prag. I am sensing some difficult decisions. भाई डर लग रहा है यार बहुत डर लग रहा है एक्चुअली king g6 and if I play f4 now do you want to play g4 or do you want to take still okay you want to take but if okay I can't take with the queen right because knight hangs that's the problem really so maybe that's the problem you can't really take. So what can I do? Maybe I can play b4 then. Just defend the knight and next I want to play f4. So it's still very complicated. Still very complicated. But all three results possible. All three results possible, I think. So chat Prag under some pressure needs to find king g6 and we'll come back to this game. Meanwhile, Arvind, does he have any chances? By the way, after knight f4, bishop c4 played and Noderbek missed rook d7 check. That's important. That was the best move. But okay, queen c4 check directly played. King g7 and now he can possibly go there. Yeah, he can still play that still. But how bad is it? So let's say I give a check. Okay, king h8. I think maybe some queen f7. It should be game over. So I can't go there. I have to come to h6 now. And it's still queen f7. Rook h8. Bhai, this is very difficult. This is very difficult. And now black said is queen c3. So black also has a mating idea. But this is weird. King h6. And now you have to bring the rook back to d1 apparently. Okay, I think Nodebek is in control. There is no doubt about it. Okay, check played and king h6 played. Nice. Both players playing the best moves now. 6 minutes for Arvind and 21 for Nodebek. That really helps right about now. That is really, really helpful. Prag we lost. Prag is playing. Prag is still playing. And he is slightly worse, I would say. One look at the Arjun game first, though. C3 ke baad knight e3. So white does find the best move. And he has controlled the c4 square as well. And Arjun will now have to have a deeper think. Is there something I can do? Maybe he plays bishop d4, maybe, just to take the knight and get a passed pawn. But is that winning? Is that winning enough? Nirvai saying all games looking tricky for India today. Absolutely. I think our teen result very, very likely. We might not see any draws and it can go either way. So going to the Prag game now, as Arjun thinks, Prag still has not played King G6. Still has not played that. Never over. While commenting, you have to be cool. Okay, bye. I'm going to be cool now. Cool. I don't know what that means, but anyways. So Prag right now nodding. He does not look as worried, but so for example, I think let's say you play a random. Okay, what do you play first of all? If Bishop G6, for example, I think White will try to break through with G3, and he will try to open the king side. If you take, I take with the rook. Next, I'm gonna go H4, and I think this is basically lost because your pawn is stopping your queen and rook, and yeah, H4 once it happens, it should be game over. So that's why I think you need the king on G6, and if now G3 takes, rook takes, apparently you can just pick up this pawn, and if rook E3 back, then queen F7, and this is now equal. So in fact, black can be better. So I think kahin na kahin pe king has to be on G6 apparently for this to work. Lots of inaccuracies today. I think very complicated positions also. Like that kind of justifies why there are inaccuracies. Because bahut, like look at the Arvind game, how complicated it is. Look at how complicated this is, by the way. There's a pawn on E6. And Arjun game, the starting say Arjun has been winning. So all three games extremely complicated. The openings themselves, a Benoni structure in the Arjun game, a King's Indian structure in the Arvind game. So extremely difficult positions for all players. That's why the accuracy is a bit lower. Makes sense. पूरा अलार्म क्लॉक की तरह हिल रहा है डर गया प्रज्ञा डरा तो नहीं है आई डोंट थिंक ही स्कैर्ड एट ऑल especially if he sees king g6 but it is a difficult position and also that not to forget white has the outside pass pawn what white could do is at the right moment let's say king g6 a4 now I next play b4 take with the queen and I start pushing the a pawn and I push it all the way to a6 जहां पे knight से defended है. So I could have two pass pawns on a6 and e6 and that's really going to make it difficult, right? मतलब, it's really going to tie down black to defend with the pass pawns and then an attack could work again. So white still objectively better, I feel, and even practically even better. You can see he's going below the 10-minute mark now. 19 minutes for Parham and just over 9 minutes for Prag. So still 10 more moves to go for Prag to play in around 10 minutes. So 1 minute a move. It's not easy. A complicated position. By the way, chat, we have no updates in the Arvind game. Arvind has 5 minutes on his clock right now. And Arjun game may also we have no updates. So as of now, Rook D1 played, by the way, by Nodar Bakes. So now Arvind thinking, ooh, what? Rook D8. Apparently, chat queen a3 was the strongest move, threatening mate in one. And then you probably have to bring the rook to d2. And then you try to play something else. But he goes for rook d8 directly. But that's going to exchange a bunch of pieces. I'm not sure if that's what black wants. I think he's scared about queen f7. And that's pretty logical. But rook d8, what if I just take, take, take? take. Is that really strong? Okay, first of all, if king c2, there is queen a5, so I maintain some chances. Okay, no king c2. What if I play knight d5 though? Don't I just block the queen? Yeah, knight d5 just blocks the queen. Next I play c6, c7, and you resign. So I think that's a mistake. That's a practical mistake from Arvind. That's a mistake. That's definitely a mistake from Arvind. Rook d8 should not have been played. Okay, it was a difficult position though. So now the simple task is just taking the rooks and knight d5, blocking the queen's path. Rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, queen takes, and knight d5. And that just seals the game for Nodirbek. And he will take sole lead. Unless Prag wins somehow, which is not easy, at all. So going to the Prag game, Prag, bhai, can you cause an upset? And king just played nice. Prag finds king g6, beautiful move by Prag. Maybe there is still hope, chat. Maybe Param Maksudlu can go wrong somewhere and Prag can also win. Who knows? By chess mein kuch bhi ho sakta hai. But Arvind definitely going down. Meanwhile, one look at the Arjun game, bishop g7 back. And now queen d3, I think that's a good move because you want to put either the rook or the knight on c2. You don't want the queen. Queen is a powerful piece. The queen also attacks the pawn on b5, ties down the black queen to the defense. And apparently the best move was c2 directly. What? Giving away the pawn? Really? And rook c7. Okay, nobody will play that, yeah? Nobody will give the passed pawn for free. That's your main asset. That's extremely difficult to play. But Arjun plays h4 instead. Okay, that I can understand. Very logical move. Improving your position, and Kalko, bishop can come to e5. You control the dark squares. That's a very logical move. चैट क्या लग रहा है कितने पॉइंट आएंगे आज? 3 और 2.5 लोगों ने 65% लोगों ने वोट किया है. वो तो हो ही नहीं सकता. I think because Arvind is going to lose, so we are basically battling for 2, 1.5, half or 0. 2, 1.5, 1, half or 0. 2.5 और 3 पॉइंट तो इम्पॉसिबल है, आई थिंक. नोदरबेक ले गया भाई 1 पॉइंट. Vokidov, by the way, 2 minutes behind, plays king to f1. Okay, maybe a slight improvement. Maybe, not clear yet. Maybe a slight improvement. Now, Arjun, how does he play this? I think bishop e5 should be an automatic move at some point. He could also play rook c7 to double up rooks. I think that's also logical. But the thing is, black has kind of controlled this pawn. If you play rook c7, I can play rook c2. What next? I'm not sure exactly. Maybe Arjun missed a trick here. Like maybe he hurried with the move c3. Maybe that is a problem. Arvind having the worst round. I don't think so. It's the worst of his life at all, yeah. He's playing the top players of the world, so losses can happen. But it's definitely not ideal for sure. And if he loses today, by the way, Arvind will lose another 4 points. And he will go to 2, 7, 3, 6 or 5. And he will go to world number 20. Oh, this is going to hurt actually. Just behind Hans Niemann. Who did you want to become world champion? Yeah, I think any Indian, I think, is good for Indian fans. As a fan, I want to see an Indian main world champion. Of course, Gukesh will now have the best chance, right? Because he's already there. He will have at least a 50% chance to qualify for the world championship, if not more, because any Indian who qualifies now will have never played a world championship. So Gukesh के nerves कम रहेंगे. जिस हमने देखा, Gukesh in game 1 against Ding crumbled and lost that game. That was nerves talking. So that we saw Ding also blunder. So I think Gukesh will definitely be the favorite against any Indian because of his experience. But of course, if Fabi qualifies, Fabi has played a world championship before. If Nepo qualifies, he has played a world championship before. Then it could be anybody's tournament. Hikaru as well. I think Hikaru to bhai takes karega world championship maybe. And who knows if whether he takes the world championship. But फिलहाल के लिए chat, you can see 2 mistakes both by Arjun and Vokidov. So फिलहाल के लिए not the perfect game. By the way, Nepo and Yakubov have drawn. That's the first result for today, chat, coming in. Not important for us, of course, but yeah, a result nonetheless. Also, chat, पूरा की game पे अगर जाएं, still thinking Param Maksudlu. So 14 minutes for him. I think he also senses a critical moment here. But how does he want to play this? Does he want to just improve the position? I don't know, king h1, king, whatever he wants to do. Does he want to create a pass pawn on the queen side? Does he want to plan to break on the king side? Lots of tempting possibilities. नेपो कभी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन नहीं यार जीत भी सकता है यार. यू नेवर नो. ही इज अ स्ट्रांग प्लेयर. मुश्किल तो रहेगा यार. गुकेश आसान नहीं होने देगा ये तो है. How can Prag participate in World Cup? I think he would have qualified directly because he came second in the last World Cup. By the way, B4 has been played, but I don't think that's the best move. That's not the best move, I feel, because pawn takes ke baad, he has taken with the pawn. And now you don't have a passed pawn on the A file. That's, I think, great news for Prag. The ideal setup would have been you take with the queen, but you can't take with the queen, right? I mean, you can, but there are a lot of pins. I think queen d6 aa jayega. And now I'm also threatening, rook b8 and rook b1 mate. Because, for example, let's say you play, I don't know, rook f3. Already यहाँ पे rook b8, rook b1 mate होने लगा है. So, I think this really helps Prag a lot, I feel. Now the knight is defended, so g3 becomes stronger. But at least pass pawn wala threat chala gaya. That's one good news for Prag. You only has to worry about the king side and the center now. Queen side is fine. होता है ना लाइफ में स्ट्रेस होता है. नौकरी भी नहीं है, छोकरी भी नहीं है, एंड लेट्स से पैसा भी, आई डोंट नो, तीन चीजें लाइफ में आपको चाहिए. हेल्थ भी नहीं है. एटलीस्ट हेल्थ तो आ गई, एक चीज तो आ गई. नाउ आई कैन फोकस ऑन द अदर टू. अर्जुन का गलत नाम लिखा है, ठीक कर लो. आई थिंक वो कुछ एरर है भाई. आई थिंक वो कुछ एरर है, उसमें कोई सीन नहीं है. डोंट वरी. Meanwhile, chat, as we move to the Arjun game, have there been updates? Queen b7 played. So Arjun not able to find the breakthrough move. He's playing around a bit. I think one plan that could work, but I think that's too dangerous, is somehow to bring the bishop, okay, bishop d4, bishop b6, or bishop f8, and somehow bring the bishop to this diagonal. But your king will become weak then. So maybe it's not ideal, I think. Prag is in good form. He is in good form for sure. Can he somehow create an upset today though? Because the game is not looking, it's like it's going to go in his favor. Can he somehow come back? And meanwhile, Arvind ki game में chat. Oh wow. So after rook d7, rook d8 हमने देखा था, he just played c6. He did not even exchange and just pushed the pawn. And this is somehow not looking good. Queen a3 played, threatening mate in 1. But now simple rook to d2 and you defend the mate. And if you take this chat, question for you chat. Pawn se marna hai ki rook se marna hai? Come on. Important. Important hai. Let's just say. बहुत important hai. Prag is the most complete player. Yeah, it's debatable. Arjun would also fill that category because Arjun ka rapid भी अच्छा है. In fact, might be stronger than Prag. ऑनलाइन फॉर्मेट भी अच्छा है अर्जुन का. सो आई थिंक अर्जुन ऑल्सो कम्पीट्स विद प्राग इन दैट कैटेगरी. वेरी हार्ड टू से. या यू टेक विद द पॉन. अगर रुक से मारा भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है इसमें भाई. मेट इन 1 है, ध्यान से. सो पॉन से मारना पड़ेगा. रुक d8 एंड नाउ ऑफ कोर्स या मतलब you don't have any threats here. I'm going to win. By the way, Rook, oh, he plays that. He plays that. So pawn se marenge, of course. No bake. Not going to blunder that mate in 1 threat. And yeah. Now I think d8 queens. Chad, by the way, question for you. Let's say black plays. I don't know what does black play. King g7. Yeah. Like, I think let's play g5. Oh no, g5 में mate हो रही है भाई. कोई मूव ही नहीं है ब्लैक के पास. कोई मूव ही नहीं है यार. Literally कोई मूव नहीं है. Let's say bishop g7. Yeah, so can you queen chat? Should white queen? Yes or no? Come on, let's go. Should white play d8 queens? Yes or no? By the way, he does play e3, I think. So also a decent move. I think Nozobe can just grab that pawn. Not much will change. Yes लिख रहे हैं कुछ लोग नो दिख रहे हैं. Chat, in that position, after bishop g7, if you queen, that's a big blunder actually. Look at the bar go down. Because I can just take it and you can't take back because of that mate again. See how that threat is always there. So you can't play that, but okay, e3 played, not bishop g7. And Noderbek is now thinking कि भाई कोई है इसमें trap नहीं है. I don't see much. I think the plan could be queen e7 and then take on f4 and maybe enter via this path, but it just feels too much, too little, too late actually. Mate हो जाएगा. यश भाई बिल्कुल सही बोले. Checkmate by queen. Exactly. Overloaded rook. Exactly. So Nodebek, yeah, grabs the pawn. I think no harm in just taking that pawn and forcing black to show ki bhai, what's your plan here? I think Arvind might just resign. Okay, queen f5. The plan clearly is to attack the rook and stop you from queening. But I think यहाँ पे rook d5 is winning. Rook d5, queen e1 check. I think it is winning, right? Rook d5, queen e1 check, and just queen c1. That's over, right? Because bishop is hanging. You cannot avoid the trade. Queen c1, king c1, and it's queening and bishop is hanging. Bishop f6 maybe, but knight e6. And it's over, yeah? Yeah, I think it's time to resign. Just rook d5 is resigns, I think. 84 accuracy for Arvind. Something is seriously wrong. He's energetic player, but he's losing by means something. Yeah, Abhishek, I don't think something is wrong. It might just be the law of probability. Like he gained a bunch of rating, and now he's, imagine Arvind being 2600 21 years back. He would be trying to win against 2500, and a draw against a Taiso would be an amazing result. Suddenly, 6 months later, he's a Taiso 50. Now he's supposed to beat 27 regularly. So it's a huge shift in mindset and very difficult to handle. So if you have to jump from being very happy with the draw against the 2700 into consistently beating them to maintain your rating. So I think Arvind ke liye psychologically it's not easy, and he will need some help there on how to handle that. Okay, he has a lot of help. Yeah, I think Arvind Ramesh is his coach, and he will also have other coaches as most top players do. He might even have a second team by now, considering how well he's improved. But at the end, the thing is, it's not easy psychologically to handle that. Of course, there will be some flaws in his play, maybe. Like that's why he was struggling, and he will have to go back and check where did he go wrong. And rook d5, I think, is just winning on the spot. By the way, knight e6 played instead, and that also seems to be completely winning. By the way, chat, why is the rook hanging? Yeah, if you take the rook, queen h4 is actually mate in 1. And look at this. Bishop f6 played, queen f4 check, and resigns. King attacked, rook attacked. It is over. It is over now, chat. Arvind will have to resign. Yeah, he looks at Noderbek, knows the game is over. He will have to resign right now. Yeah, there is no king square. If king h5 or king h5 pay, I think g4 should be mate. Takes king h. Yeah, there it is. Resigns. And if g5 played, then I think there was possibly queen d6 threatening some attack here. But he resigns. Pretty fair result and great game by Noderbek there to win against Arvind. And he takes sole lead in the event. So who can catch up? Can Arjun catch up? Let's have a look. By the queen, rook c1 played by Arjun's opponent. Queen d7. So Arjun still maneuvering around, not clear on how he can break through that c pawn, being very strong, but he's not able to push it further. He needs to push it further. And also meanwhile, Chad going to the Prag game, after 8x b4, queen d6 played. Nice move, controlling the h2 square. Knight d7. Wow. That's an interesting move. Very interesting actually, because queen f6 ka threat hai. So you have to bring the queen back, and now pawn to f4 by Param. So he's clearly on the offensive, still trying to win this game. And now bishop to e4, the best move by Prag. And chat, this is double-edged. For example, if you take here, you have to take with the king. If you take with the pawn, there is knight e5 check. Bhai, this is crazy. And f takes g5 played by Param Maksudlu. Wow, this is not easy. But the queen e6 is also another option, but that allows knight f6. Tricky position still. Param piling on the pressure. Can Prag hold this? So I'll predict your 8 players for the next kind days. If I have to predict, I think Caruana, Hikaru, Prag, Arjun, Nodirbek, Anish, Nepo एंड वन यंगस्टर. जैसे अबासोव लास्ट टाइम था ना, वैसे एक बंदा जो किसी ने सोचा नहीं है वो क्वालिफाई करेगा. हमेशा होता है. देयर इज वन गाय हु नोबडी एक्सपेक्ट्स टू क्वालिफाई. ही क्वालिफाइज टू द कैंडिडेट्स. ही नेवर विंस बट ही ऑलवेज क्वालिफाइज. एंड एक सरप्राइज पैकेज होगा. कुड बी अरविंद, हु नोस. Nodebek versus Gukesh. Yup, Nodebek with that win has crossed Gukesh in the ratings. And if Prag draws, I think he will also cross Prag. Likely. So chat, यहाँ पे Prag thinking he has 6 minutes to play 5 moves. It's not that difficult if you look at it in terms of, the numeric number, but the moves are difficult. That's the main problem. So the moves, to find these moves is not easy. Arjun should win that, chat. Don't worry, Arjun will win that. He has a pass pawn. Opponent के लिए मुश्किल रहेगा constantly बढ़िया moves खेलना. He's playing around, maneuvering around for now. And Paramaksulu, still you can see the pressure on his head. Yeah. Oh, he goes for queen. I like that move actually, because practically that e6 pawn was a huge nuisance. And now you take that, but white will win a pawn now. And now you have to find the only move, queen e5. And the queen has to go back, and now you take on g4. So this is extremely complicated. Threatening mate in one, by the way. Black is threatening mate, knight g4, and now rook e6 defending the pawn. So still very complicated position for both sides. It could go either way, chat. Chat, final prediction. What do you think happens in this game? Prag, win, draw, or loss? Come on, chat. Final predictions. And yes, Gukesh is world number 7 now. Baap re, bina khele hi. Itna competition hai bhai. World champion is world number 7. Imagine. Hans Zimmer wildcard entry. I don't think there's any wildcard entry in the candidates. Hans Zimmer को जीतना पड़ेगा कोई tournament. So, which is going to be difficult. I think he's a strong player for sure, but is he the player who can win a player like the World Cup? I don't know. He's very strong, of course, but difficult रहेगा. But possible. By the way, knight is played, and if Prag doesn't play queen e5, he's gonna lose 1 point. Queen e5 played, amazing move. And now from Paramaksulu's perspective, he has to find queen d1 if he wants to maintain any chances of a win. So both players basically playing on only moves. Maxim log draw कह रहे हैं. I think draw is the likely result because pieces बहुत कम है board के ऊपर. But if anybody wins, like I would assume it's like 60% draw, 30% white wins, and 10% black wins. Something like that should be the ratio right now. Queen d1 should be the move. That's the only way to play on. Will Param just trade queens? I don't think so. His style, his aggressive style, his, ambitious nature always will force him to play the best move. He cannot accept like a equal position. Yeah, he will find it. By the way, 8 minutes for Maksulu. 3 more moves to go. जैसे ये 3 मूव होंगी, then we'll jump to the Arjun game as well. वहां पे भी players having 8 and 10 minutes each. In fact, let's just have a brief look, yeah? Because Queen D7 के बाद Rook C E1 and King F8. So Arjun also unable to find like a breakthrough moment. He has reached the 40th move. So now they will think for a while because they've reached the 40th move. So let's go back to the Prag game quickly. What is your age? Take a guess, Yashbhai. What could be my age? If Prag gets candidates via Grand Slam World Cup, then second player in Free Circuit gets candidates. Yes, that's correct. Because Grand Swiss and World Cup पहले खत्म होंगे before the FIDE circuit, right? FIDE circuit will finish on the 31st December. At the end of the year, it will finish, right? So if he wins via the Grand Swiss or the World Cup, then his spot will go to the second guy. And it could be Arvind, it could be Anish, it could be anybody. Arvind falls to world number 20. Yes, as we discussed, he is world number 20, just ahead of Ding Liren, and he's lost 13 rating points in this tournament so far. Not looking a great event for Arvind. He has to come back now, and he can. He's a strong player, yeah. He can come back for sure. Faustino Oro could play in the BCC. He will have to qualify it. Is he playing? I think is he playing? I'm not sure exactly. Are we get two candidates if he finishes second? Yes, he can. That's true. That's true. But nobody plans at becoming second, right? Because Arvind cannot know if Prag will qualify via the Grand Swiss or the World Cup. He doesn't know that. So from his perspective, all he can do is play good chess. Param, by the way, still calculating, just going below the Prag's time on the clock. So he has to be also a bit faster now. Come on, come on, come on. Param, you don't have much time. 6 minutes now. This is how hard chess is. Time pressure decides everything at the end. You can play the best of chess. You can play some amazing moves. But if you have less time on the clock, it accounts for nothing. It's a very delicate balance of playing good chess and keeping time on the clock. Uh, You can see Param have a look at his clock right here. He looks again. It's always at the top back of your mind. And one look at the Arjun game, as Arvind thinks, okay, no moves by Vokidov, who's just reached the 40th move as well. Okay, he just plays rook c1. So he's just playing rook c1, rook e1, yeah? उसने decide कर लिया कि मेरे को सिर्फ यही दो moves खेलनी है. Now you show me how you're winning. So Arjun will probably have to at some point break through with something. Either it means exchanging the bishop for the knight, or it means playing f5 somehow. I don't know what that looks like. You cannot play g5 because of knight f5. So he has to come up with something which is not clear right now. How does he break through? So going to the game of Prag again, where Maksudlu is still thinking. Why not queen d2 for Param? Queen d2 pe apparently there is rook a8, and there are some back rank issues. So queen d1 just takes care of that. You control the back rank as well, and also you can slip in very quickly. Yeah, queen h5 is a threat right now. It's a mating threat. Right now, Nodulbek is leading the event chat. It was Nodulbek and Prag tied for first place, but Nodulbek has won today against Arvind. So he's 1 point ahead of Prag now. And yeah, he's in sole lead. If Prag wins, he joins him, sorry. And if Arjun wins, he will be half a point behind. Still no moves. 4 minutes for Param Maksudlu. Oh, he shakes his head. 3 minutes now. Come on. Okay, about to play. Where will he put the queen? Will he go to d1? And he's not going to d1 yet. This is the current position. What? Queen a7? He doesn't find the best move, chat. He doesn't find the best move. Queen d1, not an easy move to play. He plays the obvious move with queen h7 as a big threat. But now just rook e7 apparently holds equality for Prag. Queen a7 is a tricky move nonetheless. He can take the queen. If Param could have taken the queen, it would have been a draw because there would be no attack on the black king anymore. Then it'd be a dead draw, I think. But Param is playing for the win, chat. He's playing for the win. Ooh, tricky moments. Anybody watching chat, do hit the like button. Let's get more people to watch this. Intense. The final moments, I feel, of this game could be a draw, could be white's win, could be black's win, and 3 more moves for Prag to play till the 40th move when he gets more time. And he still has oh, it's just under 6 minutes. Yeah, so 2 minutes per move. Oof. भाई ऐसे मोमेंट में ना, like at if there was a way to peek into a grandmaster's mind, especially like a top player's mind in this particular moment, you would see like intense calculations, like absolutely intense calculations, and they would be going crazy right now in their mind. Like इतना कुछ चल रहा होगा ना, ये खेला तो 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 ये खेला तो, like वो हिकारू जब करता है ना, takes, that's what he's calculating. So maybe Elon Musk can help us with that at some point with Neuralink, but फिलहाल के लिए we have to kind of predict. So rook e7 is the move. You stop this, but now he'll play queen a8, and he'll try to get in from this side. And now king g5, knight e4 check, d e4, queen g8, and this is apparently just a draw. Yeah, I think this is now where you start seeing the draw. Like it's not easy for white to keep pushing because black ke paas bhi checks hai. So yeah, rook e7. By the way, बहुत important moment है. We will likely know we will have a clue about the likely result of the game. Oh, he plays queen g5. That's a mistake. That's a mistake from Prag. And now knight to g4 gives Param a slight edge. Ooh, chess is complicated. No, 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 no. Oh, he played something. He played something. He played knight g4. There was a mate one threat, by the way, chat. Queen g2 ka threat tha. So knight g4, an automatic move. And now Prag struggling a little bit. Some pressure. The white ne knight maintain kar diya. And you know how deadly a knight and a queen can be in some cases. So now Prag has to be careful. Come on, Prag. 4 मिनट है दोनों के पास. Come on. Very important moment, chat. Very important moment. Okay, meanwhile, chat, going to the game of Arjun, who has still not been able to break through. Who's still not been able to. So, Rook C1 played. वो चेक कर लेना भाई, जो मैंने लिखा ना, बस चेक कर लेना एक बार. If that's वहां पे भी है क्या? Is it true? Is it true? Is it true? ये हाँ, बस चेक कर लो, बस चेक कर लो एक बार. Yes or no बता दो मुझे बस. बाद में Rook भाई वो नहीं भाई, अभी गेम पे रखते हैं भाई, गेम पे रखते हैं अभी अभी वो रहने दो, अभी वो रहने दो. अब वो नहीं करना मुझे. टेबल बैंगिंग नहीं करनी भाई. निधि भाई गिविंग वाइल्ड सजेशंस. मीनवाइल चैट रुक्स. नहीं, वो हाँ कि ना वो तो बताओ. चेक करना. किस गेम, कौन सी गेम खोलूं बताओ. हाँ ओके. हाँ अब देखो. निधि भाई कुछ सीक्रेट इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं मुझे भाई. ओ फिर ठीक है. कूल. मीनवाइल चैट, अभी भी प्रग सोचते हुए. He has 2 minutes to play 2 more moves. 1 minute a move. Crucial moment. What can he do now? King has nowhere to go. Cannot go here. Cannot go here. Cannot go. I mean, h5 already looks a bit sus with queen f7 check coming. What does he do? Okay, he's all to play. What play? Queen e7 played. That's a slight error. That apparently the best move on rook e6, but not an easy move. Queen e7 offering a queen trade. Of course, Param will not take it. He can put the queen back to b6, let him queen c6 check, or he can even play queen a1 with the idea of cutting the king like this. He's trying. Prag is trying hard to defend the position, but Param keeps on pushing. Luckily, they are one move away now. So extra time milne wala hai Prag ko. That will be a welcome gift for Prag. He needs that time. Surgical accuracy, Mukesh bhai. I think he has been accurate, but I think even he has made a few mistakes. But as of now, position ही बहुत complicated. I think ये position तो किसी के लिए मुश्किल होगी. One look at the Arjun game, no moves. Okay, we have King G8, Rook C1, King H8, Rook C1. So Arjun के पिछली चार moves were King F8, King G8 and King H8. So तीन moves, King F8, King G8, King H8. So फिलहाल के लिए Arjun not committing to any plan. Going back to the Prag game. Last move before the time control. What will Paramaksudlu play? Will he set up a last trap for Pragnanda? Super important moment. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Param, you can do. Sorry, Param, you cannot do this. Param, you cannot do this. उल्टा बोल दिया भाई. मैंने कहा जिंक्स नहीं करना यार. जिंक्स नहीं करना बिल्कुल भी. Queen E7 is the best move. No, it's one of the best moves for sure. But I think यहाँ पे Queen A1 is very tricky apparently. And you can see how I'm ready to go to H8. I'm ready to go to H7. I'm threatening knight E5 check in some cases if you move the rook or the queen. So कहीं ना कहीं पे I maintain my attack. और ये bishop on E4 is a great piece. But it's the only piece. I need the queen somewhere here. But you can see how if the queen is here, then white will have queen F6 check finishing the game off. So it's not easy for black to activate his pieces. A queen b6 played, also a good move by Paramaksulu, threatening the pawn on c6. And now Prag needs to play his final move before the 40th move. बहुत blunder हुए हैं 40वीं move पे. क्या Prag बढ़िया चल के? Come on Prag, you have to hold this. You cannot make a mistake here. परम कुछ लिख रहे हैं स्कोर शीट पे, I think. I don't know. So defend the pawn. Queen e6, for example, chat is a bad move. Apparently, rook e1 followed by queen f2 is winning for white. So queen e6 was the most logical move in my head, but it's apparently losing. Because after, let's say how, queen e6, rook e1, let's say I play queen d6, queen f2, let's say I play here, and now h4 pawn is falling. Oh, that's an easy thing to miss, by the way. And then I win from here. So you can't play queen e6. That means queen d7 khelna hai. And if now rook e1, you have d4. That's tricky. That's tricky. That's tricky, chat. That's very tricky because the bishop on e4 is so solid, you don't want to push the d pawn unless you're absolutely sure. So d4 खेलने के लिए तैयार रहना पड़ेगा पर आपको. That's a committal move. बहुत difficult decision for Prag. 60 seconds he has, by the way. 60 सेकंड है. बाप रे, ये क्या हो गया? मेरा कैमरा गया, आ रहा है वो. 60 seconds he has now. Come on, Prag. You have to come up with the move. आ रहा है. 45 seconds. 39 seconds. Prag, you have to find the move. 29 seconds. What is Prag doing? Why you can see the panicking? See the panic on his face. 19 seconds now. जब clock के decimal दिखने लग जाए, that's a bad sign. He needs to play queen d7. Prag, you have to play queen d7. 10 seconds. 9. Queen d7 खेल भाई, या queen d6. He plays queen d6. Thank God he plays queen d6. Second best move of the engine. Oh, बच गए भाई, बाल खेल. Thank God queen e6 नहीं खेला. That was my move. That would have been lost. And now, chat, the thing is, he gets some time on the clock. That will be very, very helpful, I must say. Extremely helpful. But the problems don't end for Prag still. Because Maqsoodlu will keep going on. He's not forced to kind of, you know, come on, Prag. I hope you defend this. Not gonna be easy. And now he stands up. He's looking at the position. Queen d4 seems to be the best move here. Is it the obvious move? I think it is. I think queen d7 for white seems to be very, very logical. You want to put the queen there, then you slowly try to, keep an eye. I think it dark square stuff पर नजर रखनी है. बच तो गए भाई temporarily, लेकिन you're not completely off the hook yet. एंड दोनों प्लेयर्स है नहीं, तो अर्जुन की गेम पे चलते हैं एक बार, देखते हैं वहां पे क्या चल रहा है. भाई बाय द वे, रुक c1 played, रुक c7, rook c e1, and bhai Arjun is not playing a move. Arjun doesn't see the winning plan. भाई डर लग रहा है अर्जुन का ड्रॉ ना हो जाए यार. They have increment now. You can see white has 35 minutes, black has 30. I think Arjun regrets pushing that pawn. कई बार ऐसा होता है, you know you have a passed pawn. You know, तब से मन कर रहा होता है push करने का. At one point you feel it's working. You can push this pawn now, but you miss a certain detail. And then suddenly you can't, you're stuck. Yeah, you have to keep this pawn defended. You can't reroute your pieces to attacking the e4 pawn now. And you're stuck. You're somehow just stuck now. That position is not winning for white so far. It is better though, because queen and knight can really attack the black king. So it is definitely better. And queen d4 played by Maqsoodlu, by the way. And Chad, look at the bar go up. Look at the bar go up. It's already down to the wire. And now rook e6 is the move which he has to find, which is not easy, because rook e6 allows queen h8, threatening queen h6 and queen h4. And now you have to find king g5. Chat, I'm sorry, but this is impossible to find, I think. If this is the best two moves that Prag has, rook e6, queen h8, and king g5 to control this, allowing queen g7 check and stuff, I think this is borderline impossible. Almost impossible, I think. So going back queen d4 ke baad, what does look logical is maybe something like queen e6. But now, as we have seen, rook e1, rook e2, followed by queen f2 is completely winning for white. So this is looking like practically a lost position for Pragnanda. This will hurt, because if he loses his first place in the standings. He loses a bunch of rating points, and he will go, I think, below Gukesh to world number 7 now if he loses. He will play, I hope so he does. But playing rook e6 first of all, and then king g5 is not easy. And even after that, the troubles don't end, right? I play this check. And now you have to play king h5. Rook g6 is a mistake. The entire purpose कि भाई rook e6 खेला मैंने, लगता है कि भाई rook e6 खेलूंगा, but वो गलती है. अब king h5 खेलना है. भाई, it is ridiculous. It's not easy, chat, to play all of this. इतना complications लग रही है tactics में, and I'm guessing कि the engine is also a bit slow. Yeah, as you leave the engine on, maybe even rook e6 will be lost. So very difficult here. Going to the Arjun game, meanwhile, let's have a look what happened there. King h7 के बाद rook c1. So white ने तो कसम खा ली है, वो सिर्फ यही चाले चलने वाला है. And rook king, भाई already repeat तो नहीं हो गया 3 बार. Queen d7 आया. This is once, right? Rook c1, king g8. Rook c1, king g8. Oh, rook. Oh, thank God. Rook went to c7. भाई अगर rook c8 पता, it would already be a draw. बाल बच गए भाई. rook c7 खेला था अर्जुन ने, वरना ये फोटोग्राफिक ड्रॉ था भाई. Probably fighter. Of course, yeah. Of course, he's a fighter. But it's not going to be easy. Rook c1. So white doesn't change his plan. He's like, you show me your plan. I'm just going to wait. So chat, let's do one thing. I think यहाँ पे हम एक ही चीज कर सकते हैं. What we can do is we can see how Stockfish tries to break this position, right? So how does black do it? So let's say यहाँ पे rook c8 खेला. Rook c1. Okay, king h8. So Arjun continues his plan. Now apparently it is queen b7, rook c1, queen b6, rook c1, queen d4. So this is apparently the winning plan for Arjun. Usko queen d4 lani hai. If queen b5, sacrificing this pawn by the way, you take on e4. And if you trade queens, you take with the bishop, and if knight c2, bishop g7 back. This is the winning plan. But it's difficult to play for Arjun because यहाँ पे ये pawn लग रहा है कि मैंने blockade कर दिया. How do I advance further? But this is the apparently the only the winning plan. I think maybe at some point you might have to bring the king up. चाहे वो यहाँ से हो, चाहे वो f6 से कुछ हो, king को उठा के आप यहाँ ला सकते हो, पास ला सकते हो, and then you break with f5 at the right moment, and maybe there's a win somewhere. But it's not easy for Arjun, and he just plays king h8 and rook c1 on the board. Is there a female player playing? Yes, there are two more categories, chat. Wait, chat, ध्यान से. Rook has gone back to c8. So, rook e1, king g8, rook c1 is a draw, I think. You see, he's looking at the score sheet. He's looking at the score sheet already. He's trying to see कि draw तो नहीं हो गया. I'm not sure draw हुआ है कि नहीं. I don't think so. I think king यहाँ पे h8 पे था एक बार, but the rook c1 and यहां पे है and rook e1. भाई थोड़ा बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग है भाई ये. थ्री फोल्ड रिप्रेजेंटेशन कभी भी हो सकता है भाई. अर्जुन कैनॉट डू दिस फॉर लॉन्ग. ही नीड्स टू प्ले राइट नाउ. कुछ तो खेलना पड़ेगा यार, अदरवाइज आई थिंक दिस गेम इज गोना एंड इन अ ड्रॉ. By the way, queen e8. So finally a change. Finally a change. And now I think he's threatening to grab the e4 pawn. And if you play f3, of course, you weaken some dark squares. So Arjun का plan था, he just थोड़े मजे ले रहा था वो basically. Draw का plan था, मजे ले रहा था भाई वो. So and luckily start e4 pawn is hanging. Now if you play f3, I think bishop can now come on this diagonal via e5 as well. And if you move the knight again, you can defend the pawn via the rook as well. And then again, the question is, what is your plan as black? Because I can defend this pawn in 99 ways, and I still don't see how are you forcing me to change anything about my position. I can still go. Let me check. Prag game, by the way, queen d4 ke baad, no changes. Prag is still thinking, has 23 minutes on his clock, as we can see, even in the camera. So Prag right now struggling to find the best defense. Chat, मुश्किल लग रहा है Prag के. Chat, कितने percentage chances लग रहा है कि Prag holds this? I think maybe like 25%. I think 75% he might just lose this. Yeah, Anushka, I agree. I think this looks difficult. अख्तर भाई Prag गेम पे आ गए एंड कुछ ऐसे थोड़ा डर मेरा कम नहीं हो रहा unfortunately. You see Prag, yeah, he's not even looking at the board. He also knows how difficult this is because he's calculating. Yeah, he's thinking, okay, what if I play queen e6? Yeah, rook e2, queen f2 aa raha hai. Okay, what if I play rook e6? Yeah, queen h8 aa raha hai. So I have to control each square on this diagonal. So h8 वाला rook ने control कर दिया, g8 वाला king ने control कर दिया, ठीक है, g7 वाला, f6 वाला queen ने control कर दिया, e5 वाला queen ने. But इसका मतलब है I cannot move any of those pieces. He's stuck, right? And you might play queen e7, but again, rook e2, queen d6, and maybe just queen f2 now. Yeah, queen e3 भी बड़ा tempting लग रहा है actually. Queen f2, maybe this queen g3, क्या? Like queen e3, queen f6. Why everything is winning? Queen e3 is winning, queen f2 is winning. That's not a good sign for Prag. That's not a good sign. On depth 42, it's by 42. क्या मुझे तो 4.2 moves का डर है यार. This game likely could be over in 4.2 moves, not 42 moves. So if Prag has the capacity to play like an engine, he will hold this, maybe. But he cannot play like an engine. I think it's lost. I think it's lost practically. Chat लाइक कर दो. Let's get to 700 likes जल्दी से. I know it's still holdable, but practically it will need some help from Aksulu. One look at the Arjun game. Is Arjun still moving his king? Okay, White is still thinking he's not committed to anything yet. Is he considering something else? Knight c2 is an automatic move, right? As White, you don't want to change anything. So, okay, going back to the Prag game. Maksudlu chilling. Oh, come on. If yeah, Prag losing will be. भाई ये Levy बैठा है क्या पीछे? The guy on the left looks a bit like Levy. I don't know why. Maybe I thought so. Now he looks like Caruana. Okay, I'm confused. Can you look at Hans game? भाई Hans कहाँ खेल रहा है भाई? Meanwhile, Prag not able to come. By the way, he's been thinking for 10 minutes, more than 10 minutes already. So as you can see, it's not easy for him. And um, the bishop on e4, I think, is the only good piece. क्या नहीं भाई? Come on, come on. अच्छा, अच्छा. Come on, come on, come on. And okay, Prag still in deep thought. Has Arjun. Oh, by the way, F3 played by White in the Arjun game. So we have a structural change. So we can see some weakened dark squares in the black camp now. So for example, like I'm thinking rook c7, queen e5, and queen g3, queen h2. Why can't we do that now? So that already comes to mind. So f3 is a committal move. Something maybe White shouldn't have done because Arjun was struggling to come up with a plan, and now maybe that gives him more targets. But it also frees up the knight and the rooks, right? So now I can simply shift all my pieces to, I want to play rook c2, rook c1, knight d1, and just take this pawn. I think that's White's plan. And if Arjun does nothing, he's going to lose the c pawn, and then he'll be worse. So Arjun has to be precise now. He cannot waste any time. He cannot just play king g8 for long. Maybe for one or two moves he can, but not more than that. Tua Minlay qualifies for BCC. Okay, that's one more player. Has Prag played something? Queen to e7. Okay, that's the second best move, chat, but it is still losing. Rook e2. Rook e1, if you, for example, play, apparently queen g7 is strong. Um, why is it so strong though? Rook e2 पे queen g7 में क्या हो रहा है? Queen f2. Bye. I can tell you how difficult this is because as logic, it looks like rook e1 is a stronger move because queen g7 pe, after queen moves somewhere, there is no queen a1 check. But somehow rook e1 is the worst move. Rook e2 is better. And queen g7 pe, we just put the queen on e3 or f2. And this check is not as important because just rook e1 now. This is weird, why? This is really weird. And this tells you how uncomfortable the position is for Prag. Human logic is not working. Then it's all calculation. It's all about calculation now. And does he have enough time to defend this position for the next 20 moves? I don't think so. But I'm right now thinking Prag possibly taking his last washroom break. इसके बाद जाने का मौका मिलेगा नहीं. He has no time. And sorry, Arjun, by the way, King G8 फिर से खेला. Rook C1. But I don't think he can do this again. If you do it again, I think I'm going to. Can I put the. Oh, I cannot put the rook here right now because there is F5. So maybe knight D1. And if king G8, then rook C2. And if king H8, then knight C3 wins. So whenever this happens, maybe I have bishop H6 as the last resort and I save my pawn. Rook C. Yeah, if rook C3, then bishop C1 wins. Okay. So bishop H6 here. So Arjun is not risking much. Yeah. There's no way to grab this pawn. Okay, great. That's good to know. 0.5/3 यार ऐसा मत बोलो हर्षित भाई यार दिल तोड़ दोगे यार कम से कम 1 तो बोलो भाई although 0.5 is possible not gonna discount that. Is knight better than the bishop in the Prag game? Yes, I think so, yes, because knight and queen are great are a great attacking combo. So it's like Jay or Viru, yeah, matlab, like I say, I don't know, Tony Stark and Captain America, yeah, I don't know, Captain America and Bucky, yeah, whatever it is. They're a great attacking duo. तो कहीं ना कहीं पे, yeah, it just makes Black's task difficult. And also, White has two pawns in front of his king. Black has none. So attacking chances बहुत high hai. And that's why the queen and knight are very deadly. And that's why there was a moment जहाँ पे there was a possibility to exchange the knight for the bishop, जो प्रग ने मिस किया था, जहाँ पे उसको करना चाहिए था, जो उसने मिस कर दिया. अर्जुन की विषय बेटर नहीं हो रही है, प्रग की विषय सही नहीं हो रही, और अरविंद ऑलरेडी हार गया है. क्या चालू है सही में यार? मतलब आज का दिन थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है. बट वो कौन सी पोयम थी भाई, हिम्मत करने वालों की हार नहीं होती. और ब्लंडर करने वालों की चाल नहीं होती. भाई कुछ तो होगा, भाई कुछ तो होगा. वेट करो, वेट करो, वेट करो. 1.5 would be amazing actually. That means one of them has to win. So if Prag draws and Arjun wins, that will be a great end to the day, looking at the situation right now. Come on, come on, come on. मकसूद भाई ये गलती करने का यार. He also has more time, so I don't see him committing a mistake here. So also Arjun game में कुछ हुआ है क्या? Rook c1 के बाद no moves by Arjun still. I think he would love to push this pawn back, मेरे हिसाब से, but he's unable to do so. Difficult choice for Arjun. Oh, and by the way, if Arjun draws this, he might go below Noderbek, will he? I think he will. I'm not sure. No, maybe not. Maybe just around Noderbek. Yeah, he will still be ahead of Noderbek, but yeah, very close. Prag's accuracy is very low. His accuracy is what, 90? Let me check what his accuracy is. By the rook c7 played by Arjun, so he protects the pawn. Let's see what his plan is. But meanwhile, Prag ki accuracy kitni hai? It's 93. It's not. I mean, Arvind's was 86, so we've seen worse. But I think the position is very difficult. Yeah, I think Prag ka low accuracy I understand. पूजा गैम्बिट किसके लिए? भाई, किसके लिए भाई? द प्रॉब्लम इज यार, आई डोंट थिंक एनी गैम्बिट विल सेव Prag. It will require a blunder from Param Maksudlu to mess this up. I don't think he's capable of making such a blunder actually. Don't like cricket in chess. With their age, new gen chess players' intuition will improve along with the calculation. Um, yeah, I know. Of course, it will improve. Yeah, I'm not saying they will not get better. They will. They're only like 2021. But we are talking about the current tournament, right? So we are commentating on the current game. So is game may, of course, like I think Prag's accuracy. I mean, Prag's I think is not a problem. I think the game is difficult. Maybe Arvind's accuracy was a bit low. 0/3 possible? No, I don't think so. I don't think Arjun can lose that game. That would be a huge like a blunder required from Arjun. It's impossible, I think, for Arjun to lose this. So what he can do is, let's say White just waits. Yeah, rook e1. Oh, that's the plan. So chat, if you go rook e1 now, apparently c2 works. And Arjun is winning. So that's why you see rook c2 खेला White ने, रोक ही दिया उस pawn को. He is like, मुझे रिस्क ही नहीं लेना है भाई, अपन को लाइफ में कोई रिस्क नहीं चाहिए, अपन रोक देगा. And if you have bishop h6 to grab this, I think you can even play knight g4, or you can ignore this. Even knight e1 actually, why not? To grab this pawn. ट्रिकी है बाबा रे, ट्रिकी है. गलती नहीं कर रहा वोखिडोव. गलती करते यार, एक तो कर दे. So going to the game of Param Maksudlu, rook c3 played by Param. Not the best move, but has a clear threat of rook takes c6. If that falls, the game is over. So Prakko, I think, has to play queen d6 now. Apparently, that's the only move in the position. Rook c8 also possible, and he plays rook c8. A slight error, but as you can see, chat, it's plus 2.5 for Parham now, and all he has to do is play rook to a3, threatening maybe rook a7 ideas, and it's over. It's +3 after rook a3. Oh, it's over, yeah? It's over, I think. It's over. Rook a3 seems to be a winning move for Paramaksudlu. Chat question for you, भाई. तुम मेरी दुविधा खाली करो. Will Param find rook to a3? Yes or no? Come on, chat. तुम ही बताओ, please. I I know it's a mistake, but as I mentioned, ना like Prag के लिए game defend करना is so difficult, यार. It's so difficult. His king is completely open. Completely open. जब सड़क पे वैसे ही घूमो, कभी ना कभी कोई ना कोई पत्थर तो लगेगा ही. Yeah, plus actually drops to 91. Yes. No. 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 भाई नो तुम दिल से बोल रहे हो दिमाग से बोल रहे हो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है मैक्सिमम पीपल सेइंग नो या नो गॉड प्लीज इज अंडरस्टैंडेबल यू नो दिल से क्लियरली दिल से है वो निकल रहा है नो गॉड प्लीज आई गेट इट बट नो आई एम नॉट श्योर बिकॉज रूक ए3 इज एन ऑब्वियस मूव हियर बाय द वे व्हाट अबाउट नाइट ई oh he plays it he plays rook a3 and the bar has jumped up to plus 3.3 now. As we can see, the bar is going up and up and up. इतना अब तो भाई अंबानी भी जिंदगी में जाता जाता नहीं है यार ना अदानी. And chat, just to show you the point, let's say black just plays, I don't know, rook c7, rook a8 with rook g8 check is over. If you play, I don't know, what do you play actually? Queen f7, knight d5 loses the queen. If queen e6, for example, then rook a7 followed by queen g7 is mate. There is no move. There is no move. Black would literally love to pass. For example, the third best move for black is bishop g2, king g2, and queen e4, which is lost. This is the third best move. The second best is queen g7, where queen f2 wins. And the first preference is queen g5, where queen c5 controlling the c1 square wins. So queen g5, I think, is the best option now, threatening this check. Because queen g5, if rook a7 directly, there is queen c1 check and it's a draw. So that's, I think, the best he has. So let's go queen g5 and cross our fingers. अब मैं रो दूंगी यार. There's not much I think we as spectators can do. All we can do is hope कि his opponent makes a mistake. And even if Prag loses, he was in the lead. So he still has a chance to strike back, right? He can potentially win tomorrow and come back in the event. So for Prag, it's not the end of the road. For Arvind, I think he cannot win the event. So for Arvind, it's much worse. Arvind, I think, cannot win the event, and that's a huge dip in his chances to qualify for the candidates. Meanwhile, chat, one look at the Arjun game. Rook c2, king h8, Arjun again with the king dance. And king e1. What? Okay, that's a weird move. Something that was totally unnecessary. I think queen e5 now becomes very strong, I feel, with the idea of queen h2. I think this is the mistake. Oh, he wants to take on b5. Queen e5, there is queen b5, I forgot. But queen d4 apparently is very strong. And played by Arjun, chat. Queen e5 played. And maybe the game is back. Because queen b5 loses for Vokidov. Will he grab the pawn now? I think he has to go back to f1. That's the move. क्या लालच में पड़ेंगे Vokidov? क्या Oh, king d1 played. Wow. भाई इंजन की फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस वेयर इज ही गोइंग विद द किंग दो कि यूं ही चल रहा है बट किधर चला Clearly, Vokidov does not belong to the greedy weedy club. Um, he just pushed the king there. I'm still not sure where the king is headed and why is he moving it to the queen side. which just feels risky somehow. Unless he wants to attack on the king side, which would be ridiculous to be honest. I don't think so. He'll do that. So king d1, weird move. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, chat, Prag game in no move still by Prag. Deep saying he should grab the pawn. Yeah, I wish he did, but he didn't, yaar. And now Arjun is still fighting for a win there. Um, Prag, meanwhile, is he about to play a move? No. 15 minutes now for Prag. Yeah, I agree. He will not miss a perpetual. I agree with you. I think it looks difficult. Param will next day 3x3. यार नेक्स्ट डे तो नेक्स्ट डे देखेंगे ना भाई, वो तो कल आएगा, ट्यूसडे को ट्यूसडे देखेंगे। मतलब कल की पेयरिंग क्या, आई कैन टेल यू ऑफ कोर्स कल की पेयरिंग क्या है राउंड 6 की। टुमारो इट इज पराग अगेंस्ट रैपोर्ट, वाइट है पराग के। अर्जुन अगेंस्ट सिंदारोव, वाइट है अर्जुन के। एंड अरविंद अगेंस्ट वोकिडोव, वाइट है अरविंद के। सो कल तीनों रिजल्ट गेम्स में वी आर द स्ट्रॉन्गर प्लेयर एंड वी हैव वाइट। सो कल अच्छे रिजल्ट हो सकते हैं, बट स्टिल लाइक कल का कल देखेंगे भाई, आज भी तो कुछ पॉइंट्स चाहिए। Faisal, I have to agree with you. It is lost. Not only objectively, but practically. I mean, king pura nanga yaar. There is no square for the king where you can hide. वो गाना था ना, you can hide, you can run. यहाँ पे you can't even hide actually. So गाना दिख ही नहीं सकते हम इस गेम के ऊपर। Oof. Saj, by the way, is playing an event himself, Shailendra Bhai. So he'll be back in the next event. I think in the first week of July, we have GCT. जहाँ गुकेश प्रग एंड कार्लसन होंगे, तो he'll be back for that event. He's playing an event in Turkey right now. Um, as Prag thinks, one brief look at the Arjun game, जहाँ rook e7 आया. Oh, maybe we are getting somewhere, chat. Apparently, knight g4 is the only move. If you play, let's say, king e1, queen g3 check, king f1, and queen h2 is already close to winning. So maybe knight g4 has to be played. Arjun is making improvements, chat. That is good news. That is great news. Some pressure on Vokidov here. Meanwhile, Prag, has he played? He plays queen g7. He finds one of the best moves in the position. But is it enough? Oh, the best would be white queen trade कर ले. Oh भाई, party हो जाएगी भाई. But yeah, Maqsudu will not play that यार. इतना इतना दयालु मकसूदू नहीं है। Somebody said why not c5? c5 के ऊपर आई थिंक आपने किंग का रास्ता खुद ही खोल दिया। सो रुक a6 चेक, एंड यू नो व्हाट, इसके आगे मुझे देखने का मन ही नहीं है। सो आई एम गोना इग्नोर दैट फॉर नाउ बिकॉज क्वीन से आ चुका है ऑन द बोर्ड, एंड नाउ Parham will have to play queen f2 or queen e3, I think, one of these moves. And he's still completely winning actually. Parham के पास बहुत टाइम है यार, he can actually take a lot of time. नहीं होगी पार्टी आज भाई, अरे पार्टी करनी थी यार, मैं गर्मा गर्म पानी तैयार रखा हूँ यार, बस पार्टी करनी थी यार। बीमार आदमी पानी की सारी पार्टी करता है। Why not queen g5? Queen g5 is also possible, by the way. You just choose g7 for a reason. Queen f2, by the way, the best move played by Param. And now you can see the queen is completely stuck. जैसी queen हिलेगी, queen f6, it's mate. Pretty soon it's mate. So, and queen h4 मर रहा है chat. He's losing a pawn and there is no way to save the pawn. If rook h8, for example, to save it, rook a7, you resign. And h4 मर गया अगर, तो it's over, yeah, because then I can enter from this side, and rook a7 भी तो आ रहा है. Yeah, this is over. I think this is over. One look at the Arjun game. Of course, we'll keep cheering for Prag and hope that he somehow creates an upset there. But Water will always flow downhill, gravity will bring things down, and yeah, the val bar will not change unless Param makes a blunder. Yeah, there are always chances. I mean, he will play till the end until he feels he has even a glimmer of hope. He will, of course, play. Um, Meanwhile, Vokidov, I think, is in a different situation. He is worse, and Arjun, I would say, toying with him a little bit, like moving the king around for like 20, पिछली 20 moves से अर्जुन ने कुछ भी नहीं किया है. He's just playing around, waiting for the right moment. And knight g4 played by white. So Vokidov, as of now, playing the best moves again and again and again, not giving any, breathing space for black. And now queen is trapped. Queen d4 would lead to a queen trade. Do you want that? I'm not sure. Queen f6 is not possible. Queen g5, white can just pick up the pawn. So you have to play queen f4 now. That's the only move, I think. There's no queen h2, by the way. If queen g3, for example, then again white grabs the pawn. What happens on queen f4 and queen b5? Is there a move? F5 is the move. Yes. That's the plan, right? You want to play f5. That's the dream move. And if you take here, for example, queen d4 check and the game is over. Khatam. Finish. Rook yahan pe and queen g1. That's the trap, bhai. And ye king yahan fas gaya. So queen f4 is the move, Arjun. Come on, let's go. It was in this position that Prag realized that resign kar dena chahiye. I don't know if he'll resign now. Prag, by the way, 11 minutes against 23 for Maksudlu. Prag has some chance, like 0.5% time elastically if and only goes to time travel. Shashank bhai, I disagree actually. If Prag, first of all, Prag has less time, so it's more likely he goes to time pressure and Maksudlu doesn't. But even if Maksudlu goes to time pressure and Prag doesn't, or both go to time pressure, the side with the weaker king struggles. And yahan pe black has the weaker king. So any time pressure also favors Maksudlu. The only way Prag holds this is if he calculates, height shake kar raha hai, the only way he draws is if he calculates and forces a queen trade somehow, or a perpetual. That's the only way. There is no way I think you can blunder this even in time pressure, because white can just hold simple moves. Rook a7, yeah, queen h4. From now, there's not much to do. That's Agadmeter's line, भाई. भाई Agadmeter की line भी ले ली. अब उसको सब्सक्राइबर नंबर भी ले लूंगा भाई एक दिन. Just kidding भाई. Agadmeter legend है भाई, by the way. फिलहाल के लिए परम मकसूदलू waiting for Prag to move. 9 minutes for Prag now. Things not looking great, unfortunately. By the time जब stream end होगी ना, like anybody who's till the end, here till the end, do write some positive comments for Arvind, even if Prag and Arjun, everybody, for all the Indian players. The fact that we have 3 players playing this event is a statement. Yeah, किसी और country के शायद 2, like Uzbekistan has 3 players because Uzbekistan में tournament हो रहा है. So that's how strong Indian players are. And Prag, of course, was leading the event till today, but Aj, I think he might end up losing. Arjun will win. So let's have a look if he's winning. So knight g4, queen f4 played by Arjun. So great move. And now Vokidov will start feeling the pressure. He cannot take on b5, by the way. He takes! That's a blunder! And Arjun is now officially winning. Let's go by f5 on the board. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's over. That's over. f5 on the board and Arjun is close to winning. Minus 1.5 now, chat. That is very, very close to winning. And f5 played by Arjun in seconds. He knows the stakes. And now, chat, the only move for white to even continue the game is knight f2. Everything else is just lost. Knight f2 is the only move. Even then, I think he's lost, but at least the game goes on. Beautiful. Now I have to play it, okay? And now queen h2 is the only move for Arjun. So that's the only move. Arjun OP, come on. Queen h2 भाई. यहाँ से पीछे से check देंगे भाई. किसने कहा था वाइल्ड किंग को यहाँ पे रोमांटिक वॉक पे जाने के लिए D1 तक रानी के पास? एंड नाउ क्वीन H1, क्वीन G1 आ रहा है। G2 पॉन भी हैंग हो सकता है बाय द वे। एंड इफ G2 फॉल्स, देन F3 फॉल्स, एंड देन एवरीथिंग फॉल्स। कम ऑन, कम ऑन, कम ऑन Arjun, he can be the sole winner for India today, and if he wins, he will be very, very close to Caruana's rating, and he will also be half a point behind Noderbek. Okay, Queen H2. We need Queen H2. Arjun, come on, Queen H2. Can he find it? Not easy with time pressure also looming. And he plays it. Beautiful move, chat. That's it. G2 pawn is falling. You cannot save the G2 pawn, chat. G2 pawn बचाने के लिए आपको knight move करना पड़ेगा. And if you move the knight, first of all, you only have one square for the knight. Knight D3 पे now E4 would fall. F takes E4. Queen G1 check. Rook E1 and Queen D4. And then I will take E4 next. So you are lost. Arjun is officially now winning. Wow. भाई क्या आदमी है अर्जुन भाई, कंफ्यूज कर ही दिया ऊपर, घुमा फिरा के, घुमा फिरा के। लालच भाई, क्लियरली लालच वर्क्स। आज लुकिंग एट द बोर्ड, या ब्रीफली, बट मेजोरिटी वो हवा में देख रहा है। And now Chad Arjun will win this game. He will gain, and I think 3.1 points out of this, and he will go to 2783.1. That is literally zero point 0.9 rating behind Caruana. And if he wins tomorrow, he will cross Caruana as well. Moving towards Hikaru's candidate spot. Arjun still fighting for it. Important moment. Will Vokidov come up with some sort of trap last moment? I don't see it as of now. The only player with a winning position today. Arvind lost. Prag losing. Can Arjun compensate for those two losses by winning today? One look at the Prag game. As Vokidov thinks, Queen after that, Prag has still not played a single move. He has 5 minutes on his clock. He does not see a defense stat because there isn't one actually, and it's completely lost. Prag going down, but can Arjun go up? Let's go to the Arjun game again. Vokidov, what will be his last line of defense? Will he save the G2 pawn? Will he try to save the E4 pawn? The queen completely out of play right now. The queen would give anything to come back to F1 or E1 or somewhere here, but cannot do so. खुद का ही रुक बीच में आ गया. Opponent's name is Samshiddin Vokidov. He's from Uzbekistan, and he's the lowest seed of the event, so technically the weakest on paper. And this is a game which Arjun has to win if he wants to win the event. But Arjun has really, really, I would say, maneuvered his pieces around for a long, long time, waiting for the right moment. When, something is tired, maybe he makes a mistake, and he did actually make a mistake now. And then Queen H2 entering on these weak. याद है मैंने कहा था एक बहुत पहले कि F3 नहीं खेलना चाहिए. याद है, I told you chat, F3 नहीं खेलना चाहिए because ये squares weak होते हैं. Exactly वही हुआ अभी. So Vokidov struggling. Meanwhile, Praki game में King H5 chat, and that is another mistake. But as I mentioned, you have to save the H pawn, right? What do you do? And now chat, multiple moves win. The simplest is check. King G5, check, pawn takes, and queen to C5 check is just completely winning. King goes back somewhere, and now rook to A5 is game over, I think. Queen F5 pe rook bhi mar raha actually. So this is basically lost. Even rook A7 directly wins for white, so that is also possible. So he has multiple moves to win this game. So Prague will go down. What's the pool price for this event? Exactly amount मुझे याद नहीं है, होगा कुछ करोड़ रुपए तो होगा ही होगा for sure. And yeah, Prague, I think Maksulu will take some time to finish Prague off, but we'll come back to this. Meanwhile, Vokidov, 20 minutes for him. The time is irrelevant actually. The position is just gone. Why is it losing? I think the king f6. ठीक है तो किंग अब बाहर निकलने लगा. Queen f5 check. King e7 and rook a7 check. खत्म. Queen गई. Free key. King e8. Queen c8 is mate. See, even though the material is equal, you can get checkmated because the king is weak. अब अगर go back, if in this position, यहां पे ब्लैक का king f7 पे होता and यहाँ pawn होता f7 पे g6 पे, then this will be a dead draw. The king safety is everything, right? Your goal is to checkmate the opponent king. Why is not saving for Prague? So let's say I give a check, king g5, check, pawn takes, queen c5, king g6, rook a5. You play rook c7 to save everything, but queen f5 check, king h6, queen h5 is mate. खत्म. So mate in 2 था भाई वहां पे. So chat फिलहाल के लिए as Prag opponent thinks, let's go to the Arjun's game. वहां पे Vokidov has played knight to d3 and now he defends the g2 pawn, but now this means we can grab the e4 pawn. So takes, check, rook e1 and queen d4, pinning that knight, not allowing the queen entry back, by the way. Queen has no way to come back. And now rook takes e4 aa raha hai. And once rook takes e4 happens, the game is over. Because king is completely stuck. I think जो प्रग के किंग के साथ हो रहा है वही अभी वोकिडो के किंग के साथ होगा. सेम चीज. ब्लंडर कर दे परम भाई. भाई यार कई पोजिशन ब्लंडर करना मुश्किल है. आई थिंक द बिगेस्ट ब्लंडर इज ट्रेडिंग क्वीन समहाउ. इफ द क्वींस गेट ट्रेडेड ऑफ देन इट्स अ ड्रॉ. सो क्वींस ट्रेड हो जाएंगी तो देन मे बी प्रग कैन सर्वाइव, बट इट्स नॉट गोना हैपन चैट. इट्स अनलाइकली, हाईली अनलाइकली. Chat, everybody watching this, do like the stream. Let's get to 1000 likes if possible. 750 like तो कर दो भाई. Highest likes होंगे इस tournament के. जल्दी से let's go. And meanwhile, we can see Vokidov staring into Arjun's soul. भाई क्या गलती कर दी भाई. कहाँ कहाँ भाई यार. वैसे तो ड्रॉ हो गई भाई यार. हम लोग रुक घुमा रहे थे काफी टाइम से. अचानक तूने F5 खेल दिया भाई. कंफ्यूज कर दिया. चीटिंग करता है तू. That's the prize fund, maybe Athad bhai, but they also get appearance fee, which is quite high. So that's not the only money they win. By the way, I think no moves just yet. समय लेटेंट आएगा बस ब्लंडर कर दे. ये क्या है भाई. When we analyze games and try to moves, the bar shows how good moves are. Exactly, the bar kit is a great tool at guiding your calculation. But of course, the players don't have the bar. Imagine अगर 3D bar होता बोर्ड के बगल में. That would be hilarious. Business idea भाई. 3D real bar for players. Come on Arjun, come on. मार दे ये pawn Arjun. Arjun clock पे थोड़ा पीछे है तो there's a chance of something going wrong. And he only has 2 moves, by the way. Fe4 and queen g1. And the idea is the same for both. The idea is to take the pawn, give a check and play queen d4. That's the only way to win, by the way. Everything else white is back in the game because white ने कुछ pawn जीत लिए यहाँ पे. So Arjun doesn't have many options. For example, king h7, you can see how the bar goes up. Now knight e1 and white is back. The queen will come back into the game. You cannot allow the queen to come back into the game at any cost. That's why the queen belongs on d4, pinning that knight altogether. Hey Krishna, how are you? Commentary कौन कर रहा है? And he takes beautiful move by Arjun. Best move in the position. And of course, I think you will take with the pawn. रुक से मारोगे तो it only looks worse because आपका defensive piece चला गया. So वाइट के ऑप्शन बहुत कम है, एंड नेक्स्ट मूव हैज टू बी क्वीन G1, हैज टू बी क्वीन G1 फॉर अर्जुन. आर प्लेयर स्पॉन्सर्ड फॉर होटल्स एंड फ्लाइट्स? यस. सो जब भी कोई प्लेयर, टॉप प्लेयर इनवाइट होता है किसी टूर्नामेंट के लिए, उनका फ्लाइट्स, अकोमोडेशन, सब कुछ स्पॉन्सर्ड होता है बाय द टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइजर. एंड ऑल्सो ऑफ कोर्स लाइक they get appearance fee. So every player who plays gets a separate fee apart from the prize fund. But this is only at the top level, yeah, top 20 players of the world maybe. Oh, he takes with the rook. That's a big mistake actually. That's a big mistake. And now he has to take. Queen G1 is a mistake apparently because of rook E1. Takes and knight E1. You can see how queen se kyun maar diya bhai? Rook se marunga. Knight E1 and the queen is back in the game. So now he has to first take and then give a check. Very important. Appearance fee क्या होता है? Basically यार for you to let's say you wanna have Magnus Carlsen in your tournament. वो आ जाएगा क्या? वो नहीं आएगा ना भाई. You will have to pay some money for him to arrive there. So by the rook takes मार दिया है, pawn takes मार दिया है, queen g1 check, only move played by Arjun, on fire, king e2, rook f8 is just lost. It's over. So knight e1 forced, and now bishop e5 is the winning move. Bhai, that's not easy actually. Okay, it is easy actually. Queen d4 now doesn't make sense because there is queen d3 and y2 actually is better now. So queen d4 would make no sense. Bishop e5, the important move. Arjun on fire, absolutely. Who pays that? The organizer by. But had one look at the game of Prag, jahan pe no moves by, I think Param so far. I think he's calculating every single line. ये वो moment है जहां पे you calculate till checkmate. Param knows there should be something here, and this is where you basically calculate till the very end, till checkmate basically. So Param will take his time, and meanwhile Arjun completely winning. Can he find bishop e5? I think he's about to touch the bishop. Come on, bishop e5, Arjun. Can he find that move? The crucial move, winning the game. Chat stream like karo, let's go. Let's see if Arjun can win this and give us good news on not so good day for Indian players today. अरे भाई कोई पता है, एक क्षण के लिए मुझे डाउट नहीं था अर्जुन बिशप में खेलेगा भाई. पता ही था भाई, अपना लौंडा है भाई, कोई गलती नहीं करता यार. बिशप ई5 प्लेड ऑन द बोर्ड एंड साथ 60 मूव हो चुके हैं. सो न्यू स्कोर शीट फॉर बोथ प्लेयर्स, बट या आई थिंक द गेम इज अबाउट टू बी ओवर. Chat, ye pawn combined with rook incoming, bishop incoming, the game is over. So, for example, if white just passes, yeah, let's say white plays queen a6, attacking the rook, you can just play rook c7, queen b5, and how do you finish off though? By the way, say bishop g3, there is queen b8 check, winning the rook. So, how do I finish off? It's still rook f7, there is queen e8 check, maybe. गेम खत्म कैसे करनी है? इट्स नॉट ऑब्वियस जस्ट येट. If I play rook a2, for example, then I think bishop is obvious because you have no checks. And then I'm threatening this, queen e2 आना पड़ेगा. Then I can play rook f8, rook f2 or rook f1, it's over. But जब तक queen यहाँ पे डांस कर रही है, it's still a bit tricky to decide how to finish white off. Rook e2 to defend the knight. Rook e2 is, I think, possible, but then bishop g3. And next I'm threatening c2, winning the game on the spot. So this would be losing, I think. Rook e2 would be over, I think. That's easy to understand. Vokitov should resign and save scorecard for next match. वाह भाई वाह. भाई क्या शब्द है अमल भाई, क्या मतलब आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर भाई. वाह. काकस बचाने के लिए वोकिडोव शुड रिजाइन. भाई क्रेजी वर्ड्स भाई, लव इट. परम ब्लंडर, क्या बात कर रहे हो? Oh, Param played rook a7. That's the best move. I don't know what the blunder is there. Rook c7. And now maybe I think rook a8, or do you just take? Okay, he just took, yeah. Also works. Queen c7. Bhai, nahi yaar. Oh, wait. Apparently, chat, queen f8 was the best move, which was winning on the spot. But he played queen f6. But this is also winning. Yeah, this is also winning, Chad. I think the only defense is bishop g6, queen h8 check, king g5, queen h6 check, king f5, and now queen h4. I think this is also lost, unfortunately. Check maybe king h2 check, king g wait, check, king h1 check, king h2. Yeah, this is lost, Chad. This is lost. I think Param did not find the best move, but it is still lost. It is still lost. It's that bad for Prag, yeah. Even the second best move is, like, even after the blunder, Param is still winning. Yeah, yeah, it is over. So Prag still completely lost. Maybe there's a surprise for all of us hiding somewhere, some moves down the line. But as of now, it feels like Prag is still losing. Chat. Hope for the best. Okay, we've seen a move which is just played, only move. And I think Queen h8 check. Or even 95, by the way, is very strong, right? Because you're threatening Queen g6 mate. Yeah, 95 is actually very strong. Oh, Bishop e4 khelna padega. And now you can just pick up the pawn, actually. Oh, lot of ways to win for Param still. Arjun's next move is very hard to find. I think we'll go to that game because Param is about to play. Let's see what he plays first. Can Param make a slight error? He can still actually play Queen f8, by the way. That's still the Queen f8 possible, Queen h8 possible, 95 possible. Lots of moves. The move we want to see is Queen a5. That's the move we want to see. Even this might be, lost in some cases, but this is the move we want to see actually. Jahan pe after d4, maybe black has some options. That's the only move that spoils the game, I think. Apart from queen g5, of course, losing the queen. Arvind lost, yes. But you can see Param nodding. He knows, oh, 95 incoming. Yup, 95 on the board, chat. Threatening queen g6 mate in one. The queen will either you have to give this check or you have to play bishop e4 back. 4 minutes of Prag, by the way. So one look at the Arjun game, has something happened there? Bishop ke baad, rook e2, by the way, your move was played. Somebody just mentioned this in the chat. And Arjun plays the only move in the position, by the way. Only move to win. Bishop to g3. And this is now game over, chat. Because kuch bhi khel do, Arjun's next move is c2 check. He can pre-move this, literally. Unless, of course, you play queen c6, then I'm going to take the queen. You get my point, yeah? For any logical move, c2 check is over. Or you can first take on e1 and then give a check, but regardless, c2 check aa raha hai, and the game is over. So Arjun about to win. He plays king c2, but yeah, but now you lose the knight, right? So c2 rok diya aapne, but he takes the knight now. Yeah, taken. So piece up. And now the only threat for black is some perpetual. So queen d7 played. He's trying to give checks, but just rook f8. Rook f8 is a very, very simple way to play. And chat rook f8 ke baad, let's say you play queen d6. Now, how do you finish it off? Let me see. I think simplest is queen f1. I think that's the simplest because आपने queen को वापस लाने का option रख दिया. And if you take here now, queen takes e1. Oh, sorry, rook is hanging. So rook, wait, how do you finish this off? Rook f2 check, king c3, queen e1. Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's over. ठीक है. So rook queen f1 does win after rook f8. पहले rook f8 खेलना चाहिए though. He can also play rook g8. Actually, that might be even cleaner because that avoids any checks whatsoever. After Feb, this is the first classical game Prag will lose. Oh, wow. That's a good record, actually. So, as Arjun about to win chat, I think we will come back to this. One look at the Prag game. Bishop e4 has been played by Prag. So, he avoids mate in one. But for how long? Now, Param can even grab another pawn if he wants to. Then he'll be 2 pawns up. Or he can start giving checks, harassing the black king as much as he wants. अर्जुन 26 तक धोता है तो मजा आता है भाई, ये बात तो है भाई, मस्त धोता है यार, अलग ही स्किल है अर्जुन का, नहीं? Like nobody can crush 2600 like Arjun does. है ना, अलग ही लेवल है भाई बंदे का. एंड चैट डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. एक चैलेंज करते हैं चैट, ठीक है? आई एम गोना डू अ चैलेंज विद यू. वी हैव 600 लाइक्स एंड 1300 पीपल वाचिंग. अगर हमारे 1000 लाइक हो गए 8:25 से पहले, तो एक बंदे को 3 महीने की मेंबरशिप, 1 महीने चैलेंज पेंडिंग है, 3 महीने की देंगे भाई. सो आई एम गोना से 1 2 3 नाउ. नाउ पे सबके सब साथ में लाइक बैठाना. देखते हैं भाई कितने लाइक्स मैक्सिमम चैट यूनिटी लिबर्टी से बढ़ा सकती है. ठीक है, 1 2 3 एंड नाउ देखते हैं भाई चैट में कितना दम है भाई. कमाओ में 607 लाइक थे. लेट्स सी कहां पहुंचता है. By the king has to play it. Very, very safe move. Avoiding any checks whatsoever. And अब G4 check भी आ रहा है by the way. G4 check is dangerous. Because king भी join कर लेगा game फिर attack में. Can परम play queen G5? भाई ये तो मैं भी ना खेलूं तो परम कहां से खेलेगा? 1000 लाइक होगा तो एक बंदे को 3 महीने की मेंबरशिप मिलेगी चैट. 5 minutes to reach 1000 likes. Let's go. So Param crushing Prag right now. Arjun game, by the way, Queen D7 के बाद Rook G8, saving that pawn and avoiding any checks. So if you play Queen D6 now, I can simply play Queen F1 and you cannot give me any checks. There are no checks. Queen E5 check, for example, King H7, Queen G7 check, Rook G7, Queen H4 possible nahi hai because the bishop controls it. So great move by Arjun again. 700 लाइक हो गए चैट. 1000 लाइक होने चाहिए, 1000 लाइक पहुंचना चाहिए इन द नेक्स्ट 5 मिनट्स. तब मिलेगी 3 महीने की मेंबरशिप, वरना 1 महीने की मिलेगी सिर्फ. सो मीनवाइल चैट 11 मिनट 17 मिनट अर्जुन टाइम पे पीछे बट पोजीशन जीती हुई है. सो प्रग गेम में क्या करेंगे प्रग? ही इज 3 minutes नाउ. ही हैज नो टाइम. ही हैज नो टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक. प्रग भाई जल्दी. लुक एट हिज पोस्चर. ही नोज क्लॉक पे टाइम नहीं, बोर्ड पे पीसेस नहीं. प्लेस क्वीन B8. And now, chat, white has only one move, and that is G4 check. G4 check is the only winning move, the crushing move, let's say. But he will find it, I think. He will find it. अगर black ने B4 pawn मार लिया, black is back in the game. So you have to play G4 check. It's mate, so n%. King takes, and now you can see how there are a lot of checks. Yeah, queen भी game में आ चुकी है. Queen H4 is mate, by the way. So you will have to give this check, and I can move the king even further to F4. Damn. Or I can play knight G4 actually. Maybe that's safer. Yeah, threatening mate. So G4 only move for Param Maksudlu. Will he find it? Yes or no, chat? Will he find G4, or will Prag somehow squeeze back from a completely lost position? I don't think Param will miss G4. It just feels like an obvious. G3 भी चलेगा, but G4 is obviously the most forcing move. n% होगा भाई, n% होके रहेगा. लेकिन तब भी yeah, the only time n% is forced. Yes, you are right. G3 is the same thing, of course, I think. चैट करिए. नो 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 यार, दिल से बात कर रहे हो भाई. परम वहीं देख रहा है. परम की आंखें देखो भाई, वो वहीं जी पॉन के आसपास मंडरा रही हैं. परम भाई क्वीन G6 खेल दे भाई. तो और क्या क्या प्रेयर करते हो भाई आप, सेंजू भाई? और क्या प्रेयर्स है आपके दिमाग में? क्वीन G6 की भाई? फिर तो क्वीन D8 ही खेल दे. फिर तो मेट ही करवा ले भाई सीधा. मेट इन 1. किंग G3 खेलते, रिजाइन करते भाई. 2 बार मूव खेलते, रिजाइन करते सीधा. एन पार्टन इज ऑलवेज फोर्स. टिकू से सॉरी. सॉरी भाई, सच्चाई बोल दी मैंने. Prag, by the way, 3 minute. Last 2 rounds, Arjun plays Prag and Arvind. That's interesting. What about knight F7? By pinned a knight. So unless you want to get an illegal move, knight is pinned. That's why queen B8, by the way, just to keep the knight pinned. Knight move na kar paye. But I'm calculating. जैसे वो खेलेंगे हम आएंगे. But one look at the Arjun game chat. Rook G8 के बाद queen D6 मार दिया है. And Arjun has played the best move, queen F1. And वो literally, you can see him looking into the distance. He's looking at how he will look. दिमाग में विजुलाइज कर रहा है गेम जीतने के बाद कैसा लगूंगा। आई थिंक रिजाइन्स बहुत जल्दी आने वाला है चैट। क्वीन ई5 चेक प्लेड एंड नाउ जस्ट किंग H7 इज जस्ट सिंपल विन। या अर्जुन का हाथ रेडी है मूव खेलने के लिए। डोंट सी एनी इश्यूज व्हाटसोएवर। अर्जुन, एरिगेसी अर्जुन भाई, ही इज अ लेजेंड भाई। आज द ओनली गाय टू विन अमंग द इंडियन प्लेयर्स। या किंग H7 प्लेड, ब्यूटिफुल गेम विद द ब्लैक पीसेस। घुमा फिरा के मारा भाई। आई थिंक व्हाइट विल हैव टू डिजाइन नाउ। ओके ही प्लेस किंग D3 तो यूं ही चला चल राही। किंग चल दिया भाई। आई डोंट नो कहां। Why can't I just play C2 by the way? Why can't I queen? Okay, maybe I don't need to do it. If I play bishop D2 by the way, that could be a problem because queen check, rook G7, queen H4. Maybe that's a bit of a worry. But king D3 pe what else can I play? Can I just play rook F8 and bring the rook into the game now? That is one move for sure. C2 मेरा मन है, but there is check, rook G7 and queen takes C2. But that also should be winning, right? I think यहाँ पे भी winning होगा. I don't want to give the pawn maybe. Let's see how Arjun treats this. जो भी best होगा अर्जुन निकाल देगा भाई. प्राग गेम में कुछ हुआ क्या? Chat crazy हो रही है भाई. Oh, by the way, G4 happened. Played by Param. It's checkmate. तो n% जो usually forced नहीं होता है, आज forced है, मारना पड़ेगा. किंग से मारा, क्वीन H4 मेट इन 1 का थ्रेट है. सो क्वीन G8 चेक एंड ही कुड हैव प्लेड नाइट G4 बट परम भाई वाइल्ड मूड में है. किंग कम्स आउट टू F4 एंड चैट बड़ा खतरनाक है बिकॉज नाउ द क्वीन कैन नॉट मूव ऑफ द G फाइल. क्वीन कहीं भी चलेगी तो क्वीन G5 इज चेकमेट. सो क्वीन हैज टू स्टे ऑन द G फाइल नाउ. सो यहां नहीं चल सकते क्वीन को. यहां भी नाइट मार देगा. यहां क्वीन, यहां पॉन, यहां किंग. सो क्वीन कैन नॉट गो एनीवेयर. He plays bishop H7, I think. And now queen E7 is the only move for Param. What? Hello. Wait, what? So if Param plays a move like knight F3, there is queen B8 check drawing on the spot. And if Param plays H4, then queen G2 is a draw. Hello, wait. So queen E7 is the only move for Param Maqsoodlu. भाई काश परम का टाइम कम होता यार. परम के टाइम बहुत कम है, ज्यादा है यार एक्चुअली. सो बिशप H7 a nice move बिकॉज पता क्या है, बिशप H7 वेकेट्स द E4 स्क्वायर फॉर द क्वीन. सो अगर हम डायरेक्टली G2 खेलते हैं, देयर इज क्वीन H8 मेट. इट्स मेट. सो बिशप ने वो मेट बचा ली. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मेल्ट बचा ली. सो नाउ आई कैन प्ले क्वीन G2 एंड ऑल्सो वेकेटेड द E4 स्क्वायर फॉर द क्वीन. ओ हो. परम कुछ भी खेल दे अपार्ट फ्रॉम क्वीन E7, प्रग इज बैक इन द गेम चैट. एंड द प्रॉब्लम इज परम का किंग अब वीक है. नाउ यू कैन सी हाउ परम ऑल्सो हैज ओनली मूव्स बिकॉज परम का भी किंग वीक है अब. पहले सिर्फ प्रग का किंग वीक था. तो प्रग हैज डिफेंडेड वेरी वेल, बट कैन परम फिनिश दिस? ऑब्वियस मूव कह रहे हैं हरिजान जी, बट टाइम प्रेशर में कुछ भी हो सकता है यार. क्वीन E7 इज नॉट द ऑब्वियस मूव. आई थिंक like it is an obvious, but it's not the only obvious move. Yeah, भाई क्या गलती करेंगे परम मकसूदलू. वन लुक एट द अर्जुन गेम, विल कम बैक इन 10 सेकंड्स चैट. बाय द वे C2 खेल दिया अर्जुन ने. इट वाज द बेस्ट मूव. चेक, रुक G7, प्यादा मार लिया. एंड नाउ द ओनली मूव बिशप G3. द बिशप इज कमिंग टू E5 चैट. एंड ये पॉन सारे उन्होंने रोक दिए. व्हाइट हैज 1 2 3 4 5 6, सो ही हैज 3 पॉन्स फॉर अ पीस, बट किंग बहुत कमजोर है. एंड आई थिंक दिस इज कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट. यहां पे बिशप E5 बैठेगा एंड देन क्वीन A1, क्वीन D4 इज चेकमेट. So Arjun is winning this game. So going back to the Prag game, देखते हैं क्या होता है यहां पे. क्या परम गलती करेंगे चैट? उफ, स्ट्रेस हो रहा है भाई, स्ट्रेस हो रहा है. मेरा गला बैठ रहा है चैट. 7 minutes for Prag now. Sorry, Param now. It's less than 7 minutes for Param now. He has to find Queen E7. Will he make a mistake? It's all or nothing. Prag ready है. Prag ने Bishop H7 ब्रिलियंट चाल खेली है बाय द वे. Cannot tell you how strong that move is. परम तो 10 चॉकलेट खिलाऊंगा ब्लंडर कर दे, ये क्या है भाई? चॉकलेट वो खुद खरीद सकता है भाई. Arjun and Prag are invincible. Let's see. We'll know that soon. Param, by the way, 6 minutes 19 seconds. We are reaching that phase jahan pe it can get tricky. Because chat, even after queen e7, it's not like a mate in 3, right? The game goes on. And the longer the game goes on now, मैंने किसी ने कहा था कि अगर टाइम ट्रबल में आएंगे तो प्रग कैन कम बैक. मैंने कहा था ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन मैंने इसलिए कहा था बिकॉज उस टाइम पे परम का किंग सेफ था. अब ऐसा नहीं है. द किंग इज ऑल्सो वीक. सो इन दैट केस इफ वी रीच टाइम प्रेशर, प्रग गेट्स मोर चांसेस एक्चुअली बिकॉज हिज किंग हैज बीन वीक एनीवेज. चैट 1700 लोग देख रहे हैं. डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. लेट्स गेट टू 1K लाइक्स जल्दी से. प्रग कुड बी स्टेजिंग the best comeback of the year, maybe, because this was dead lost at one point. Can he come back? Let's like the stream. Let's get more people in. Arjun won kya? Just checking one thing, chat. And Arjun has won, chat. His opponent has resigned. It is game over. Erigacy Arjun OP in the chat. Spam hona chahiye. Rukna nahi chahiye jab tak, we switch to Prag's game. What a player. Iske saath hi he's half a point behind the leader Noderbek, and he will gain a bunch of rating points and will now be decimal rating points behind Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru bhai, Arjun bhai aa rahe hain. And he is coming for your rating spot. So, beautiful game by Arjun. Now going to the game of Prag, the only remaining game here. Can Prag come back? Oh, Param finds Queen e7. पानी फेरते हुए हमारी एस्पिरेशंस पे, वो भी गर्मा गर्म पानी या ठंडा ठंडा पानी भाई. Okay, the game is not over still, but this is a huge step taken by Param towards winning this game. Now the bishop is attacked, so the queen can't dance around, chat. Queen g2 is queen h7 checkmate. That's why queen e7 is so strong. Still maintaining that threat as well. अर्जुन कपूर कौन लिख गया भाई? इस बंदे को बैन कर सकते हैं क्या 1 मिनट के लिए? Prag now less than 2 minutes on the clock. What is the best move, chat? There are no best moves, I think. It is close to lost. You have to move the bishop somewhere. You can't move the queen, chat. Queen has no squares. Because queen g file nahi chhod sakti. Because queen g5 mate ho jayegi. And it cannot leave the bishop because queen h7 mate ho jayegi. So it has to stay in connection with the bishop and it has to stay on the g file. And g7 possible nahi hai, g6 possible nahi hai. The queen has to stay on g8. That's the only square. King nahi hil sakta. King h6, I mean, knight g4 is over. So you have to move the bishop somewhere. Maybe c2, maybe e4, maybe b1, I don't know. So Prag is just waiting. Don't you think Noderbek is the strongest of them all? I disagree, Gaurav bhai. Noderbek has struggled to gain rating. Now Bishop G1 played. He's now coming back again, but Noderbek is the most aggressive one, maybe. The most ambitious player. But his results don't kind of say the same. Like rating is a good number. And his rating is around the players that the Indian players have. So he couldn't qualify to the candidates. So that tells you, striking in important moments is important. He didn't win the World Cup. He didn't win the Grand Swiss. So he couldn't strike in those important events when it matters the most, right? So that's the important part. You could win the same games against the same little players, but if you win them in the candidates, you win the World Championship. If you win them in some random event, you get a prize. So that's the difference, yeah? And chat फिलहाल के लिए Prag has played, but what will Param Maksudlu do now? Chat, हमें 2600 लोग 2700 लोग combined देख रहे हैं. Do like the stream. Let's get to 1K likes if possible. The final moments of the game, and likely Prag will lose, but let's support our youngsters and at least उम्मीद तो कर सकते हैं भाई. उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है. And not to forget, कल बहुत important दिन है. कल तीनों Indian players के white होंगे. We're going to see Prag against Rapport. That's an important match for Prag if he wants to win the event and confirm his candidate spot. Arjun against Sindarov. Arjun, after his win today, will love to continue winning. And Arvind against Wokidov. Arvind के लिए golden opportunity to have white against the lowest field of the event and win that. So let's see if he can do that. Knight d7, I think, would be a mistake because it removes the mate ka threat, and now black can move the queen to g1 and threaten checks. So you really have to play, I think, knight to g4. I think that's the move white has to play. There is knight c6 as well, but I don't kind of like this move personally. It just feels a bit risky, yeah? थोड़ा materialistic लग रहा है मुझे. I think knight g4 feels a bit more logical. You keep the queen tied down and the king tied down. Prag Blunder not using it. I don't think he had a draw anywhere. I think queen e7 was the move, and Param did find it, so he never really had a draw anywhere at all. Dukesh's next tournament is Grand Chess Tour Zagreb that starts on 2nd July. And funnily enough, Prag will also be playing it. And guess who will be playing it? एक ऐसा फेमस प्लेयर है जो टेबल बैंगिंग एक नया उन्होंने स्किल निकाला है, एंड मैग्नस कार्लसन विल बी प्लेइंग दैट इवेंट. सो वी गेट टू सी Carlson play Gukesh in 3 games and Carlson play Prag in 3 games. So super important event that starts from 2nd July. Yeah, Param's time is going down. That's a good observation, by the way. And when time goes down, anything can happen. But as of now, Param's still in control. Parag can offer draw though. By offer draw, it's not like checkers नहीं है भाई कि मजबूरी नहीं है. Param can say no. वो एक मीम आते हैं ना, the worst she can say do is say no. This is worse than that because यहाँ पे अपना hurt होता है जब ऑपोनेंट मना कर देता है तो. Kasparov said he will arrange good quality table in Zagreb. Yeah, I remember that. That was hilarious. Come on, let's go chat to like the stream. Param ने clock की तरफ देखा. He's getting a bit nervous though. He's getting a bit nervous as we see. Param looks at the clock nervously. He realizes कि इतना time मेरे पास नहीं है. If I have to win the game, I have to do it right about now. The longer the game goes on, the more the Prag's chances increase. क्या इंग्लिश बोल रहा हूँ, इंग्लिश हिंदी सब उड़ चुकी है भाई, गेम इतनी क्रेजी है. Time format, it's Blitz and Rapid for Gukesh versus Carlson, by the way. That's Blitz and Rapid both. Will be a very important event for Indian chess. But as Param about to play 1.5 minutes. पहली बार Param Prag से नीचे जाते हुए clock के ऊपर. That's a good sign. That's a very good sign. Can there be a comeback? बहुत difficult है chat. I will place Prag's comeback chances at 2% right now. बट 2% में बहुत चीजें हुई हैं. 0.23% में भी हम लोग कम बैक किए हैं. सो 2% पे तो हो सकता है. बाय द वे, लेस देन अ मिनट फॉर परम मकसूदू नाउ. Full pressure. Imagine playing a beautiful game. Oh, he looked at the clock again. 45 seconds now. Yes, Sachin bhai, that's the point. If he wins this event, he takes a huge leap in his chances to win the FIDE circuit, and candidate spot almost, not confirm, but almost confirm ho jayega. Oh, he takes the pawn. He, by the way, has played the best move in the position. So Param, absolutely on point, but it does distract the knight for a little bit. Should black now play queen g2 and try to harass the king? I think queen g2 could be a move here. But will he lose the bishop accidentally? That's not the problem, right? Wait, queen g2, queen h7. Oh, अच्छा बिशप कंट्रोल कर रहा है, बच गया भाई. मैंने कहा मेट नहीं हो रही भाई. वो चेसकॉम के मीम्स देखे है ना, बिशप दूर से आता है. ओ परम भाई, क्वीन h7, कम ऑन. भाई अगर ये हो गया ना भाई, एक बंदे को 2 साल की मेंबरशिप, 1 साल की मेंबरशिप भाई. क्वीन h7 क्वीन कर दी तो दैट बी हिलेरियस. कम ऑन, कम ऑन. फ्लैग हो जाए भाई, फ्लैग भी हो सकता है बट मुश्किल है. Oh, he plays queen g2, he plays my move, and now queen e8 check is the best move for Paramaksudlu. Chat, I think 3 महीने की membership तो नहीं मिलेगी, 1000 लाइक नहीं हुए, but I'm going to do a 1 month membership challenge. ठीक है? You guys have to guess how many moves will this game take to finish. That's the percentage. So आपको स्पैम करना है, साहब लिखना है चैट में कितनी मूव्स में गेम खत्म होगी, एंड द फर्स्ट पर्सन to tag Chesscom India on Twitter with that screenshot gets a 1 month membership. But after the stream, not before the stream. Once the stream ends, जो पहला बंदा tag करेगा उसको मिलेगी membership. The Queen E8 best move played, King H6 now Queen F8 the best move, and I think chat this is about to be lost because Queen F8. Oh, what? 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 That's a blunder. Okay. Why am I talking like this? Bhai, that's a blunder by Param Maksudlu. Is there hope, chat? Is there hope? Bhai Sahab, there is another twist in the tale. Okay, I still think it's gonna be lost. I think it's still lost. But at least, I think that was Queen G8. Queen F8 was instant over. Queen F6 check now. King H5. King H5 has to be played. Come on, Prag, King H5, King H5, come on, King H5, he's back in the game, King H5 खेलना बहुत जरूरी है. Come on, King H5. King H5 on the board, come on, Prag, you have seconds, very difficult to play, I think though. Almost impossible to find King H5R. Bishop G6 looks like the logical move. You want to block the queen with the bishop, right? Looks so logical. King H5 though is the move. You walk towards the white king. Can he find it? Pressure. Look at the pressure on both players right now. One mistake and the game could go either way. By the way, combined, I think लगभग 3000 लोग almost देख रहे हैं chat. Do like the stream. Let's get to 1K likes. Prag fighting it out. By the way, Arvind lost today. Anybody joining in? Arjun has won a beautiful game. He is in second place in the standings. We're going to see his games tomorrow as well. But kya Prag, who has been completely lost for the last 2 hours, come back with the last moment twist. Looks difficult as of now. King H5 Prag. Come on, come on, come on. Wait, why are they stuck? भाई ये लोग हिल नहीं रहे क्या? भाई is the camera struck नहीं रही भाई? Or what's happening? कोई हिल ही नहीं रहा है. Oh, King H5 played. King H5 played. That's beautiful. Best move by Prag. Camera stuck in it. Can we go for the full board? Full board now. I think we use the full board. If the camera fix hota hai. So played. And now Queen E5 check is the only move from Param Maksudlu. That's the only move or the game is a dead draw. We'll fix the camera soon. But Param finds it. And now let's go back. Let's repeat moves. Prag, let's not try to do anything fancy. And played. King H6 played quickly. We are reaching the final moments of the game. And we have the cameras. Let's go full screen again. We have the cameras again. Let's go full screen. We have the cameras again. We can see Prag's legs moving. So we are back. 50 seconds for Param. 1 minute, 16 seconds for Prag. I think Queen F6 check. King H5, Queen E5. We've seen once. He has to apparently play Queen E6 check, which is a slight improvement. Not so obvious why. And to find it in 40 seconds will not be easy. कोई कह रहा है टिक्कू knows nothing about this game. Bro, the players know nothing about this game, bhai. It's an absolute insane game. And Bishop G6 now only move for Prag. King H5 अगर खेलते हैं तो Queen G4 is winning. And that endgame is lost for black. So he needs to find Bishop G6. Only move for Prag. Difficult move, chat. King H5 पहले काम कर रहा था. You feel like repeating moves. But Queen G4 is instantly winning for white. He has to notice what is the difference between a check on F6 and a check on E6. यहां से Queen G4 नहीं आ रहा है. The queen cannot move like a knight. At least not yet. So that's why Bishop G6, super important move. This could be a one move blunder from Prag if he plays it. But it could be a amazing save. What will it be? Even if he loses, Prag was in first place. He will always have chances to come back. And he finds the only move. Baap Re. And chat, that's a blunder from Maksudlu. The game is officially equal now. Oh my god. What's happening? Prag's resilience has worked. Now queen e4 check, king d6, queen e6, king e6, and bishop d3 is a draw. Oh my god, but I don't think Prag will see it, chat. This doesn't feel like a draw to me at first glance. ये देखना बहुत मुश्किल. And that's the only move to draw. Oh my god, I don't think he'll see it. बहुत मुश्किल है. बहुत मुश्किल है, chat. बहुत मुश्किल है. Come on, Prag, see it, please, 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 please. Okay, he gives a check. Will he trade queens now and go into the drawn endgame? The only move is queen takes queen. Come on, Prag. Come on. Take the queen. Difficult decision. Extremely difficult decision. That's insane. That's insane. He's taken the queen. Bishop D3, come on. Bishop D3, come on. Prag, come on. He's holding it. He's holding it. Oh my god. 2% is working. I cannot believe this. It is officially a draw now. If Prag plays the best moves, it is a draw. That is an insane move. What a fight by Pragnanda here. Crawling out with a draw from the jaws of defeat. by शेर के मुंह से निवाला छीन लिया है. Literally. Okay, it's not over just yet, chat. It's not over yet because white has 2 pawns and white can grab this one right now. So white is 2 pawns up. Objectively, it feels like it's lost, but there's a particular sequence of moves. Bishop f1. Let's say दो तरीके हैं. Either white saves this pawn or white doesn't. Let's say white doesn't save this pawn. Now king g5. You don't take with the bishop. That's lost. King g5. I still cannot push this. So let's say I play knight e5. King h4. Knight c4. Now I'm ready to push this. I'll take this with the king. b5. Now king g3 only move. b6. Bishop g2. And this is now a draw. Now it's understandable it's a draw. But this is not easy. But Prag ने इतना सोच लिया है तो आगे भी सोच सकता है भाई. आगे भी सोच सकता है. Oh my god, Magnus Osman. Nice, nice, nice. Bhai, if he saves this, this is gonna be insane, bhai. This is gonna be insane. And then Prag and Arjun can both be in second place, half a point behind, Nodubek. One of the best matches I ever see. Mohit bhai, I am in the same boat, but it's not over yet. Param Maksudlu is still gonna fight for a win here. And he's gonna try and trick Prag on every move. The good thing is he also has less time, but this means Param cannot lose this. That's the good news for him. He can just take the pawn. There's no way he loses. भाई गलत कर रहा है भाई, but इतना crazy game है. Oh my god, what a game. Oh, Param panicking and he grabs that pawn. So Param is officially 2 pawns up now. He cannot lose. What? Prag has blundered the game. No. No, he has blundered the game. Chat, the idea was bishop f1. If you play knight e5, bishop h3 marna tha. That was difficult to see and now it's lost. But wait, it's not over, chat. Now knight g4 is the only move. Wait, that's not easy. Can we go full screen, Nidhi bhai? Okay, let's say this. Let's stay here. Let's stay here. Let's stay with the board. Knight g4 is the only move now. Only move. मत निकाल परम भाई. गलती कर दे प्लीज प्लीज. गलती कर दे भाई. गलती कर दे. अबे finds knight g4. Yeah, it is officially lost now, chat. The idea is King h4, you're about to grab this pawn, but knight to f2. And you can never really grab this. Yeah, king h4, knight will played. King g3 you can play, but I'm just gonna play king c5. You can never take this. You can never take this because king f2, h4, the bishop cannot stop two pawns. It is over. It's lost for Prag. It's absolutely lost. Hard luck. I think Param bhai ki kismat achhi hai. And Prag, I think he's gonna be really mad because he defended like a champ. Yeah, he defended like an absolute genius till the very end. But yeah, not much we can do here. Nahi, I think Petrolhead, this is over now. I would not plunder this. If I played 100 games against Prag, I would win 100. It's that bad because simple plan. I just have to win the king and push the pawn. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's a simple plan here. There is no defense now. Yeah, king c5, brilliancy, by the way. Only move, by the way. If you played, let's say, king c6, king f2, b5, and okay, maybe there was enough time. Yeah, h4, bishop e2. Bishop e2. Maybe it is a bit tricky still. Okay, b5, king g3. I'm just in time. Just in time because king c3, I can give this check at the end. Okay, got it. Okay, it's holding, but king c5 is a great move by. Yeah. And now if I take, let's try the same thing. H4, bishop E2, stopping this pawn. B5, king G3, and B6. And now the problem is, I'm just not in time. King yahan hota, I would take B7 and check and I'll pick up the pawn. But because king is on C5, there is no way, and that is the end of the game. Yeah. Hard luck for Prag, yeah. I think he was very close. He was very close. Very close. Yeah, you see him shaking his head. He knows it's over. 17 seconds, by the way. 19, sorry. He has to play now. I think he can try something. Maybe bishop e2 he can try. I don't know. 3 seconds. By the way, he just played on 2 seconds. Yeah, he took the knight. He took the knight. Yeah. h4 will happen instantly. Yeah. And bishop e2 is the only move I feel. And then b5 wins. Hard luck for Prag here. I think Prag will play. He resigns. He resigns. So Prag resigns, chat, and H4 ke baad 68 moves is the answer. The first person to tag us now with 68, a screenshot of 68 in the chat gets one more name. Levi check kar lena kaun hoga pehla banda who tags us. And hard luck to Prag. I think there was a draw, but it was not easy. But he fought really hard. I think it was very nice to see कि Prag ने कितना fight किया, and at the end it was just not to be. But chat, tomorrow all Indian players have white pieces. So कल का बहुत important दिन होगा. Do not forget कि कल अगर तीनों जीतते हैं तो that can improve our ranking significantly. Prag is still fighting for that candidate spot, and FIDE circuit से qualify करने के लिए a win in the event would give him huge chances. So बहुत मजा आएगा, and they are of course analyzing the game now, and Param of course missed a bunch of wins. Then Prag just had one chance. He grabbed it, but absolute last moment पे गलती हो गई यार. That's how chess is sometimes. Not much we can do there. But yeah, great game by Prag overall. You have to admit, इतना खतरनाक defense किया, and he gave us a lot of hope at the end. So how is this winning, chat? देखो, दो pawn जा रहे हैं. You cannot stop both. Let's say king g3, h5, king h4. You can see how it's not enough. So the only way to stop is bishop e2. But now I play b5, king g3, and b6. Just in time. एक मूव कम है. अगर यहां पे मैं बिशप c6, अगर मैं मारता हूं तो b7, the pawn cannot be stopped. And if I play bishop f3, then h5. And the bishop has to defend both pawns, which it can't do. You can play bishop e4 now. But यहाँ पे h6 and the king is just far away. King h4, h7, bishop h7, and b7, and I queen. And queen against bishop is a simple win at the top level. So yeah, overall chat, Arjun wins. So Arjun goes to, I think, second place now. Niva, can we have the standings एक बार? Would love to see the standings if possible. कि कौन कहाँ पे है? Noderbek is on the absolute top with 4 points now. And we have 2 people in second place. One is Param and one is Arjun. So Prag, of course, with 3 points, with +1. I think Chidambaram is the bigger worry there. Tomorrow he plays Wokidov. And tomorrow is an important game for him. He has to win that at all cost if he really wants his confidence back. So Arjun still half a point behind and कल बहुत important दिन है. तीनों इंडियन प्लेयर्स के वाइल्ड chat. So कल तीनों जीत सकते हैं. Let's see what happens. And chat, thank you for joining. We want to thank you for joining us in huge numbers. Crazy game था वो यार, मजा आ गया. Chess is insane. It's so much fun to watch in time pressure and when the things are twisting back and forth. And there you see the results. Lot of results today. 4 results in total. Yeah. Arjun wins, Sindaro wins, Noderbek wins, Param wins, and 1 draw between Yakubov and Nepo. So chat, we're going to see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining. Bada maza aaya. And congrats to Arjun for winning. And hopefully tomorrow all the 3 Indian players win. Or bahut maza aayega. We still see them calculate. Yeah, I think they're now Prag is smiling, of course. They are, yeah, still analyzing. क्या सोच रहे होंगे यार? Param, by the way, gains a lot of rating here, doing pretty well. 3.5 out of 5. He's slowly gaining that rating back, which he lost. Chat, thank you for joining. बहुत मजा आया. Niri bhai, thanks for the amazing broadcast. And chat, you are the hero for today for sure, for staying in large numbers with us. We're going to be back tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care and good night and good luck to all the Indian players. Bye bye.